Light be with you. Be careful. Hey there. Be careful. Well met. Farewell.
Light be with you. For the Alliance.
Help you find something?
Let's watch this one for now. And here we go again. I saw this. It got recommended to me, and I figured I would watch it. Here we go. Let's take a look at it.
If you were a fan of World of Warcraft or Blizzard games in general,
these past few years have been bad.
Unfortunately, we received some bad news today from inside of the company and what is going on. As most people are well aware of, Blizzard Entertainment is no stranger to bad news, controversy, or just problems occurring behind closed doors.
Yeah.
The company has really been struggling internally and externally, especially in the PR department, ever since it got all of its lawsuits filed against them due to having a internal frat boy culture, apparently. Just a lot of harassment and discrimination against
I feel like frat boy stuff is fine. That's just drinking. It's the touching people without their consent. That's the problem.
Female employees. A lot of people left the company because of this. There were walkouts at Blizzard, you name it. And on top of a bunch of lackluster games and releases during that time, Blizzard has really struggled with its image. And unfortunately, those problems still continue even to this day. But before I talk about what those problems are, real fast, I want to give a quick shout out to Zygor, this channel's sponsor. If you're a WoW player that loves classic Dragonflight, doesn't matter. Zygor is the ultimate guide for leveling, achievements, mount collecting, gold making, you name it. Check it out via the link in the description below. And if you decide to upgrade from the free version one day, use code NIXIUM for 20% off. Just wanted to give a quick shout out to the channel's sponsor, but let's dive into the recent news and the recent malarkey surrounding Blizzard, shall we? So,
I think this was at BlizzCon. Was it? Maybe, maybe not. I don't really remember.
Howie. So several news outlets that follow gaming culture, gaming companies are beginning to report that Blizzard is having a big problem as of recently with losing employees. Now, they certainly lost a lot of employees in the past, but they're really struggling with the problem again. And it has to do primarily with the company's remote working policy that's driving a lot of people away. If you don't know—
another component to this that people don't really talk about a lot is that there were people that were hired remotely, and it was explicitly stated, or it was understood at least, that they would not have to come into work. So like these are people that were working for Blizzard, and they live in like Wisconsin or something. So then Blizzard gives them an ultimatum: come and move to California where you're getting paid the same amount of money, but everything else is twice as expensive. And you have to sit in an hour of traffic. Fuck that, right? Yeah, there's no way that's going to happen. So, like, I think a lot of people, the perspective on this has been that it's just a lot of lazy WoW developers or Blizzard developers.
That just got me tipsier than any dive bar I've ever been in. Look, I ain't a spring chicken no more, so the next move's gonna settle this. If you happen to get back to your feet, then I lose. I'll take your final attack with everything I've got. Now let's see if you survive this. Hello and welcome to One Piece 101, the series that breaks down everyone and everything in the One Piece world. Today we are going to be closely examining the infant-inspired member of the Don Quixote Pirates, the ever-manly Senor Pink. Senor Pink is a somewhat portly 46-year-old man who wears dark aviator sunglasses and generally dresses like a baby. Yes, I know there's a lot of red flags in one sentence there, but I assure you there is a very, well, sort of compelling reason for this choice in fashion. And to fully understand that, we need to travel 16 years back in time, to an era where Senor Pink was a surprisingly suave-looking man. He was a member of the Don Quixote Pirates, led by the ever-infamous Doflamingo, and so he participated in their various activities such as looting, bounty collection, and all sorts of other underworld business to build their eventual empire. As an officer of the crew, Senor Pink was very close to his other crew members and came to consider them as a family, often showing great care for their well-being, but at the same time Senor Pink does have a moderately cruel aspect to his personality as well, which I suppose one would need when working as a Don Quixote pirate. However, one day Senor Pink met a lady by the name of Russian. Unfortunately, though, Russian absolutely despised pirates, which resulted in Senor Pink lying about his profession by claiming that he worked in a bank, and thus Senor Pink began living a double life, eventually marrying Russian and even having a baby boy named Gimlet. But as I'm sure you've gathered by now, this story was destined to end in tragedy, as while Senor Pink was on a week-long mission with the Don Quixote Pirates, Gimlet came down with an illness and was rushed to hospital. However, it was too late, and he passed away. A distraught Russian called the supposed bank her husband worked at, only to be told that there was no such person under their employ. And when Senor Pink finally returned home, she confronted him, culminating in her fleeing their home into the pouring rain and becoming trapped under a landslide. Russian did survive her ordeal, however she was left in a vegetative state, completely unresponsive to any outside stimulus. A distraught Senor Pink visited Russian at the hospital day after day, trying to get through to his wife. Until one day he brought in Gimlet's bonnet and put it on himself as a joke, and stunningly, this made Russian smile. And from then on, Senor Pink traded his suave suit for his child's bonnet and other baby-related wear because it was the only thing able to make Russian smile. Something that proved far more valuable to him than expensive clothing or even his own reputation, because I should point out that Senor Pink didn't simply wear this while he was visiting Russian, but it actually became his daily attire, and he even performed his duties as a pirate in it. Several of his crewmates laughed at him, and a lot of people in general thought he was a pervert, but Senor Pink didn't care at all. And that was the first step towards developing his modern-day hard-boiled attitude. At some stage after this incident, Senor Pink participated in a takeover of Dressrosa with the rest of the Don Quixote pirates and would live on the island for the next 10 years, establishing himself as a top-tier fighter in the Corridor Coliseum. As a combatant, Senor Pink possesses a fair amount of superhuman strength, keen battle intellect, superb durability, and a rather intriguing devil fruit known as the Sui Sui no Mi. This is a paramecium attack fruit that allows its user to swim through solid matter as if it were water, although quite notably it does not allow them to swim through actual water due to the inherent weakness of all devil fruits. And yeah, it sounds like a a bit of an odd fruit, but Senor Pink generally uses it to great effect by sneaking up on opponents or using his incredible swimming talent to gain momentum to increase the force of his attacks. During Senor Pink's time on Dressrosa, he also gained a fair bit of weight, as well as a kind of cult following amongst young, beautiful women for his hard-boiled attitude. And what is meant by that is Senor Pink's mastery of the art of what I am going to call aggressive apathy. A great example of that would be when Senor Pink quite literally ripped off a woman's bra in order to wipe his mouth after eating a particularly messy tomato. He has also been known to brush his teeth with a shoe, you know, stuff like that that proves that he just doesn't give a damn, but in the most active manner. None of this deters his female fanbase. In fact, this hard-boiled nature only makes them desire him more. Of course, as part of his hard-boiled lifestyle, Senor Pink also does not care for his admirers in the slightest, and constantly tells them that they should be looking for someone younger than him. The irony, of course, being that he tells them all this while dressing like an infant. With all of that said, Senor Pink is most certainly one of the kinder members of the Don Quixote Pirates, having shown willingness to save those in need, and you know what? He even rescued a cat during his battle with Frankie, so he's a pretty damn nice guy. Speaking of, Senor Pink found a kindred spirit in the figure of Frankie, despite the two of them being enemies. The two of them seem to share a broad philosophy on what it is to be a man and how a manly battle should be conducted. These two figures would become engaged in combat after the Straw Hats commenced their operations on Dressrosa to take down Doflamingo. And while their quote-unquote battle had many unconventional aspects to it, eventually it boiled down to who could tank the most attacks. Essentially, Frankie stood still while Senor Pink performed a suplex on him, and then Senor Pink stood still as Frankie punched him in the face repeatedly. And this went on for quite some time. The battle ended with a bold challenge from Senor Pink, proposing that should Frankie survive his ultimate attack, known as Baby Buster, then he would concede the match. Frankie, of course, did survive, and elected to finish Senor Pink with Frankie Iron Boxing. During this beating, Senor Pink recalled his lost family and shed a tear upon his defeat, which Frankie respectfully wiped away. And shortly after, following the defeat of Doflamingo, Senor Pink was arrested along with the majority of the Don Quixote pirates. Some more fun facts about Senor Pink. Senor Pink has been known to use a wide variety of weapons over his time with Don Quixote Pirates, having been seen with a rifle upon entering Minion Island and a katana during the takeover of Dressrosa, although his exact proficiency with these weapons is unknown. Thus far in the series, Senor Pink's Devil Fruit is the only one that allows him to use it to maintain some sort of ability to swim. Once again, not in water, but hey, it's still swimming, I guess. While most of Senor Pink's attacks have some sort of basis in wrestling, he does have one rather curious utility move called Diaper Bomb, whereby he releases a flurry of spherical bombs from his diaper-shaped lower garb. And finally, a truly useless fact. Despite dressing like a baby and sucking on a pacifier, as well as his love for his late son Gimlet, Senor Pink claims to not like children. And that pretty much does it for Senor Pink. If you enjoyed this video and the content this channel produces in general, then please do consider donating to the Grand Line Review Patreon, because the support of all of you amazing people is what continues to make this channel possible. Also, I've recently launched a Teespring store if you're interested.
Boys, here we go. You know the people in your party? This hunter is brand new. I haven't played with him. The rogue, the warrior, and the priest, I've done dungeons with in the past. I trust them. I've played with them. They seem solid. The only thing is, my priest is only level 43. You know, 43 is kind of little dick, but at the same time, Shadow War forms a monster, so I think we're gonna be just fine. Let's do it, boys. Let's go. Soul for Rock. Hardcore. We're in. We're in. Dude, you did a lot. Wait, when did I ZF farm? Am I trolling? Do I not remember this? In class? In 2019 I did? I made a YouTube guide. I did? Oh! Okay, yeah, now I remember. I did the tombs, not here. I did the tombs where you click on the tombs. Is that how I sound? What the hell? Hey guys, are you here? What? That's insane. Why the hell do you guys watch this? What the hell? Do I sound at least a little better? Now a couple different mages have done a tutorial on this already. Dude, there's no way I sound like that. Stop. There's no way. I still sound that way? Dude. Shadow Form, Raikou, Redman, Hunter. Are you guys all listening? We're pissed. Not that we need it. Come.
I am honored.
Oh my gosh! No! Evo! Oh shit. Oh! Dude! We did it, man! We did it! Yeah! Bro, that was so scary, man! I thought I was done for, dude! Why would we do that? Whose idea was that? Who thought of that idea? What the? That was so scuffed. So scruffed, dude. What? Dude, they all split. Look at my damage. Look at that, boys. Massive. Massive. I might have got one shot in mage armor if I didn't swap. I almost got one shot. I legit almost got one deagled. Have you guys seen any other hardcore streamer play this dumb and then somehow still not die? Like how the amount of dumb shit I've done, I have no idea. Just Peo, yeah, Peo died though, right? So I don't know. Okay, we're doing this one normal, boys. This is how you're supposed to do it if you didn't know. Instead of running down and killing all of them at the same time, this is what you're supposed to do right here. I have had too many close calls to death today, boys. Like, I feel like the rest of the stream, I have got to chill out, bro. That was... I thought we were dead. I thought we were dead on that last one. This is the Mojo mask. Yeah, I mean, I would give the mask to the priest because it's shadow damage, obviously, right? So... These guys just got waxed. Are you kidding me? Oh, the kilt dropped. No druid. Tough. Alright, boys. Gong boss coming up. My rogue, Redman, shout out, Giga Chad. Massive win farming the gong, dude. Massive win farming the gong. Bro, Mitch Jones just messaged me on Discord, and he says, level 29. No! Terran Milgards. Oh! Oh, shit. Yo, guys, we're pulling. We're pulling. Guys, Rilla's only 46. Bro, we're good. Gazrilla's 46. Someone said Gazrilla was 51. You guys are so troll. Get in the water to avoid the knockup. Okay. I didn't even know that. No, earlier I meant. Yeah, no. Oh, that's so good. Hell yeah. Alright. If I rerolled Mage, try to do Urbalk again? No, I would do tailoring next time. Just because it's easy to get so much extra cloth. Might as well. pull all of them? Dude. Yo, this is dumb. What the fuck? What are we doing? This is way too many. Hold. Dude, he might die. I just saved his ass. I don't have Blizzard, homie.
Not had as much fun watching streams for a long time until your age seeped in. Big up Shannon.
Ah! Woo! Oh my, dude, I almost just died again, man. There were way too many close calls. What the hell was that, Raikou? What the hell was that, man? Oh. Oh. The blood is pumping, boys. The blood is pumping, boys. What the hell, dude? I didn't know we were pulling the whole thing. I don't have Blizzard, homie. I just have Flame Strike and Cock. Holy hell, man. Dude, if I had Blizzard, like, yeah, we could do that. Without Blizzard, though, I don't know, man. Holy shit. Scarab shells. Ding! We got him. Alright, boys. Level 46. Piercing eyes. Let's do it. Oh! Boys. What a day. What a day.
I can't loot that right now.
Hardcore WoW Classic. Death equals delete. If I die, delete the character. Yo, what realm is everyone doing hardcore on? Is it Bloodsail Buccaneers? Bro, please tell me it's not the role-playing realm. Please tell me it's not the RP realm. Peyo's Alliance? Really? Okay, I'll go Horde so I can farm him. Peyo, Alliance or Horde?
You make a warrior?
Yeah, I made a war. You just don't die, right? You just don't die.
Rules number 1 of the hardcore, you need to be a fucking loser. Okay? Rules number 2. No,
Okay,
it's true.
dude.
Rules number 2, you cannot trade them.
Oh, you literally can't. Okay, thank God you told me that because I didn't know that.
You cannot use your mailbox.
I can't. What? You can't use a mailbox? What about the auction house?
You cannot use the auction house.
What?
No auction.
Wait, hold on. Am I being trolled, chat, or is he being serious?
And if you die, you need to delete, obviously.
Yeah. So you basically level up through just, you have to quest, basically.
Quest and dungeon. But only one time dungeon.
Bro,
You do
I'm gonna AoE grind, man. Yo, thanks for helping me out with the hardcore setup.
Yo, it's a pleasure. It's always a pleasure to talk to you on stream or off stream. I'll talk to you later. Bye, chat. Have a good day, and don't be shy to put some love in the channel of Zaru and be kind to him. He's a nice guy. I'll see you later, bro.
Alright. Later, bro. Peace. Alright, chat. We're good. What the actual F are the rules of this thing? Like, am I being trolled? Is there anything that I need to know besides don't die and don't trade anyone? And don't run dungeons. Click top right. So, no professions. Okay, that's another one that's good to know. What the hell, man? Oh, all professions. Okay, I can't read. All professions allowed. No restriction on talents. You can use gear that you pick up or craft. No auction house, no mailbox, no trading. That's hard. Wow. No grouping in open world and no battlegrounds. Dude, battlegrounds on hardcore, could you imagine? Dungeon groups are authorized but only one run of each dungeon per character. Oh, I see. Class, item, and specific. Warlocks can't resurrect via SS. Shamans can't res via ink. Pallies can't bubble hearth. No light of a loon or hearthstone. Verification. This is cool. Okay. Can we buy bags from vendors? I think so. I don't think I read any rules saying you couldn't, at least, so should be good. That's the only way to get bags unless you're a trader. Sounds good. Oh, or a tailor, rather, yeah. a Zarkor future OnlyFans name, bro. Pipe down. Unbelievable. Oh, level 5. It takes an auto screenshot every time you level, too. That's pretty fire. I was talking to Mitch Jones the other day, and one of the things that Mitch always says is that when he's streaming, he always likes some type of challenge, like going for 42-0, going for a certain rating. When there's no challenge, it just like doesn't, it's just not, it loses his interest, right? And I feel like what's cool about hardcore is that you always are trying to watch your back so you don't die. Like, that is so sick. It makes it like inherently more fun than just playing, because you have to always be hyper alert, I guess, right? I kind of want to do some AoE grinding, but I feel like that would be so sketchy. Oh, my guy dies. If you go to the hardcore and go to achievements, there's achievements that you can do while leveling. Oh. So you can...
Odd groups go to left, even groups go to right. That means 1, 3, 5, 7 left, 2, 4, 6, 8 right. 7 and 8 are whelp groups. Okay, listen the fuck up. You are going to DPS very, very slowly. Now. And by slowly, I mean fucking slow. If you get aggro, it means you're going to lose 50 DKP because you didn't know what the fuck to do. And watch the fucking K. You get kicked into the whelps, you lose 50 DKP again for not being where the fuck you were supposed to be. There is no aggro reset. You only need... There's some shit about an aggro reset when people don't know how to manage their aggro. After 2 Sunders, you can basically start doing damage to it, assuming you know how aggro works and you don't over-aggro. Okay, nuke it, dot it, help the whelp groups. When it's in phase 2, nuke it as hard as possible. You want to get it down as fast as possible. Have dots up on every time, 2 rows, shadow word paints, warlock curses, rends, everything. I don't see enough dots. More dots now. Come on, more DPS. Hit it like you mean it. You'll get time to rest in phase 3 while I'm getting the aggro. Remember, save all your aggro-reducing abilities for when it lands. That means feign death, vanish, fucking fade. Anything that you can use to reset aggro. At 40%, you will stop dots. Until then, you will throw more dots. Throw more dots. More dots. More dots. Come on, more dots. Okay, stop dots. Now hit it very hard and very fast. Lee, run to the center. Mogris, run to the center. Foresight, run to the center. Sarp, run to the center. Isis, run to the center. Whatever the fuck you do not stand next to other people. Mogris, center. Just heal me. Lee, do not... Go away from the head, Lee. Go away. Okay, DPS. Slowly. Come here, you fucking cunt. Touch the tail. Well...
Crush him was fair than turret.
Who does?
Previously on Gilnean history, King Greymane left the Alliance and built a giant wall to lock off his kingdom away from the outside world. When the Scourge invaded and attacked the lands of his people that Oregon killed all the undead and then his own people. A civil war exploded within Gilneas, and now the Curse has reached the city and before we discover the fate of Greymane, the city that hangs in the balance, here's a very quick word from today's sponsor. Are you balding? Head. Today's sponsor is Keeps. Finally, a solution for fighting back male pattern problems the easiest way possible.
Need more rage.
No matter how lazy you are, Keeps offers you the
Not
easiest
enough
access
rage.
to hair loss treatment
More rage.
to your front door, plus an online doctor consultation to make sure you have precious locks till the end of the day. Keeps is all about prevention, so the sooner you start using the product, the more hair you can save. So the point is, the faster you act, the better. When you use Keeps, you'll find out why it has more 5-star reviews than any other product, and why thousands of men trust Keeps for their hair loss prevention. If you're ready to take action and prevent hair loss, go to keeps.com/platinum. 50% off your first order. That's KEES.com/platinum.
Not enough rage. Need more rage. Not enough rage.
No one gets out. Protected Gilneas from the Scourge. Protected Gilneas during the Northgate Rebellion. We will protect Gilneas from whatever this
Not ready
threat
yet.
may be.
I can't
When
lose.
first consumed the city, the original plan was to quarantine sections of the city and keep the Oregon contained. Oi, you! You got a license for being outside! It didn't work. Gilneas was still in a weakened state from the Civil War, so their defenses were rather
It's too far
insignificant.
away.
The plan quickly
That
changed.
ability isn't
No
ready.
longer was this a quarantine.
Not enough
This was an
rage.
evacuation. If Greymane wanted his people to escape, he needed all the help he could get. And that meant recruiting an old ally. Crowley, the Worgen, they've breached the city. Look, I know we have not been on the best of terms, me throwing you in jail and all, but we have been allies in the past. Friends, even. Just look, I'm here to say sorry and please help us.
You know, Gin, during the Civil War, labeled monster, a terrorist, even, all for trying to defend my people from your tyranny. What I do today is not for you. It is to restore the people's faith. Crowley. Hey, wait up. I have cannons stashed away in the military district. We'll hold up in the cathedral, grab their attention, and the rest of our people can flee.
Wait, you have cannons in my city? And so, Darius was released from prison to fight for Gilneas once more. And he and the player character got
too
into
far
fistfights
away.
with feral wolfmen, recovered the smuggled cannons that were originally supposed to be used in the Civil War, and traveled to the cathedral to blast away as many Worgans
That
as they
ability
could.
isn't ready yet.
Unfortunately, Darius and his men were later overrun by the Worgen, and their status is unknown.
I need to get closer. Not ready. I can't do that yet.
But Darius Crowley's sacrifice was not in vain. The citizens that fled the sacked capital with their king found solace in a nearby coastal town called Duskhaven. Here, the barons organized their next steps in controlling this curse. During their time in Duskhaven, a breakthrough was discovered. Krenin, master alchemist, brewed an incredible serum to combat the war's curse. The potion did not revert the curse, but merely restrained their bloodthirsty
Not enough
tendencies.
rage.
In theory, cursed citizens would still retain their shreds of humanity and drink the serum. But this was quite the controversial decision to make. People like Lord Vincent Godfrey had nothing but hatred for the Worgen. Fighting alongside the very creatures that destroyed their city was not a gamble he was willing to take. But the fact of the matter was, they didn't really have much of an option. A sizable portion of their population was already marked as cursed. Wounds inflicted by the Worgen slowly morphed over time. The skin around the bite marks would turn a sickly black and blue, and by the end, tufts of thick hair would be growing around the edge.
I feel so good.
Another one's turning. Get the restraints.
Give it up, Brennan. Time to put this one down. It's protocol.
Tell me, when Crowley and his men stayed in the city so that we could live, were they following protocol? I didn't think so. Hand me that potion, Brennan, and double the dosage. Open wide, you furry bastard.
Not enough rage.
Although the serum was not a solution to the curse, somehow, some way, it got worse for the Gilman people.
Need more rage.
Once again, undead monstrosities organized another assault, but this time it was different. These undead fought under the Horde banner, and when they caught word that Gilneas was crippled by the Worgen, they decided to strike.
For the Forsaken!
The irony of the situation was a lot of the Forsaken that were attacking were originally citizens of Lordaeron. You know, the city Gen refused to help and hid behind his wall when the Scourge originally invaded. The Forsaken war machine invaded the Gilnean land in the coast, and they were met
Not
with
enough
little defense. But what came next was a blessing, but a curse. A completely random and extremely unlucky event for both sides.
Need more rage.
This Forsaken invasion was done during the Cataclysm.
That ability is
Far off in a whole different part of Azeroth, there was a giant dragon that set off disasters all over the world. The southwest part of Gilneas was collapsing into the ocean, leaving both sides to suffer.
Not ready yet.
How are you? I am under the water. Please help me.
But that was the least of their problems. The Cataclysm also busted the Greymane Wall wide open, letting the Forsaken pour into Gilneas, and they quickly took the city. What the frick? Godfrey, how can we be this unlucky? Round up the refugees. We need to move. So once again, the refugees found themselves looking for a place of solace once again. They hastily packed their things and retreated to another town called Stormglen, so they could lay low and plan their next steps.
Since the change, I find I prefer my meat rare now. Raw, even. Perhaps struggling. I am honored. Farewell. Bit of a blunder there.
Nearby Stormglen, there was a dark forest called the Blackwall. If you remember from part 1, this was the location where Greymane was first bit by a worgen, and now it's the place where the Night Elves reside, who came to help the humans with the curse. Some of the first worgen to be helped were actually Darius Crowley and his followers, who now walked as worgen. After their sacrifice in the city, it seemed they somehow managed to escape. You can tell it's Darius because of the eye patch. The point is, the Night Elves came to help because of their complicated history with the worgen. The curse was originally an ancient old form that embodied the great spirit Goldrin. The druids that shifted into this form became blood-crazed and began hunting friend and foe. These druids attempted to kill the curse, but instead fell into madness and became the first ever worgen. Archdruid Malfurion took it upon himself to banish these crazed druids into the tree. Thousands of years later, the worgen were summoned back to Azeroth to hunt again.
Goldrin's rage was not easily time and effort in search of a way to cure it. Let us begin. But be warned, the spirits that accompany Goldrin may not be intrusion.
The ritual of balance is a way to control the curse that must be overseen by the Lord of Attack. One must drink from 3 moonblades. The Well of Tranquility was to rekindle peace. The Well of Balance was to strike harmony between the human and worgen spirits. And lastly, the Well of Fury was strength. Finally, one must suffer through intense visions of their past, forced to confront their doubts and fears, anchors that weigh them down. If unsuccessful, they will be driven to madness.
How does a torrent hide from a fury? He paints his hooves red. Huzzah!
With the ritual successful, the Gilneans could freely shift from worgen to forms, but they will forever live with the lasting effects of the curse.
Crowley! You and your elven allies are hereby ordered to serve along the
Not ready yet.
cursed
That ability isn't ready yet. Need more rage. I can't do that yet. Not ready yet.
No, friend. I come to you as an equal.
Impossible!
Time again. It is not law that binds us. It is something far stronger. We can both relate to that awkward feeling when, like, you're at a fancy party and you accidentally spill wine on your coat and you get angry and you turn to a worgen and everyone's, like, kind of shocked and it's really awkward. And then you, like, turn back into a human, but now your clothes are ripped and it's like, okay, well, I'm at a fancy party. Like, what the hell do I do now? Yeah, no, that sucks, man. I feel ya. Yeah. Yep. You just decided that all Gilneans and drive the Forsaken from our land.
And, get with spare clothes or something. Hello, Godfrey. Sorry for the wait. Just needed to get my suitcase. So, let's go save our... Whoa! Hey, you can't just point the gun at... Godfrey's going after the king! Godfrey was a lord who had nothing but hatred for worgen. So when he found out his own king was one of these wretched monsters, he decided to take matters into his own hands. The plan was to hold Greymane captive and use him to negotiate and save Gilneas, which was a dead plan because what are they going to do with Greymane? The Forsaken aren't here just to kill the king. They're here for the land. At this point in time, Greymane isn't a part of the Alliance, so like the Forsaken couldn't use him for leverage to get anything else. If anything, Godfrey would just hand Greymane over to him, say thanks, they kill Greymane, and then they kill everybody else. Godfrey is just making it easier for the Forsaken to win. The funny thing is when the player character frees Greymane and Godfrey is caught, Blizzard put as much effort into his death as Godfrey did his plan. So not a lot.
No, I'd sooner die than have one of your kind for a king.
On the eastern side of the city, the survivors are gathered together. The curse that once wreaked chaos among Gilneas was now embraced and used as a weapon against the Forsaken. No longer would they hide away on the edges of their lands. It was time to reach what was there. And so, Liam Greymane started.
Forsaken think we're weak. A broken. They think we'll roll over like a scared dog.
Not enough.
How wrong they are. We'll fight them in the fields until the last trench collapses and the last cannon is silenced. We will fight them on the streets until the last shot is fired. And when there is no more ammunition, we'll crush their skulls with the stones that gave our city. We will fight them in the alleys until our knuckles are skinned and bloody and our rapiers lay on the ground shattered. And if we find ourselves surrounded and starved, wounded and without hope, we will lift our heads in defiance and spit in their faces. But we will never surrender!
Not enough range. Not ready yet. Need more rage. That ability isn't ready. Not ready yet.
Such a waste! That arrow's poison was not meant to be spent on your well. We will meet again!
We did it, Father. We took back our city. We took back.
Not enough rage. I can't do that.
May the lost spirits of our ancestors, for they have chosen to allow life.
That ability isn't ready.
It is here, surrounded by the heroes, patriots of Gilneas, where it belongs. I will return, Liam. I swear this to you.
More rage.
Find a light. With some clothes.
Sake by reverently vowed excuse. I'd find peace. Greymane had lost a great deal.
That ability isn't ready.
His own son. Both.
Not enough rage. I need more rage. Not enough rage.
But here is another chapter. The Night Elf has learned that it's
Need more rage.
isolation.
Ready yet?
An alliance with others. It does not matter what hardships the Gilmains face in the future. They are a resilient people who have learned to adapt to their environment. The Gilneans have suffered greatly, but against all odds, Gilneas will prevail.
That ability isn't ready. Need to get closer. I can't do that yet. That ability isn't ready yet. Not ready yet.
In the news patch of World of Warcraft, for the first time ever, Horde and Alliance players can team up to do Dungeons and Dragons. Now, despite this, over the game's history, members of the opposing factions have teamed up hundreds of times, and there's one particular event of Horde and Alliance members joining forces that is rarely ever talked about, and it's an ancient Warcraft book written by Chris Metzen called Of Blood. The story we're going to talk about today involves the noble paladin named Tyrion Fordring and the honorable orc named Eitri, and how the brotherly bond they developed with one another is one of the first ever instances of Horde and Alliance teaming up. So when I say this book is old, I mean it. It came out 21 years ago, before Warcraft 3 even came out. Also, really quick, in this book, Eitri, later iterations of his character, so just for consistency, let's just say that he's okay, look, when your universe goes on this long, some stuff kind of just falls through the cracks, okay? So timeline-wise, this book is set between Warcraft 2 and Warcraft 3. Years have passed since the Second War has ended. The humans are rebuilding after a devastating conflict. The once enraged savage orcs have been thrown into internment camps after their defeat. Tyrion Fordring is the governor of the settlement of Hearthglen in the Kingdom of Lordaeron. The paladin was a skilled ruler and never let his town's defenses falter during the war. Although, as of late, there are rumors from various towns that the orc forces are on the move once again.
I can't do that.
Tyrion mounted on his hardened warhorse and Lordaeron, he patrolled around the settlement to see the fire burns.
Not enough rage. Not ready.
Tyrion had found
That ability isn't ready. Not
closer
ready yet.
investigation. It seemed like someone or something was living there. He'd need to return to Hearthglen to report his findings to the rest of the kingdom before...
Hey! My blades will rend your flesh!
Tyrion had slashed the orc's
I
thigh,
can't do that
crippling
yet.
him for a moment.
It's too far away.
The paladin could have dishonorably butchered the orc right then and there, but that would be against his paladin code. If he was to win, it would be a good, fair fight.
Not ready yet. ability isn't ready yet.
Tyrion had woken up in his own bed. His wife, Miranda, had told him that he just appeared at the gates of Hearthglen, unconscious, bloody and bruised,
Can't carry
and tied up to
anymore.
his own horse. That was 4 days ago, when Tyrion had just now regained his consciousness.
Inventory
The
is
paladin put
full.
2 and 2 together and realized that strange orc had saved his life. Murmurs and rumors spread across the town of Hearthglen. The only thing that could have gravely wounded their lord like that must have been an orc. Perhaps a whole warband of them had been to their lands. The 2 previous wars they had with the greenskins took them on edge. Sometimes that they should be proactive and send out this instant. Tyrion ordered that no such thing. It was just one single thing. That was all he
More
saw.
rage.
He would figure out what to do with it as he
Do
saw
that
fit.
yet.
Early morning hours of the next day, Tyrion mounted back up on his horse with his warhammer and snuck out of his keep to investigate the abandoned garden and strange orc once again.
Not ready yet.
Man, dog, you know it's like I'm feeling you, but I'm not.
Tyrion sat with the paladins introduced himself
That ability isn't ready yet.
Still in his hands, deserted at the fort. He left the bloodthirsty warband after his sons were sent to a honorable battle by a dishonorable chieftain and received good standing with the horde. Everything seemed to keep prospering. You see, the orcs had long
I can't do that.
much more similar to made them feel safe in horrible ways. And the only type of orcs
I
the
can't
humans
carry
knew were
anymore.
these bloodthirsty monsters they had become. After years of pointless war, Dietrich just wanted to live the rest of his days in peaceful solitude. As Lord of Hearthglen, Tyrion vowed that he would make sure that no harm came to the peaceful orc ever again. By his paladin code, he would ensure this promise. The 2 warriors saluted each other once again. Tyrion traveled back to Hearthglen, but little did he know, maintaining peace wouldn't be so easy. What the are you doing, Tyrion? To the paladin's surprise, his superior, Saidan Dathrohan, had arrived. He was on high alert to orcish activity because recently an orc named Thrall was at one of the prison camps, so he traveled over to Hearthglen to investigate this activity. The people within the town were already suspicious of Tyrion. At that run into the orc, when he just sneaked out in the early hours of the morning a couple days later, perhaps he was colluding with the orc. Saidan Dathrohan demanded that Tyrion show him where this orc was. He was at an impasse. He vowed to keep Dietrich safe, but he could also not deny an order from his paladins.
Not ready yet.
So, with a heavy heart, Tyrion agreed to guard Saidan and his men at the guard tower where his new friend stayed.
It's locked.
Obviously, Saidan and his men were not there to shake hands with Dietrich. He was imprisoned and would later be tortured for questioning. Any information they could get on the rogue orcs in the area would be critical. Tyrion was enraged. This unknown traitor went against everything the paladin stood for. He would save his men for the sake of his own honor. Tyrion was thrown in a cell for his treachery. Why on earth would he be trying to help a beast such as this? He would later be escorted to Strathhome, where he would stand on trial.
I
can't. Riots.
That ability isn't relevant.
Tyrion stood alone at his trial. His judge was Uther the Lightbringer, supreme commander of the Paladin Order. The jury was Dalen Proudman, Archmage Leonidas, Archbishop Alonsus Fowl, and Arthas Menethil. Tyrion explained the reasoning that Eitrig is one of the most powerful opponents he has. How he's different from the orcs that he fought in the past 2 wars. He also explained his promise to Eitrig, and how if he turned his back on his word, he would betray his honor as a paladin. Uther and the jury really didn't care about all that because at the end of the day, Tyrion was still colluding with the enemy. But they gave him a chance to repent and receive a full pardon to end his traitorous actions. He promised that he would forever be a soldier of the Alliance. Disavow his oath to Eitrig, it would go against everything he stood for. With a heavy sigh, Uther did what he had to do, and declared Tyrion excommunicated from the Knights of the Silver Hand. With a wave of his hand, Uther drained the holy magic from Tyrion, filling his banished heart with despair. And yeah, I guess paladins can just do that? I'm pretty sure this is the only instance in the world where life can strip from somebody like this.
Not ready yet.
Anyway, all of Tyrion's titles, property, and really all of his belongings would be stripped from him. With the rest of his days exiled to his kingdom, forced to survive in the wilderness, alone, and later Tyrion went to visit his wife Miranda, who disavowed his decision. She now had to raise their son Talion alone in Hearthland, all because of Tyrion's stubbornness to protect his honor. The excommunicated paladin stepped out into the wilds, stripped of his belongings, abandoned by his loved ones, and nothing but he lost everything. Now he needed to make his own right.
Need more rage.
Some impeccable timing to rescue Eitrig from his execution because Thrall and his liberated band of orcs were currently pushing an assault on Strathome. With the guards distracted, it allowed Tyrion to sneak out of the city and attend to the orcs' wounds. Tyrion inspected the orc's body to realize he was
not enough rage.
Give me the strength to shatter these bonds.
The powers of the light was not something that could be came from within. He had sacrificed everything to maintain the values of a light-imbued paladin. It is with this undying faith he would achieve the impossible. Tyrion had channeled all of his holy power into resurrecting Eitrig from his untimely death. While resurrection might be a very common lore-wise, it is incredibly rare that only happens in a small handful of versus history. Thrall and his band of orcs introduced themselves. He was the war chief of this war that shared similar ideas of respect and honor like they did back on Draenor. They were actually sent to Strathome to rescue Eitrig, a legendary warrior they wanted to add to their ranks. Eitrig agreed to join them, and Tyrion turned to leave. But Eitrig stopped him.
I'm out of range. I need to get closer.
We are both
that is where our story ends today.
Not ready
Hell, across all of WoW's expansions, I've never interacted once. Tyrion did interact with Thrall, but mentioning the first time they ever met never happened. But it's not like this book never happened. In classic WoW, Tyrion is still exiled and hanging out in the Plaguelands. He would later form the Argent Crusade and play a huge role in defeating the Lich King, and then he died at the start of Legion. But maybe we'll go into more detail on those. As for Tyrion, he was an extremely important character and got a little bit of screen time in Mists of Pandaria, and a bit more screen time in the Battle for Azeroth expansion, where he was the leader of the Strongguard Warfront, where he says things like,
You can crush those cowardly castle dwellers before they breach our gates!
Not so peaceful these days, it seems.
Out of range.
But that doesn't stop the short story from being a neat little gem in Warcraft history. You gotta realize, this book came before Warcraft 3, the game where Warcraft really started the book. So this book of Blood and Honor is a neat little time capsule. Is coming into its end. It was one of the first times peace was ever established in this world.
Not ready It's too far away. I can't do it. I can't do that
Video sponsored by NordVPN. World of Warcraft is a fantasy. You can't have fantasy without. In your adventures in Azeroth, you'll find different forms of magic. From holy and righteous, to pretty flowers and nature and fuzzy cute animals, and even abhorrently evil and downright demonic forms of magic. The origin of most of this wizardry is based off of the most fundamental aspects of the Warcraft universe.
I'm out of range.
Before there was nothing, you can't do nothing without something. So in the nothing, there was something that came from something. The most basic forces of the universe are light. These forces are the yin and yang that keep each other in check. Without light, there is no black abyss of darkness. Without darkness, you can't shine the brightest light. And, bro, we are getting really deep. Okay, so there's these cosmic forces, they clash with each other. That's how life is born in the universe. There's some titan waves, blah, 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 blah. Azeroth is there, and here we are now.
I need to get closer. It's too far away.
These cosmic powers can be tapped into the form of
I can't do that.
First, let's talk about Holy. Imagine if Holy actually had superpowers and he could use the Force. That is what holy magic is, for humans that is. In order to call upon the light to save you, it requires your complete willpower to find this mysterious force and faith that what you are doing is completely morally right. If you aren't completely faithful to the light and don't have the required positive vibes, you'll fail the vibe check, and the light will not aid you. The Church of the Holy Light is founded on 3 virtues to make sure that you have these positive vibes. Respect, and noticing your place in the universe, and strive to fight for its well-being. Mastery with the light, and name the light, and realizing that even the smallest actions can change the world for the better. Finally, the balance of compassion and consideration if you're able to transfer to a positive change. Following all
All these rules will allow a member of the church to manifest a world of honor and justice. Now keep in mind, light magic's morality is based on the person that is wielding it. A perfect example of the light being used in a harmful way is the Scarlet Crusade, who think the outside world is full of unclean heretics, tainted by the evil stench of... Hey, focus here. We're talking about critical aspects of the lore. Of course, the outside world isn't full of plague-infested monsters, but the Scarlet Crusade illustrates how faith can turn into devout fanaticism that makes them closed-minded lunatics. Other races on Azeroth have also accessed the powers of the light through different cultural means. Sunwalkers worship the sun and Shi, which manifests into using more sun-based light attacks. You also have the Draenei, who have direct communication with the Naru, who are pure manifestations of light. Hell, you even have the Lightforged Draenei, who are basically super soldiers who have let their bodies become a vessel to dispense light's justice. And there's even the Blood Elves, who enslave a Naru and suck out its life juice. What? Elves being dicks? Whoa, yeah, no, totally haven't heard that one before. But what if, no matter how much faith you had, the light still abandoned you? For the Forsaken, this is the harsh reality of this game. You still call them a light, they still heal them, but it is excruciatingly painful. In fact, channeling holy magic and being healed by it can have a side effect, where an undead can regain their senses. They can taste the decay in their mouths. They can smell the rotting flesh and feel the maggots crawling beneath their skin. So yeah, it's not fun being an undead. In fact, it's really depressing actually. And that is why undead who were once members of the Church of the Holy Light have transitioned to a new form of practice. While holy magic focuses on the emotions of the heart, hope, courage, comfort, the powers of the shadow, of the mind, despair, doubt,
That ability isn't ready then. Not in
light stand together as one, but darkness, you are one, fanatical, consuming, for indescribable power.
Out of range.
Shadow priests play off this characteristic of the corruptive influence of the mind. Harnessing the powers of the void involves riding the fine line between immense power and utter insanity as your mind falls victim to the old gods. Within the Forsaken, the cult of Forgotten Shadow is where many summoners of the shadows lie, but users of the void are in old god cults like the Twilight Hammer or even the Black Empire. And speaking of evil factions, the powers of Fel magic, just as, if not more addictive than the void. The most infamous users of this kind of magic are the Burning Legion, of course. They are a near infinite army filled with demons that call the Twisting Nether their home. This plane of existence was created when the powers of the light and void clash together on a cosmic scale, and this is where a lot of the Fel and other magical energies reside. Every demon you find in the Warcraft universe was once uncorrupted, but under the command of the Legion, they've been tainted and twisted. The obvious example are the Erebel, who used to be Draenei but accepted Sargeras' gift of power and they turned red, mean and angry. Also, Draenei who have been affected by Fel but have rejected his influence have transformed into the mouth of broken. Fel Hunters are also a great example of Fel's influence. This is what they look like now, but this is what they used to look like. These demons can also be summoned by practitioners of Fel, but in order to summon one, a soul is needed.
Could you help? Please help me.
Now, warlocks are not inherently evil per se, but when your class revolves around sucking the life force out of innocence, harnessing chaotic and corrupting magic, and being shunned by most of society, it's kind of hard not to be the bad guy.
Using Fel is sort of a get-rich-quick style of spellcaster. It takes time to learn, but you can get a pretty high power level relatively quickly compared to practicing other forms of magic. But the side effects of being a warlock include slowly turning into a demon, having everybody hate you, the sudden urge to burn down orphanages, vomiting, and also having the need to help your friends by summoning them and giving them cookies. So they aren't that good. While Fel represents chaos, its counterpart is arcane magic, a form of magic that requires order and knowledge. Think of arcane magic kind of like the science of Warcraft. In order to hone such magic, it requires years and years of study, like Dalaran, Mage Quarter, or Zuna, or really any other school. One of the reasons why it takes so much studying is because how diverse the magic really is. You can shoot pure arcane magic, or you can manifest it into fire or frost. There's abjuration, configuration, transmutation, annihilation, evisceration, mutation. But really, there's a lot of stuff you can do with arcane, from making muffins to teleporting around the world. By the way, according to this book, it is possible for inexperienced mages to blink into walls, furniture, or even other people, and they suffocate and they die, which is horrifying. A lot of the magic-focused places on Azeroth are built on top of ley lines. Think of these kind of like Azeroth's blood vessels, except they're filled with magic. The only problem is the Burning Legion loves finding these high doses of magic and corrupting them. So users kind of way to mask the high burning. They can do this by setting up runestones around their city. You could make them float in the sky. But those are not foolproof ways to make sure that you protect them. Oh no. The mages have kept something powerful locked beneath Dalaran to protect them. And that's NordVPN, the sponsor of today's video. What if I told you the Burning Legion is real and are cyber hackers trying to steal your information? With NordVPN, you can mask your IP address and be anywhere in the world, like the UK, Spain, Africa, Stormwind, Orgrimmar. Okay, well, maybe not those last two, but anywhere else in the world, and enjoy the internet stress-free, knowing that you are safe. Not only do you get the best cybersecurity on the market, but you can have up to 6 connections, and it also unlocks region-locked websites like Netflix, and if you don't like it, there's a 30-day money-back guarantee. But don't take my word for it. Hear what one of the most prestigious mages of Dalaran has to say about NordVPN. Hello, my name is Khadgar, and I love NordVPN.
Yeah, that's right. And look at all of these other technological experts that recommend NordVPN. Get 68% off of NordVPN, which is only $3.71 a month, plus an additional month free at nordvpn.com/platinumwow, or using the code platinumwow at checkout. Thank you, NordVPN, for making this video possible. Back to the video.
The ad is now over.
But really, some mages of Dalaran like Kel'Thuzad are frustrated with the whole concept of morality getting in the way of their studies. And that is why many mages have fallen into the dark arts known as necromancy. Necromancers practice the art of raising the dead and honing the craft of necrotic magic. Over time, their bodies will slowly decay, causing them to wither into the very creatures they raise into unliving. Some of the most powerful necromancers are liches, of course. These high-ranking necromancers have had their souls labeled into a container. In order to kill a lich for good, you must destroy it. The most famous lich is Kel'Thuzad, and in Classic, we didn't destroy his phylactery and gave it to some random guy. That's why in Wrath of the Lich King, he returned, and then we defeated him again, and apparently he's in the Shadowlands now, where
will probably defeat him again.
I can't do that.
Vengeance I bestow upon you, my chosen. I have granted you immortality.
Not enough
So
rage.
that you may wield in you dark rage for the scourge.
Death Knights are another example of powerful wielders of death magic. These warriors were raised by the
Not
Lich
ready
King
yet.
himself, imbued with magic and trained to be the ultimate killing machines to serve as a weapon to force all of Azeroth into death. Many of the Death Knights defected during the battle of Lights with China. Despite them being free from the chains of rats, they are still machines of death. All Death Knights struggle with an urge called eternal hunger, which is an unstoppable urge to inflict pain and suffering on the living on a regular basis. If Death Knights don't scratch this itch, they'll fall into madness and go on an unstoppable murder frenzy, which is the most badass and edgy thing I've ever heard in the Warcraft universe. And I'd love to talk about it more, but we have more magic to talk about. Druidism is the total opposite of necromancy. Being a druid is all about hugging trees, the beauty of the living world, and probably never taking a shower. The first druid ever was Malfurion, one of the mercenaries. And the way druids have such a close connection to nature is their ability to process the dream is a magical realm created by the Titan Freya, representing a blueprint of how Azeroth should be formed. It's a version of Azeroth not affected by intelligent beings that alter the lands, so the dream flourishes with natural life. In the plane of existence we live in, druids take a long slumber while in the dream, and during the slumber they gain an incredibly deep connection with nature, which translates to harnessing its powers.
I'm awake there. My meditation.
There are tons of different branches of druidism one can explore. There is Druidism Ball, Talon, Fang, Grove, Antler, Scythe, Raccoon, Ant, Muskrat, Monkey, because just like nature, druidism is incredibly diverse. But druidism is just one aspect of nature that deals with living things. The other side of nature is more primal and deals with the elements that are the building blocks of Azeroth. Since the world's very creation, the elements of water, fire, air, and earth have been in a battle for supremacy. The shamans are mediators who keep the elements of our world in check, making sure one is never stronger than the other, and harnesses these raging elemental forces to strike down their enemies. The relationship between the shaman and the elements they wield is like a partnership. A shaman must be in good standing with the elements and work in their favor in order to harness their power. Then there are goblins. This is one of the easiest race and class combos in the game. Goblins are greedy little monsters all about making as much money as possible with the smallest amount of effort. They don't really care about the world at all.
Not enough rage.
The elements are business partners who have been convinced to sign a contract which seems reasonable, but in fine print it states that the goblins can harness the powers of the elements for their own personal gain. I feel like this is kind of a bit of a stretch to make this connection, but at the end of the day, who cares? At this point, WoW class and race restrictions are really just arbitrary lines in the sand. That's all the magic will be on today. There are other subcategories, but maybe we can have those. So yeah, I'll see you guys later. Magic away!
Into my eyes. Your doom.
There are not many other races on Azeroth older than the Trolls. Before there were humans, before there were elves, Tarn, orcs, pandas, the Trolls were there.
It's too
In this
far
video,
away.
we'll talk about the rise of the most powerful empires Azeroth had ever seen, and how they became the struggling kingdoms that were easily overthrown by the other
Not ready
races
yet.
on
That
Azeroth.
ability isn't ready yet. Need more rage. I can't do that. Not ready yet.
So as far as we know, the origin of most troll culture comes from the mountains of
I
Zandalar.
can't do that.
It was
yet.
here where trolls first discovered the wild gods, which they called the Lord, primal manifestations of life in Azeroth that became the main focus of their religion. The Zandalari trolls were the most powerful group of trolls at this time, and they lived in the highest parts of the Zandalar Mountains. The villages in these mountains would slowly develop into the humongous city of Zuldazar we know today. Zandalari society was built on a class structure called a caste system, meaning that trolls are born into a position of power or destined to be a lower class without much wiggle room. It's important to point out that the Zandalari trolls are the trolliest trolls around and have a lot of respect from the other tribes. Their society is all about history, worshiping Aloha, and maintaining the holy ground their city is built on and progressing their society. Without the Zandalari, trolls as a species would have never had a chance. And over time, other tribes started to form under the shadows of the Zandalari. Tribes like the jungle trolls of the Girabashi, the forest trolls of the Amani, and the frost trolls of the Trakari. The Zandalari remained relatively peaceful with these tribes, as it was their mission to develop all of trollkind, not just themselves. Besides, they had a near infinite amount of land to share, so there was plenty to go around. Now, there was some infighting between tribes to show strength, but the problem was any conflict trolls got into with each other would only lead to heavy casualties on both sides. And besides, the trolls would need to learn to work together and fast, because there would be a very rude awakening
Out of range.
in the future.
I can't do that yet. That ability isn't ready yet.
So the trolls had almost limitless resources and land to explore, but there was one place that was forbidden. At the base of the Zandalar Mountains, there is a mound of solid black stones. The dark power of these stones were left untouched for thousands of years until an outcasted shaman by the name of Zando succumbed to the whispers of a mysterious blade that told the troll whatever was under those rocks was an undiscovered powerful Loa. To awaken whatever power was deep within him, he performed multiple living sacrifices of the blade to appease this unknown power. And I don't think anything positive has ever happened from performing live sacrifices, so unsurprisingly, it was not a Loa trapped beneath the earth. It was the old god Katraxi general named Kithix. You see, Kithix was alive back when the Titan Keepers were hanging out on Azeroth, I don't know, doing Titan Keeper things. And Kithix got into a scuffle with Tyr, and the two fought in a violent battle filled with explosions and violence that lasted 6 whole days, before Tyr delivered the final blow by self-destructing against the Katraxi.
Need more rage.
The place where this explosion happened was called Tyr's Fall. By Tyr, translates to Tyr's
That
Fall.
ability isn't ready.
But anyways, despite Tyr's noble sacrifice, Kithix survived, but was gravely wounded. Retreated to the Zandalari Mountains where he collapsed from exhaustion. The Loa sensed the single presence and buried him so he could never be awakened again. I'm sure they could have told the trolls, hey, there's a giant goddamn bug monster the size of a skyscraper in the ground, don't dig it up. But they didn't. They decided to stay vague about it, and now the trolls have a huge problem on their hands. Thus began the Aekir and Troll War, a war where the trolls had to use their combined might to fight against Kithix and the Aekir, a bug-like race formed from the organic matter of the old gods. The trolls realized they needed to do something quick, or their society would surely collapse under the old gods' might. The most powerful troll empires set aside their differences and made the most powerful partnership Azeroth has and probably will ever see. And that's the Empire of Zul. The Zandalari, Gurabashi, Amani, and Drakari tribes united under one banner to kick some major bug ass.
I'm gonna enjoy hurting you.
The Akir War lasted centuries, but ended with the Drakari, Gurabashi, and Armani tribes hunting down the retreating bugs to annihilate them for good, so they'd never be a threat again. The Armani in particular hunted down Kithix in a suicide mission that ended with a majority of the Amani trolls dead, but they slayed the demigod and became legends in troll history.
Farewell.
Because the troll tribes were now so far away from each other, they became more insular and established their own unique cultures and history, but the Zandalari Mountains remained a place of
Oh, Zul'Thara, leader of the Zandalari. I have a proposition for you.
Lei Shen, leader of the Mogu, reached out to form an alliance with the Zandalari. The two races were the most powerful forces on Azeroth at this time, and a war between them would be mutually assured destruction. So their partnership was more one of complacency. The Mogu promised a large section of Pandaria in exchange for their aid, and the Zandalari were suffering after heavy losses during the Akir War, so they partnered up with Lei Shen and the Mogu. Lei Shen was a good partner to have because he was kind of a badass. I mean, the dude literally pulled the heart out of the Titan Keeper Ra and absorbed his power and fought the wild god Zul'in in a battle that lasted 30 days. So he's definitely a guy that you want on your team. The Zandalari would accompany Lei Shen in his next conquest for power in North. The plan was to take control over the Forge of Origination. The Forge was an immensely powerful Titan Forge device that had the ability to eradicate all life on Azeroth if it became too corrupt. Lei Shen with his Mogu armies and Zul'Thara, the High Priest of the Zandalari with their troll armies, marched side by side to seize control of the Forge.
Open up the forge. Stop having it be closed.
Lei Shen said. The race called the Tol'vir were created to protect the Forge of Origination and ignored Lei Shen's orders. They quickly realized though that they didn't stand a chance against the two armies, so they decided to edit some code in the Forge of Origination and not nuke all of Azeroth, just Uldum.
Bomb has been planted. What the fuck?
Hi, guess what? It's ad time. Do you like WoW lore? Do you like getting things for free? I do. That's why I'd like to share a special deal with you. Yeah, you. Yes, I'm talking to you. If you go to audibletrial.com/plat, you can get a free audiobook. Look at all these cool Warcraft books they have on there. Wow, that's crazy. Or you could get a non-Warcraft audiobook. But the one that I'd recommend is Shadows Rising. It's the newest book, just came out. It talks about the events leading up to Shadowlands. It's voiced by Princess Talanji, and you can get it for free and support me and get a great product in the process. Just go to audibletrial.com/plat to get your 30-day free trial. That is audibletrial.com/plat. Get it. Okay, now I'm flying away in space. I'm flying away. Back to the video. The scorched land of Uldum turned into a barren desert, and Lei Shen, the high leadership of the Zandalari, and all their forces were obliterated in an instant. This sudden dismantling of leadership created a power vacuum for both empires. In the lands of Pandaria, this allowed the Pandaren to be victorious in their revolution against their slave masters. For the Zandalari, it was a scramble for power that made the wounded empire very cumbersome with their decision-making. The big question for the Zandalari was, so Lei Shen is dead, do we still get that land in Pandaria he promised?
No, not at all.
The Pandaren now ruled the lands the Zandalari were promised, so they decided to take it by force. The Zandalari Troll Wars had begun when the Trolls descended upon Pandaria and easily took over the lands of Kunlai and pushed into the Jade Forest. Victory was in reach until some random Pandaren named Zhang created the Order of the Cloud Serpents and destroyed the Zandalari armies, forcing the Trolls to retreat back to their home and lick their wounds. Okay, so 2 defeats in a row for the Zandalari. It could be better, but nothing could prepare them for the next major blow to Trolls as an entire race.
I'm out of range.
During this whole time, a small subsect of Trolls called Dark Trolls migrated to the very center of Azeroth near the Well of Eternity, a source of infinite arcane power. Over generations, the Well of Eternity would transform these Trolls into a whole different race. They developed glowing silver eyes, they lost their tusks, they stood up straight, they had 10 fingers, 10 toes, and these were not Trolls anymore. These were the first ever Kaldorei. This newly evolved race adopted their own cultures, religion, and harnessed the powers of the infinite amount of magic their society was built on. The sheer strength of the Kaldorei grew exponentially. These virtually immortal, extremely magically gifted, arcane-wielding assholes spread like a plague across Azeroth. The disjointed and barely functioning empire of Zul stood little chance against the powerful might of the Kaldorei Empire and their leader, Queen Azshara. The fact of the matter was, the elves could squash the Trolls in an instant if they wanted to. So Queen Azshara told the Trolls that if they stopped all forms of expansion of their empires, she'd let them live as a subservient to the Kaldorei Empire's rule. Imagine being a troll at this time. You are a race favored by the gods you worship. A race that has a history of being the strongest empire in existence, filled with conquest, rich cultural history, and immense pride. Then, all of a sudden, a race who were once trolls, perverted by the power of arcane magic, have the ability to easily topple your empire and absolutely humiliate you into being a complacent empire forced under the Kaldorei rule or face total annihilation. This event filled the Trolls with great resentment, a resentment that can still be felt to this day. One phrase continues to echo through every Troll's mind. Man, fuck elves. All my tribe hates elves. And what's even worse is these dumbass elves started a war that introduced demons onto Azeroth, and the war ended with the whole world exploding. Now, almost every single troll tribe was completely disconnected from each other. Thankfully, the Holy Land of the Zandalari had a trick up their sleeve. It's called plot armor, and during the sundering of the world, they had a magical shield that protected Zuldazar. But still, the heart of troll culture was now an island totally separated from every other tribe. Join me in the next video where we go over every single tribe and discover their fate after this devastating moment in Azeroth's history. And, spoilers, almost every single tribe dies in a horrible, horrible, slow, painful death.
Previously on Platinum WoW.
Come along, children. The Zandalari scalping ceremony is starting in a couple of minutes, so we need to be quick. Trolls are known for their masterful scalping.
You need something?
And now for the thrilling continuation. Student,
Go with
is
honor,
it
friend.
over?
I
No
buy and trade.
professor teaches forever, my son.
I see only darkness before me.
Farewell.
yet. Wait, hold on.
So, as I was saying, what is the jailer's favorite candy? Jelly beans. Oh my god.
What the? Allow me to introduce you to Revendreth, a realm in the Shadowlands where all sinful souls are managed. Like all realms, anima is the foundation of all life here, and it is extracted from arriving souls. Upon entering Revendreth, a sin stone is graciously given to each soul that has their name and their sins etched on the face of the tablet. Among the many graveyards of Revendreth, thousands of sin stones are carved, describing the inexcusable acts of its owners. Let's read some of these stones and see who exactly Revendreth is made for. Phelan Krastenov, once respected, admired, a noble physician. Yet Krastenov succumbed to a dark lust for knowledge and power. In his madness, thousands of innocents were tortured and slain. In his madness, their blood was used for a plague that killed thousands more. Thus, the doctor became the butcher. Madness is no excuse for the sins as grievous as these. Repentance is the only answer. Purge his greed, his lust for power, and perhaps he can be redeemed. Phaedra lived and died a hero of the shifting sands. Every time her name was spoken, it was lulled with the greatest of reverence for her bravery, her resolve, and the many lives she saved while the war against the Karaji raged on in the deserts of Silithus. And yet, envy colored her actions. She picked and chose who would live and who would die based solely on her favoritism. And the voices of those she left behind for their petty rivalries would remain forever silenced. The last soul I'll be talking about does not have a sin stone, but its duplicitous acts in life is only heard in whispers. Within the Endmire, you may catch a glimpse of the sinful soul, and that soul is Old Blanchy. Yes, the horse in Westfall has found itself here in Revendreth after her death. The sins of this steed are unknown, but the flavor text of the mount reads, "In life, Blanchy appeared to be an affectionate, well-behaved horse of excellent disposition and appetite. What evils must she have committed in secret to have earned her place among the condemned souls of Revendreth? We may never know. The point is, it matters not if you are seen as a heroic or evil person in life. What matters is if your actions are fueled by sin. And if they are, you may in fact find yourself here in this realm of anguish. But a new life doesn't just begin for arriving souls. The Venthyr have come up with inventive ways to manifest servants to do their bidding. Within the muck pools of Dredgewood, dredgers are created from clumps of mud and assist the Venthyr as personal servants who do every bidding with unwavering servitude. They also just remind me of Murdoch from the Gorillas, but that's a random aside. Other creations include the Stoneborn, Gargon, and Dreadbats. All of these are immaculately carved from stone and infused with anima to give them life so that they may serve their purpose of defending Revendreth. Please, don't hurt me! Oh, my. Now, what do we have here? You want a soul, you want a dredger, and you definitely want a Venthyr. Well, maybe one that's held his breath for far too long. So state your business. I think there was a mistake. Just please send me back to Azeroth. I'm not supposed to be here. Just send me on my way, please.
Oh, your living soul. How captivating. Nevertheless, I'm sure you'll have some anima in that blueberry body of yours, and it will serve me well. Now come along. You can mingle with all the other souls I have to cleanse.
Now that we know what type of souls enter this zone, how are they absolved of their sins? Well, a couple of ways actually. Typically, it's related to their misdeeds in life. If you are filled with avarice, you are locked away in a tomb, stuck in a room of barren stone until the accomplishments you held with abhorrent greed are nothing more than just a distant, vague memory. Those with envy will be starved of life, being put on the very breaking point of deterioration until that jealousy is humbled. But perhaps my favorite one is dread. Those that struck heartless fear to innocence are let loose into the forest ward to run for their pitiful, vulnerable, fleeting existence, filled with the same fear they struck into those while living as they are hunted for sport. All of these methods work great, but you can never get old of the classic painstaking torture. After a soul is sufficiently broken, they must go through the ritual of absolution. This is a ritual where a soul must be willing to confess to their sins, and this can sometimes take eons to prepare a soul for such a ritual. But if all goes well, you will face your final judgment in Revendreth, where you have 3 potential fates. 1, you are proven unworthy and sent to the Maw to suffer for all eternity. 2, you are fully absolved of your sins and you become one of the Venthyr. Or 3, you are returned back to the Arbiter in Oribos and sent to a different afterlife. Souls that have the privilege of becoming one of the Venthyr have the joy of serving the master of Revendreth, Sire Denathrius. It was Denathrius who first created Revendreth, and all of the Venthyr are created in his beautiful image. Denathrius' most loyal followers are the Court of Harvesters, a collection of Venthyr who have been given medallions that are immensely powerful but only hold a small fraction of their ruler's power. With these medallions, Denathrius is able to keep all eyes on what exactly goes on in his realm, giving him complete control, and he may watch as each arriving soul is slowly bent to his will.
Okay, Elf, are you ready to confess your sins, or will we have to see how long it really takes to rip that anima from your body?
All of my sins? All of them. Okay. Where do I even start? I guess I'll start at the beginning. Okay, back in Classic, I was running Zul'Gurub with my guild, and we killed the tiger boss, and the mount dropped, and our raid lead reserved it, but they didn't want to give me the Windseeker bindings back in Molten Core, so I needed the tiger, and I won the role, and then I G-quit, and I logged off, and I transferred servers right after that. But when I got to the other server, I just didn't play Classic for like 6 months, so the tiger just went to a total waste, and I totally regret what I did. Just please don't hurt me.
Wow, that was kind of messed up. I don't even know why you are here. You should be in the Maw for that. Barnabas? What is going on out there? Oh, my master! Look at his pectorals. They look even better in person. Ooh, I need an autograph.
If I'm gonna have to sneak by that guy, I'm gonna need a disguise. Blood. Welcome to the Ember Ward, a place where no Venthyr ever wants to visit. Those that go against Sire Denathrius' way are casted out to this ward of Revendreth and forced to bask under this excruciating light. The overwhelming pain Venthyr go through when exposed to this light first affects their willpower, then their mind, and lastly, their body. The ash ghouls around the ward have been exposed to this light and have deteriorated into simple-minded, feral creatures, serving as a reminder for all who dare oppose the Master of Revendreth. You might be wondering, why would anybody want to go against Sire Denathrius' rule? Well, you see, the Master has been doing nefarious things behind the scenes. When we arrive at Revendreth, it is in a great drought of anima, since there is no more arriving souls. But somehow, it gets worse. Denathrius is in league with the jailer, and has been stockpiling all of the remaining anima within Revendreth to be sent straight to the maw. Lore-wise, this is described as a super mega ultra drought. Ironically, Denathrius is fueled by the sin of greed, and who knows what his endgame plan really is. Every day, the infrastructure of Revendreth crumbles away. Its people starve, and hope for change is bleak. It's up to us, the player characters, to put a stop to this, and return Revendreth back to order with the fellow Venthyr who plan to overthrow Denathrius' rule and stop the constant draining of precious anima.
There he is, Barnabas. Put me down so I may handle him myself. At last, your time is up. Surrender now, or I will cast you into the maw myself.
You know what? No, I will not surrender. And you know why? I've been through this before. I'm a Nightborn, don't you see? I had to go through this same exact thing. Pompous regal society runs out of magic, teams up with big bad guy, casts out peasants to rot away. Peasants start a revolution and eventually defeat the pompous regal society and the big bad guy. I've been here before, I've seen this, and you know what? That shit sucks. I left Suramar for a reason, and I know whatever is in the maw is better than going through that crap again. Revendreth? More like Revena, get me out of here. And I immediately regret this decision. Well, I guess I'm gonna be stuck here for a while. Well, since I'm here, you could like the video, subscribe. That's pretty cool. Hey, look at all these Patreon people. They're cool. You could.
Where am I? What happened to me? Am I dead?
Well, sort of. Oh, okay, calm down. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Professor Arkman, and I was hired by the Ebon Blade to help you with this, transition to your new life. Well, I guess the term life doesn't really fit here, now does it?
Look, I have no idea what's going on. I was fishing in High Mountain, and then suddenly, boom, I'm dead. Where am I? What am I? And who is that?
You are at the Frozen Throne, you are a Death Knight, and that is Bolvar Fordragon. He's the one that gave you this new, chapter in your story, and don't worry, he's a good guy. Sort of. Well, you know what? His history might be pretty important for you to know. Sit tight, this is a long one. Bolvar has been kind of a big deal ever since the very beginning of WoW. During Classic, the King of Stormwind Varian was missing. His son Anduin was given the crown, and Lady Prestor and Bolvar were his advisors. And as you might know, Lady Prestor was actually the black dragon Onyxia in the skies. During almost all of Classic, Bolvar was hypnotized by Lady Prestor's dangerous, pronounced, entrenching, amulet she had around his neck that basically made him her pawn.
Be gone, son!
We help free Bolvar from this curse, and we defeat Lady Presto.
Any news from Nomraga? Pleased to meet you.
When Varian
Can I help
finally
you?
returned
Hi,
to his
how are
throne, Bolvar remained as the supreme commander of Stormwind's forces, and defended the kingdom from the Scourge invasion at the start of Wrath of the Lich King. Afterwards, he led his armies to the heart of Northrend and established Four Dragon Hold. Bolvar's mission was to stop the Scourge once and for all. Bolvar was once a soldier of Lordaeron who fought valiantly and watched as his kingdom fell. In order to protect his daughter, Talia, he sent her to Kul Tiras, so she didn't have to face the horrors of war. Defeating the Scourge meant keeping his daughter safe and enacting revenge for the life Arthas took from him. Bolvar's expedition culminated in the battle for the Wrathgate, where he fought alongside the Horde. And I can't do this cinematic justice, you just have to go watch it yourself. You got the Vicrolls going, and you got Chris Metzen, who's literally doing the same exact voice he does for Thrall, but he's doing it for Dranosh instead.
For the Horde! For the Horde! For the Horde! For the Horde!
The battle came to a dramatic crescendo when a rogue group of Forsaken apothecaries, led by an undead named Putris, bombed the Horde, Alliance, and Scourge forces with blight, causing the battle to end in a matter of seconds and a majority of the soldiers to melt away from the corrosive acid.
We're finished. No escape.
Including Bolvar, Fordragon. Alexstrasza and her red dragons seared the battlefield with cleansing flames, purifying the lands of blight and burning the corpses along with it. Bolvar's fate seemed sealed, and we carried out the rest of the expansion. That was until we scaled the Fortress of Icecrown and found what Arthas had done to the Supreme Commander. Bolvar now blurs the line between life and death. The Red Dragon's flames have burned his body beyond recognition, and now he's being tortured by the Lich King, who plans on forcing him to serve. But despite all that the Scourge had taken from Bolvar, his will remains unbroken. With the help from Tyrion, Forgeling, and the player characters, we defeat Arthas and free Bolvar from his bonds.
So be it. Champions, attack!
After Arthas is killed by the player characters, Bolvar volunteers to take his place on the Frozen Throne. There must always be a Lich King to control the Scourge, and the world of the living was not made for what Bolvar had become. The only person who knows his true fate was Tyrion, and once he was crowned with the Helm of Domination, he was no longer Bolvar. He was now the Jailer of the Damned.
Tell them only that the Lich King is dead, and that Bolvar Fordragon.
Would you like to purchase something?
With him. Now, go. Leave this place and never return.
While the players know he became the Lich King, the loading screen for Northrend was changed to this image, and let's just say people really like to make edits of it.
Seeing you.
Silence, wench. I do not wish to be horny anymore. I just want to be happy.
Here's another fun fact. In issue 3 of the World of Warcraft magazine, Chris Metzen talks about how the Wrath of the Lich King story wasn't really realized. It was only after the Wrathgate cinematic that they decided to make Bolvar the Lich King. This is because at the time, this was a pretty groundbreaking cinematic that was beloved by a lot of the fan base. And while Bolvar was in it, people like Bolvar, so hey, why don't we just write some random thing at the end of the expansion that says that there always needs to be a Lich King? But yeah, in order to keep his true fate hidden to the people of Azeroth, he kind of laid low for a couple of expansions, and he didn't really do much.
Fucking touch me!
What was that for?
Well, here's the thing. Turns out, putting on the Helm of Domination and becoming the Lich King, it kind of makes you a douchebag. During the events of Legion, it was a time of great danger. This was the Burning Legion's third invasion on Azeroth, and everyone needed to work together or Azeroth would surely be doomed. It was during Legion that Bolvar actually decided to do something and woke up. He helped the player character Death Knights get their artifact weapons and crown them as the leaders of the Ebon Blade.
Up with it. Bolvar, I understand you're the Lich King and all, but are you really gonna make that guy the commander? Shut up and just do what I say.
One of Bolvar's first plans as Lich King was to create the Four Horsemen. The Horsemen have kind of been a staple for the Scourge since Classic. In Classic, they were in Naxxramas and were defeated. In Wrath, they were also in Naxxramas and were defeated. So it seems like they have a pretty good track record, so let's do it again. But this time, they'll do it with 4 new Horsemen. The player character goes the race Nazgrim, the general of the Horde we killed in Siege of Orgrimmar, Thoris Trollbane, the king of Stromgarde, and Sally Whiteman, the High Inquisitor of the Scarlet Crusade. Finally, these horsemen would need a leader, and who better than Tyrion Fordring? Oh yeah, by the way, this happened to him at the start of Legion.
The light will...
So, he's dead now. So, you might be asking, how did we retrieve Tyrion's body if he was burnt to a crisp and then dropped in fell lava? I don't know. But what I do know is Bolvar wants his corpse by whatever means necessary. His philosophy was that sacrifices were needed if we were to defeat the Legion. And well, Tyrion's body was protected by the Light's Hope's chapel and guarded by the most righteous of paladins. And like I said, sacrifices were needed if we wanted to defeat the Legion.
Death Knight Salacrus! The Death March begins!
So the player characters, Darian Mograine, and their Death Knight friends brute force their way into the chapel, kill a shit ton of paladins, which is very counterintuitive, isn't it? Surely these paladins they are slaughtering are pretty critical members in defending Azeroth, right? The whole thing becomes pointless anyways, because Lady Liadrin comes to save the day and fills the room with holy light, and the Death Knights make their retreat into a Death Gate. Bolvar thought Darian did a really good job during this battle, so he just makes him the leader of the 4 Horsemen instead. Now that all 4 have been assembled, they honestly do nothing for the rest of the expansion, and they still really haven't done anything meaningful. Later in the expansion, Bolvar has a vision of some kick-ass dragon corpse somewhere in Northrend, and the player character has to go find it. In order to find more information, you strangle a gnome in Limrus Temple and then get kicked out for being an asshole. Then you go to Ruby Sanctum to find some recorded history of this mysterious dragon. Now, you don't have to kill all the dragons here, but there is an achievement if you do, and if you slaughter them all, Bolvar will say,
"You are empty inside, just like me."
Damn, bro, that's edgy. You gather the information and then raise the dragon. So as you can tell, Bolvar has changed a lot since he put on the helm. The world of the living is not something that he hates, per se. It's more like he just doesn't really care about their problems and does whatever he wants. This behavior continues in BFA when Talanji, Bane, and the Spirit of Vol'jin were searching for what compelled Vol'jin to make Sylvanas war chief. Bolvar basically says, Sylvanas probably did it, now please, for the love of God, stop bothering me. And he summons a bunch of Scourge to scare them away. And after the Fourth War, Bolvar deemed it appropriate to raise a new generation of Death Knights. And that's where you come in, actually. As you know, you didn't really have a choice in the matter, and now you have to deal with the burden of protecting Azeroth, and also having virtually everybody hate you in the process.
I don't get it. This sucks. I wish I just stayed dead.
Oh, don't worry. It gets worse. Give me a second. Ah! Here we go. My trusty temporal discombobulator. Chromie gave it to me. It allows me to travel through time with just a click of this button.
I don't understand. Why do you need that?
Well, you'll be surprised what happens in a couple of months.
I don't get it. Was Bolvar really just this weak the whole time?
No, not exactly. It was more like the battle was a testament to how strong Sylvanas really was. Bolvar is strong, but
You got my
Sylvanas is just
attention.
exceptionally stronger.
Well, that sucks.
Yep. And now it's your job to travel to the dimension of death and stop her once and for all. Don't worry, Bolvar is still here, and he's a nice guy again, and is going to help us get revenge on Sylvanas. Also, his daughter, Talia, just found out her father is alive, so something might happen with that.
Professor Arklin?
Yes?
I'll be brutally honest. I just want to go fishing again. I'm not made for all this adventurer stuff.
You know what? Honestly, same. Dire Maul is in a league of its own when it comes to lore. Many of the dungeons we have already covered are just minor little tidbits of lore that deal with zombies or some other random enemies. Dire Maul, on the other hand, it's filled with thousands of years of history, with cataclysmic events like demon invasions and the shattering of the world. Dramatic is an understatement. So let's trace this ancient city back to its noble origins, and to fully comprehend it, let's lay down some groundwork.
Serve Ajara, pirates, and rejoice.
Our story starts with Queen Ajara. She was born into royalty and had glowing golden eyes, a sign of greatness in elven society, and also bestowed an innate magical talent. She was perfect in every way, and during the coronation ceremony that lasted days, she was showered with gifts by the people, and Xavius, one of her most loyal fuckboys, gave her a beautiful scepter that she held up to the sky. The shimmering crystals and her own natural beauty were such a sight to behold, it made everyone cry. Oh, Violoon, she's just so beautiful. No, I'm not making that up. The Highborn are the upper class of Night Elf civilization, and were favored by Queen Ajara, and were also magically gifted individuals. A group of these Highborn were called the Shendralar. The Shendralar were some of the most gifted arcanists who were tasked with protecting Ashara's tomes. They established a city called Eldrathalas in Kalimdor's southern jungle, and was led by Prince Torthelger. Eldrathlos is Dire Maul before it was turned into the ruined city we know of today, but we still have some history to go over to discover how this kingdom fell from grace. There was this thing called the Well of Eternity. It was a giant pool of energy that gave the Kaldorei their immortality and limitless magical power. Ashara and her group of followers grew obsessive over the well and used its power to cleanse the world and make it perfect in their eyes.
Oh my god, I love you so much, Ashara! Let's take over the world! Let's do it!
This meddling with extremely powerful magic caught the attention of some outside forces.
Hey guys, what you doing?
Sargeras, the fallen titan, commander of the Burning Legion, and basically the devil of the Warcraft universe, grew interested in forming a mutually beneficial relationship with Ashara and convinced her to use the power of the Well of Eternity to summon demons and eventually himself so that they could take over Azeroth, thus launching the War of the Ancients, which was demons versus night elves and a bunch of demigods. Many Highborn followed in Ashara's footsteps and allied themselves with the Burning Legion. But the elves
Making
of
a special
Chandrilar
purchase?
were not. They were kind of left in the dark about all this stuff because they were just so far away from the Well of Eternity from the rest of their Highborn friends. So for them, it was just a normal day, and then boom, thousands of demons suddenly at their doorstep wanting to murder them. This sudden attack was devastating to the Chandrilar, but somehow, it got even worse. So I'd like to give an apology to all of my lore nerds. This is a super simplified ending of the War of the Ancients. It's really complicated. It deals with time travel and dragons, and there's just a whole book written about this, so I'm just giving you the information that you need so we can keep talking about Dire Maul. At the very peak of the conflict during the War of the Ancients, Ashara was in the middle of turning the Well of Eternity into a portal to summon Sargeras to Azeroth and bring the world to its knees.
Why you took me off the motherfucking schedule with your trifling, dirty, white, racist ass, you big fat bitch, oompa loompa body ass bitch. I'm coming up there and I'm gonna beat the fuck out of you, bitch.
The leaders of the Kaldorei resistance, Tyrande, Malfurion, and Illidan, stopped Ashara just as she was about to summon Sargeras, and she left to go save her Highborn friends from the explosion that would be one of the biggest events in Warcraft history. Stopping the summoning of Sargeras destroyed the well, and it was cataclysmic. The world was fragmented by the explosion, and Azeroth was changed forever. Whew. Well, now that that demon invasion is over, we can finally relax and... So the poor Chandrilar, a group of innocent Highborn just trying to read some books in peace, barely survived a demon invasion, and then all of a sudden earthquakes, tsunamis, and other natural disasters hit their city. Thortheldrin and his allies channeled a giant shield to protect the city from total destruction. Wow, good job guys, we did it. I just don't feel so good. Oh, but it gets worse for the Chandrilar. The Well of Eternity is what gave them power, and arcane magic is like a drug where its users become reliant on it, and without it, they're no longer immortal, they can't use magic, and will eventually be starved of mana and go insane and probably die. So Thortheldrin needed to think fast, or the few remaining people of his kingdom would die out in a slow, painful death. A plan was put into motion. Summon the demon called Imulthar and construct pylons around the city to create a force field to contain the beast and siphon its magical fell energy to satiate his people's hunger. Finally, they could feel that overwhelming, invigorating, and addictive power of magic once again, and the first hit was just like...
Thank you so much for watching Platinum's video.
That stuff was good. and the few Chandrilar that remained could live in isolated peace for the time being. This worked for thousands and thousands of years until the cost to keep Emilthar bound grew higher and higher, and eventually it overshadowed the rate at which energy could be siphoned and distributed. So Tortheldrin needed to think fast, or the demon would escape, or his people would slowly starve once again. His solution? Just start killing some people. Tortheldrin and his most loyal followers thinned out the population so they could continue to satiate their magic addiction. The Chandrilar population was even smaller now, hiding in the darkest depths of their decrepit city and allowing creatures from the surrounding jungles to inhabit their abandoned shell of an elven society. In the Capital Garden section of Dire Maul, spirits of the Highborn that were killed in the name of magical greed still haunt their ways through the city. Some of these spirits even have names, like Ileana Ravenclaw, who was one of the best hunters of Eldritch Halas. When Tortheldrin commanded her to cull the city, she refused. So, something had to be done. Magister Calendris was blindly loyal to his prince and willingly killed many unsuspecting victims, but was wounded in the process and died. Tendris Warpwood, a corrupted ancient, blocks our path, but we can kill him and then venture further down into the catacombs of the Capital Gardens, where we can disable the rest of the pylons that kill Ilmafar because demons are bad, and then head down to find the remaining three Chandrilar and their comically sized tables. Lore-wise, it's the Horde that killed Tortheldrin, and then 2 years later, a night elf named Mordrent Evenshade shows up to Dire Maul and helps the remaining Chandrilar to be integrated into night elf society. That's the end of the story for the Chandrilar, but there's still 2 wings of Dire Maul with their own unique stories. Just because the Chandrilar are gone doesn't mean that Dire Maul is empty. No. If we hop over to the Warpwood Quarter, we can find a lot more enemies to face. This is where we get to play the fun drinking game where we take a shot every time we run into a character that is corrupted or deals with corruption. When I say corrupted, that's just Blizzard's fancy way of saying that they are bad guys. This domain of Dire Maul is controlled by a satyr named Zevran Gorlock. His method of harnessing power is sacrificing people on his altar and using their energy to corrupt the life and plant life around it. At the entrance, one of Zevran's minions, Pusillanimous, leads us down into the depths of the quarter. His name is short for
Pusillanimous,
which means cowardly. In the depths of the dungeon, we'll quickly realize we aren't the only adventurers here either. There's a Blood Elf Warlock here, and her name is Latendris, and she's looking to capture these corrupted energies within the quarter with a device called Latendris' Web. Delve further down and we'll find Hydraspawn, a water elemental that is corrupted. And then we can kill Zevran Thornhoof ourselves. Unfortunately, the footage I have of him here is corrupted. The Warpwood Quarter of Eldritch Halas was a place to study botany, and there is this beautiful part of the dungeon called the Conservatory, where we can find Old Ironbark. He was corrupted, but since Zevran is dead, he's nice again. So he'll wander over and open the giant door for us. Oh, okay. And he's dead. Anywho, we can face the last boss called Alzin the Wild Shaper, who has the Shrine of Elgin Fire as his base of operations for his grand mission of corrupting all of Feralus with the power of his corrupted ancients. But that plan obviously didn't turn out because we killed him. And that's pretty much the Warpwood Quarter. Not much story with this section, and it can basically just be boiled down to satyrs are here corrupting stuff, but it's interesting nonetheless. So now the game's over. How are you feeling?
I don't feel so good.
Perfect. Now we can go to the last, but certainly not least, section of Dire Maul, called the Gordok Commons, where there's a clan of ogres that have set up their base. The Gorduni ogres are founded on backstabbing and purity. To become the king of the clan, all you need to do is kill the current king. King Gordok and his advisor Showrush are the current leaders of the clan, and seem to be leading it with an iron fist, have a considerable amount of guards between them and whoever dares enter their kingdom. When this is all official lore. The first guard we run into is Moldar, who is convinced the king gave him enchanted gauntlets that have empowered him to be the arm wrestling champion for 6 years running. The truth of the matter is that the king just threw him in the trap. The next boss is Stomper Creek. He's drunk. Fengus was told by Cho Rush that he'd meet his mate while on patrol, so now he spends every waking moment patrolling around his quarter of the commons, looking for his cutie GF. Slipkick is a sneaky little ogre that knows he is not as strong as King Gordok, but he attempts to dethrone him by setting traps to kill him. But it hasn't worked yet. Captain Cromcrush is a guard that is infamously easy to anchor. He has little patience for those who talk about his affair with a gnoll long, long ago.
Oh shit, I'm sorry. Sorry for what? Our daddy taught us not to be ashamed of our kicks, especially since they're such good size and all. Yeah, I see that. Your daddy gave you good advice. It gets bigger when I pull on it.
At the Gordok seat, we can fight King Gordok and his advisor, Cho Rush. Cho Rush was appointed the advisor position because, well, 2 heads seem better than 1 for the job, and King Gordok wasn't wrong when making this decision. Ogres with 2 heads are a very rare sight, and are typically a mutation from arcane magic, and they make for exceptional mages. The naming conventions of 2-headed ogres is just both of their names put together. So this is Cho, and this is Rush. Lore-wise, it's the Horde once again that venture into the Gordok Commons to see if they can adopt the clan into their society like they have other ogre clans. But King Gordok is A, would rather stay in his kingdom called power, B, just too tired to leave Dire Maul, C, just doesn't really feel like it, or D, guess what? He's corrupted! Now, come along, children. The Zandalari scalping ceremony is starting in a couple of minutes, so we need to be quick. But Mr. Arklid, what are those trolls doing over there? What? Oh, those are the Gurbashi. They're being mind-controlled against their will. You know, normal stuff. You know what? Let me see. I suppose we have some time to explain this embarrassing excuse for a tribe. Gather around, children. Our story starts 1,500 years ago in the lands of Stranglefoot. This dense jungle is where the Gurbashi tribe lived. They were once a booming empire during the Trolls' reign on Azeroth, but since the Sundering, they've remained in the jungles of Stranglethorn and the surrounding islands. But this tropical life wasn't sipping pina coladas and enjoying a nice day at the beach. Instead, life was about getting caught in the rain, having your friends get mauled by tigers, and not eating for the past 3 days. It sucked. The trolls turned to aid of some mysterious god called Hakar the Soulflare. The priests that worshipped him were called the Hakari, and in exchange for sacrificed souls, he'd bestow the trolls with his power. In hindsight, fueling a mysterious god with living sacrifices doesn't seem like a good idea, but it was kind of the trolls' only option, until eventually he demanded to be summoned into the physical world so that he may feast on the blood of his victims firsthand. Those victims being every creature on Azeroth, including the trolls that worship him. The majority of the Hakari were like, "This is a mistake!" But a fanatical group called the Autalai worked on summoning the Soulflare. The Gurbashi, with the help of the Zandalari, kicked out not only the Autalai priests, but also a lot of the less fanatical Hakari, and the priests went to go make a temple to continue their worship in the Swamp of Sorrows. After this bloody civil war, the Gurubashi tribe was split into 4 different entities that battled over control of the jungle. One remained as the Gurubashi tribe, but you also have the Blood Scalp, the Skull Splitters, and the Dark Spear. Conveniently, the Blood Scalp and Skull Splitters colored their hair red and blue so we could tell them apart, and the Dark Spear, well, they were a tribe of the biggest betas in all of Stranglethorn. Their small size and peaceful nature made them easy targets for the other tribes, and their history was filled with famine and brutal losses in battle. Eventually, the tribe sailed on to eventually joined the Horde. Them migrating actually happened after the Dark Portal was opened, so hundreds and hundreds of years in the future, but I just wanted to mention it now to make the video smooth. Make the story time go smoother. Anyways, hundreds of years pass, and the humans of Stormwind want to expand their kingdom. At this time, Barathan Rin was the king of Stormwind, and his tactic was just to have a bunch of troops set up camps in Stranglethorn and just turtle up like it's a game of horse on gold. Barathan thought that this would be the best non-aggressive tactic, and the trolls would kind of just let them begrudgingly stay there, but that was definitely not the case. Troll raiding parties grew larger and larger, and eventually they'd even slip past between the fences and raid their settlements. So what was Barathan Rin's response to this? Just keep playing defensively, guys. We got this. Spoilers, they did not have it. Prince Lane grew more and more frustrated with his father's non-aggressive approach and strongly advocated the humans bring the fight to the trolls before more innocents died. The breaking point was when a troll raiding party breached into the farmlands of what burned down a total of 3 towns to the ground. Eventually, the trolls would be killed off, but it was clear that something needed to change. Intelligent nobles and came up with a plan. Hello, citizens of Stormwind. I have decided in order to stop these invading savages reaching our lands, we must continue to play defensively and let the trolls bully us. Thank you. Prince Lane livid with his father's decision, so he decided to take matters into his own hands. Behind his father's back, Prince Lane worked with Anduin Lothar, commander of the Alliance, and Medivh, and ventured into Stranglethorn to end this war once and for all. Now, here's the deal. Medivh is powerful. Like, powerful. Like, he's the chosen one who should be protecting the whole world from catastrophic events. This whole petty war between trolls and humans was far below what he was destined to do. So when the 3 of them snuck into Stranglethorn, he just fucking destroyed the trolls and their leader. Lothar didn't know Medivh was that powerful, and the 3 of them dusted off their hands and went back to Stormwind. The job here is done. But you guys didn't do anything. Yep, but the Gurubashi were not going to take this beating just lying down. Shortly after, an overwhelming army of trolls pushed forward to the gates of Stormwind. Prince Lane confessed to his father what he and his 2 allies did behind his back, and the king made the honorable decision to not to play defensively for once, and blindly charged into the heart of the troll army to kill their leader, and died in the process. Prince Lane felt like he was responsible for another get-out-of-jail-free card, and Medivh agreed. And then all the trolls got utterly destroyed. But I'd just like to say, the Gurubashi probably could have won if the humans didn't have I don't know, the Warcraft version of Superman on their team, so I think it's a bit unbalanced. 70 years or so pass, the Dark Portal is open, and the Gurabashi finally get the taste of victory. The Bleeding Hollow clan attempted to take over Stranglethorn, but surprisingly the trolls pushed them out. Which I know, amazing, the trolls actually have the ability to win a war. So let me just... There we go. Anyways, where was I? Cut the Classic and the Gurabashi are still weak and decide, you know what, just fuck it, bro. We're just gonna worship Hakar. Players go in, we kill a bunch of trolls and Hakar. Then in Cataclysm, one boss named Jindo the Hexer enslaves Hakar and renames himself into Jindo
the Godbreaker.
Of course, we kill him, and over time the Gurabashi have just been whittled down more and more. A witch doctor by the name of Uljamba had a vision of the Zandalari Empire's downfall. This vision was false, by the way. So, in preparation for this doomsday event, he enslaved the remaining Gurabashi trolls and found refuge in Zandalar and used them for slave labor to stockpile rations of food. Horde players put a stop to this and massacre the Gurabashi trolls, who are basically used as cannon fodder. And that's the Gurabashi, which is pretty depressing, isn't it, kids? I know. So, come along, we don't want to be late. I hear if we get front row for the scalping ceremony, we might even be in the bloody splash zone. Whew, that will be exciting. So, Mr. Arkland, is there any happy story about the trolls? What? I mean, of course, probably. Let me see. No. No, no, definitely not. No. Okay, here's one. This is the story of the Moss Flayer tribe. Back during the Second War, a lot of forest trolls allied with the Horde. The Horde at this time was an extremely powerful but also extremely volatile faction, filled with backstabbing and conflicting ideals. So after the war, many of the trolls broke off from the Horde and preferred to stay very isolationist and kill any other race on sight. And this is what the Moss Flayers did. This tribe of trolls was on the border of the human lands of Lordaeron, and during the Third War, it was absolutely ravaged by the plague of undeath. Other races would see this as a great threat that would surely come for them as well, but the trolls saw an amazing opportunity. So while the kingdom of Lordaeron was battered and bruised, the Moss Flayers were on the sidelines, poking them with a stick to ensure the Pigskin's downfall. And while the plague didn't have an effect on the trolls, it was hard to deny that it did have an effect on their environment and the creatures within it. Unfortunately, a troll hunting party killed some animals and feasted on their flesh, which was cursed by a lich that turned them all into undead. So the plague-infected rodent doesn't work on trolls. First bare ass, now that works on trolls. And a troll named Pamir was now a slave to this mysterious lich and was compelled to return back to the Moss Flayer's home of Zul Mashar and infect his whole tribe. During Classic, the encampment is filled with shallow graves, signifying that the Moss Flayers were easily brought to their knees by this infectious disease. Come to think of it, wow, that isn't happy at all. Well, down south a bit, there is the Reventusk and Wildbranch. The Reventusk have actually remained allies with the Horde, which gives the Horde a foothold in the hinterlands and the trolls a ridiculous amount of firepower. The problem is, the Reventusk are seen as cowards for bending a knee to such disgusting Horde filth, and the fanatical Wildbranch tribe has taken a liking to kidnapping these trolls and using them for sacrifices. But since the Reventusk are allies with the player character, of course the Wildbranch gets annihilated. And yeah, I guess that's the happiest troll story in history, so... Ooh, that's High Speaker Malacross. He's the last Drakari troll in all of Azeroth. and he's also the greatest, with good reason. The Drakari was once an immensely powerful empire located in what we'd eventually call Northrend. The empire was well known for their strong connection to the Loa and established the lands of Zul'Trak, which was filled with monolithic temples and complex aqueducts. The Drakari lived in relative peace for thousands of years, but we all know these trolls were not the only residents in Northrend. During the wrath of the Lich King, Arthas and his Scourge armies were at full force, and the undead threat eclipsed over the Drakari's once mighty empire. Don't get me wrong, the Drakari Empire was strong, but at the end of the day, it was a bunch of trolls with sticks fighting against a floating necropolis that can shoot laser beams. The first Drakari fortress to fall was Draktheron Keep, which is now infested with the Lich King's undead minions. At the end of the dungeon, there is a troll named Drakaru who betrays his people, and the Lich King grants him power which makes him big and scary. But meanwhile, us as the player characters kind of just awkwardly watch while this whole event is happening and we don't really do anything about it. But despite the keep being easily disposed of, the Drakari would not give up that easily. Deep within the capital of Gundrak, fanatical prophets have begun sacrificing their own gods for untold power. A power that is the only thing stopping the trolls from being fully consumed by the might of the Scourge.
Who needs gods when we are gods?
I'm the literal fucking god.
These trolls are now fueled with incredible, unmatched strength, and in their hubris, they warred with not only the Scourge, but also the Argent Dawn and the Ebon Blade, who didn't want to kill the trolls. They just want to kill the Scourge just like the Drakari, and this is the biggest mistake the Drakari ever made, because this means that they're at war with the player character, and we haven't lost in 15 goddamn years. So we go into Gundrak, and before we talk about anything, we need to talk about the tail. Since this dungeon's inception, players have talked about this gigantic snake tail. Whose tail is it? How did it get here? Why is it here? Well, at BlizzCon 2011, we got an answer from Chris Metzen himself.
If you look over the cliff, there's a big wiggly snake tail. So I brought a screenshot of it. I blew it up.
That's the first sign of the return of the Titans. And Medivh will be them.
The forums will be holding
and
you to that.
Thrall is going to leave Agra and start Jaina. I don't know what the hell that snake thing is, but it's kind of cool.
Okay, well, I guess it's just there to look cool. So, let's go kill some crazy trolls.
1,000 fangs gonna rend your flesh.
Get ready for something much bigger. I'm gonna spill your guts.
I'm literal fucking dead.
The Drakari's downfall in Wrath of the Lich King is probably the biggest troll downfall in the history of Azeroth. In BFA, there's exactly one Drakari alive named Malakraz. One single troll who has to carry the weight of his fallen empire, alone, longing for the snowy mountains of Northrend, where his people once lived in peace. But you know what, kids? Maybe a lesson can be learned about all these stories. You know, in this crazy world of Azeroth, filled with an endless amount of things wanting to kill you, we need each other. Being alone and unaccepting of others only leads to your downfall. Our differences are our biggest strength, and if we just use the power of friendship, we can defeat the forces of evil once and for all.
Welcome one and all to the annual scalping ceremony. A ceremony
where we will show that the troll empires will never bend a knee for others. And to start this ceremony, we shall begin with the non-believers.
Pay close attention, kids. Trolls are known for their masterful scalping. But what I need from you right now is for you to say it, and I also need, like, you to go on full cam so I can get your face too.
And what do you want
then
me to
if
say?
you could just, like, look to the left a little bit, and then say your line.
So to the Platinum Wild.
The Eridar are the oldest race in the Warcraft universe. They are pretty much immortal, extremely technologically advanced, and magically gifted. They were perfect, except for one catastrophic flaw. An insatiable greed for power. And this greed led them down a dark path and ultimately doomed not only their race, but the entire Warcraft universe into an intergalactic war. I'll explain how that happened, just let me set the scene first. Long, long ago, the Eridar lived on the planet of Argus. They were an extremely technologically advanced race which used the powers of the arcane and light to develop their society. Among the Eridar, art, science, magic, and technology all work together in a symbiotic relationship. Above all else, intelligence and discovery was the crux of the Eridar society. The leaders of the knowledge-seeking race were Kil'jaeden and Velen. Both of them ruled the Eridar alongside each other in an alliance called the Second Duumvirate. These two had the biggest bromance in all of Warcraft, as they had the ability to telepathically communicate with each other. Kil'jaeden was known for his intelligence, while Velen was the spiritual leader of the Eridar, who had the ability to see into the future. Long ago, a strange curse started to spread across Argus, which diminished the Eridar's memories. The Eridar prided themselves on their intelligence, so there was no curse as devastating as this. Some suggested quarantining these cursed citizens, or even banishing them. But Velen refused to turn his back on his people. With an artifact called Ture, which conveniently fell from the sky sometime prior, Velen called upon its ancient Naru powers to cure his people of this great ailment. You, what is 9 plus 10? 21? Incorrect. May the Naru bless you. The Naru that granted him this artifact are benevolent beings made of pure light that had chosen the Eridar and bestowed them with great artifacts to enhance their magical capabilities. But for some, this power was not enough. An Eridar sorcerer called Thalkil led an order called the Wakeners. These highly sophisticated magi are the ones responsible for empowering arcane constructs around Argus, among other forms of conjuration. But this power was not enough to satisfy Thalkil's hunger. The sorcerer searched through the great dark beyond for an even greater power. In his pursuit, he was able to hone in on the power of fell magic and learn to summon demonic creatures from the twisting nether. In hopes of ushering in a new, glorious age for the Eridar, Thalkil displayed his newfound powers to the leaders of Argus.
Here's a small taste of my fell magic.
Velen denounced Thalkil's dangerous experiments with such violent powers and forbade him from ever using such magics again. Of course, Thalkil did not do that. No longer did the sorcerer control the powers of Vel. Now, the addictive powers controlled him. For weeks, Thalkil went mad within his study. The Eridar did not sleep nor eat, and only focused on his pursuit of summoning hordes of demons onto the planet of Argus. Thalkil recruited the help of his fellow Awakeners so that he could assert himself as the new ruler of Argus. Most of, if not all, of his followers assisted in their master's pursuit. All except one. Archimonde was one of Thalkil's acolytes, and revealed his dubious plans of demonic takeover to Velen and Kil'jaeden, and promised to put an end to his master's dangerous pursuit. The Magi's betrayal would be a surprising one, as he was one of Thalkil's brightest pupils. The night before the planned demonic takeover, Archimonde led a small group of Magi and put a stop to his master before it was too late.
Hello, are you ready for demonic takeover? Hello, Archimonde?
I eagerly await your agonized screams! The Legion's will be done! Nothing you have done here matters, mortal.
Well met.
We are infinite. We are Legion.
Archimonde was a champion of his people for the evil he had destroyed, and Kil'jaeden and Velen developed a deep respect for his selflessness. They had so much respect that Archimonde eventually led the Eridar alongside them in an alliance called the Triumvirate. The trio led the Eridar in a practically flawless manner. Kil'jaeden was known for his brilliant genius, Velen his immense wisdom and compassion, and finally, Archimonde and his unwavering drive for greatness. The Awakeners were taken over by a new leader called High Awakener Argon, who delved into the mystery of soul binding and learned how to imbue ancient Eridar souls into mechanical constructs. And it's like, look, dude, if you can turn my grandpa into a giant robot, that's badass. Just don't go summoning demons again, thank you. But meanwhile, Archimonde plotted devilishly in secret. You see, Archimonde did not kill his master because he hated demons. In fact, he was quite fond of the power of fell magic and craved such immense power for himself. Archimonde had his master's skull displayed in his domicile, letting it be a warning for all who would dare follow in Thalkil's footsteps. In truth, he used the power of his master's skull as a conduit to gain an even greater understanding of fell magic. As the Eridar slept, he would have vivid dreams of entire civilizations being brought to their knees by a glorious army and whispers from a dark god of unimaginable strength.
Behold the power of the Legion.
Years passed, and deep within the cosmos, the Dark Titan Sargeras controlled the powerful might of his demonic forces. The problem was, all of these demons were very stupid and lacked the ability to lead themselves, and Sargeras could not direct all of his entire army at once. This is what led Sargeras in having a great interest in the highly intelligent race of the Eridar, who could be used as generals to lead the Legion in their burning crusade. But in order to convince them, he could not do it by force. Instead, he focused on deception and appeared to the Triumvirate in the form of a radiant, elegant being promising unimaginable power.
Swear loyalty to me. Pledge the hearts of your people to my cause.
That ability isn't
Say no
ready
more,
yet.
mysterious
I
god.
can't
I
do that
pledge
yet.
myself
Not
to
ready
you.
yet. That ability isn't ready yet.
Speaking it.
Not ready yet. That ability isn't ready yet. Need more rage. I can't do that yet. That ability isn't ready yet. Not ready yet. I can't do that yet. Not ready yet. I can't do that yet. That ability isn't ready yet. I can't do that yet. That ability isn't ready yet. Not ready yet. That ability isn't ready yet. I can't do that yet. Not ready yet. That ability isn't
The
ready
answer
yet.
is
Not ready
obvious.
yet. I can't do
Question
that yet.
anything that random god just said and pledge our loyalty.
It is little enough to ask for what he offers us. I had hoped others would sense the darkness behind Sargeras' words, but they were blinded by that vanity there, hunger for power.
Ability isn't ready yet. I can't do that.
It showed me the horrible truth of what would come to pass if we accepted the Titan's offer. We would be transformed not into wise leaders, but into hateful monsters.
The Atamal crystal was an ancient relic that Naru gave the Eridar a long, long time ago, and told Velen of the horrors to come if the Eridar accepted Sargeras' gift. Velen tried to warn the others of this obvious trap they were walking into, but they didn't really care. They just wanted to be powerful. The Naru Kure told Velen, "Yo, dude, you need to get the fuck out of here," and that he needed to gather as many followers as possible and the Naru would help them escape. So, Velen rallied his people that only consisted of Eridar in the hundreds, only hundreds, on the entire planet of Argus. The rest of the Eridar either willingly accepted the power, or the power was just forced upon them. One of the Eridar that accepted Sargeras' power was a sorcerer named Talgath. Talgath was a close friend of Velen, who was supposed to help rescue the Prophet's family. Instead, Talgath betrayed him and transformed Velen's son into a weapon of the Legion. With a heavy heart, Velen and his people quickly gathered to flee the world of Argus, which now fell into the hands of corruption.
I will hunt you across the stars, traitor! Even if it takes 1,000 years!
The refugees flew away on a Naru spaceship called the Genidar. The Atamal crystal that Velen had was destroyed and turned into... I can't even make this sound. They turned into the Chaos Emerald from Sonic. No, I'm not kidding. The Atamal crystal blew up into 7 crystals, all different colors of the rainbow, and they're extremely powerful.
Where's that damn 4th Chaos Emerald?
The fleeing Eridar renamed themselves into the Draenei, which means the exiled ones in their own tongue. Their corrupted kin back on Argus were called the Minari Eridar. The word Minari means something horrifically wrong, something twisted and unnatural and defiled. For an undisclosed amount of time, the Genidar flew through the cosmos, visiting dozens of planets and hiding from the wrath of the Legion. At some point in time, the Genidar split into 2 different ships. One continued to be called the Genidar, and the other was the Xenidar. The Draenei on the Xenidar are the Draenei who would eventually become the Lightforged Draenei, who are just Draenei, but cooler and imbued with the powers of the light. I would go into more detail about their lore, but really it's just, they fight demons, the end. Kil'jaeden and Archimonde were transformed into the most powerful generals in all of the Legion. Archimonde was tasked with being Sargeras' military commander, and by his will, numerous worlds fell to the might of the Legion. The Overlord still used the power of his previous master's skull as an incredibly effective weapon against his enemies. Kil'jaeden was tasked with seeking out other races within the Great Dark Beyond to corrupt. The most notable victims he recruited into the Legion were the vampiric race of the Nathrezim and the mighty Pit Lords.
What can I do for you? See you around.
Another way the Legion was able to bolster their ranks is through demonic warping of the Eridar. This includes creatures like Wrathguards, Eridar Brutes, Doom Maidens, and the most horrific creature of all, the Urzul,
Light be
which were
with you.
created by combining multiple tormented bodies and souls of the Eredar into these warped, hellish creatures. Argus was transformed into a barren, fel-infused wasteland, and Sargeras ordered the construction of a temple of darkness built into the planet's core, and the world would serve as the army's base of operations in their burning crusade to destroy all life in the universe. With the Minari Eredar corrupted and driving the overwhelming might of the Legion, they became an unstoppable force in the Warcraft universe, and a good majority of all of the bad stuff that happens in the universe afterwards leads back to them. Corrupting the orcs and destroying Draenor? Legion's fault. The sundering of the world? The Legion's fault. The creation of the Lich King? Legion's fault. The destruction of the World Tree? Legion's fault. Bots in Classic WoW? Legion's fault. The ad in this video right now? Legion's fault. The giant sword in Azeroth? Well, that happened after the Legion was defeated, but still, Legion's fault. And yes, the Legion was eventually defeated in the Legion expansion, but their catastrophic events on the universe still have effects on Azeroth to this day, and who's to say they won't return again? And do you know who we have to blame for all this? The Eredar. You know, if they just chilled out for a second and considered the consequences of accepting Sargeras' gift and listened to what Velen had to say, we would not be in this mess. So thanks, guys. No, but seriously, thank you, because the Legion is one of the coolest things in World of Warcraft, and I'm gonna join them. In Sargeras' name, I pledge my soul to you. Also, like and subscribe. I'm flying away.
Corrupt souls are so easily harvested.
Previously on Draenei lore, Sargeras coerced a large majority of the Eredar into accepting his demonic power, and they all turned into demons except for a small group called the Draenei, led by Prophet Velen. The group of refugees got in a magical spaceship given to them by the Naru, and they escaped into the cosmos. They traveled in their spaceship until they found a world called Exile's Refuge, also known as Draenor.
Where did the lights go?
Hataru, please tell me you know how to fix this. The Draenei's arrival into Draenor was anything but smooth. They had been traveling around the cosmos, visiting dozens of planets, and in that time, they started to run out of fuel. The Naru Kure, Dore, and Kara powered the ship, and Kara was completely drained of its power. When the Naru lose their power, they enter the void state of their life cycle, and its chaotic energies would only spell disaster for the other Naru and Draenei on the ship. So Velen, he did what he had to do, and he shot that bitch into space! Alright everyone, crisis averted, now we can... Pull up, pull up, pull up! The Draenei had quite the unfortunate arrival when they crash-landed on Draenor. On impact, one of the other Naru, Dore, was killed, as well as some of the other Draenei passengers. The Genedar was left a powerless husk of a ship, and the last living Naru, Kure, told the Draenei to leave the ship as fast as possible, because it too would eventually morph into the void state of its life cycle. And so, the Draenei set forth on this strange new land filled with wonder and mystery. But shooting that Naru out of the spaceship had sapped a lot of Velen's energy. The Prophet was known for his ability to see into the future, but without the Naru's help, it would be foolish for him to lead his people all by himself. Instead, Velen helped organize a group called the Council of Exarchs to help guide the different aspects of Draenei culture. First was the Rangari, scouts who would explore Draenor and relay information to the rest of their people, led by a Draenei named Niele. Next, the Artificers, engineers who built armor, weapons, and fortifications for their settlements. Their leader was Hataru, a brilliant crafter in his own right, who learned how to harness the power of Arcanite crystals. The Vindicators served as holy warriors of the Draenei, who stood at the front lines of combat, and were led by none other than Akama. Lastly was the Shatari, led by a priest named Othar, and they, just prayed a lot and talked to dead people. Yep, these four pillars of Draenei society led their people deep into Draenor, and built a foothold and planned their next steps in securing a bright future for the nomadic race. The first glorious city built by the Draenei was called Shatrath City, also known as Dwelling of Light. The Draenei capital became the heart of the race's culture and religion. But how did they build this giant city in 5 years? I don't know. Velen probably had creative mode on or something, but that's off topic. The next thing they built was the Temple of Auchindoun, and they took the body of the Naru Dore and put it inside, and the Draenei souls who were attracted to it populated the city. You're probably wondering, what did the orcs think of these extraterrestrial alien goat people that landed on their planet? Well, to be honest, for the first 100 years or so, they didn't really bother each other. The two races maybe did some trading of resources between each other, but for the most part, they really just kept to themselves. Besides, the orcs were busy doing orc things, like running around in the jungle, making snowmen, fighting ogres for hundreds of years, and worshipping the stars. And speaking of worshipping the stars, the Shadowmoon clan were a clan that dabbled in void magic, and were probably the most superstitious and shamanistic clan in all of Draenor, especially when it came to the stars. Remember how Velen shot that Naru into space? Well, the Shadowmoon orcs tried to tap into the power of the Dark Naru Kara, who now floated above the valley.
Yes, the perfect sacrifice! Ancestors of the Shadow Moon, shine in the darkness
Lend me your strength.
Kara's power was extremely overwhelming and totally murdered the curious orcs, or drove them insane. They called the anomaly in the sky the Dark Star, and it became something they greatly feared, and the chieftain forbade anyone from tapping into its dark power, or they would be excommunicated from the Shadow Moon clan.
Fall back or die!
Let's see, what else did the Draenei accidentally do? Oh, well, because a giant magical spaceship drove headfirst into the Earth, its powerful energies of light, void, and arcane magic sent the Primals and the Breakers on Draenor into a frenzy. The Draenei tried to correct their wrongdoings and quell these elements, but they cannot save all of the natives from the elements' wrath. These Draenor, light, let's see, what else did the Draenei accidentally do? Oh, well, because a giant magical spaceship drove headfirst into the Earth, its powerful energies of light, void, and arcane magic sent the Primals and the Breakers on Draenor into a frenzy. The Draenei tried to correct their wrongdoings and quell these elements, but they cannot save all of the natives from the elements' wrath. So the Draenei's influence continued to spread, and they established multiple settlements across the magical ley lines of Draenor. The most prominent of these settlements was the Temple of Karabor, and over time, the Draenei brought the elements back into their equal balance. But more importantly, the Draenei learned how to ride Elecs, which are basically just elephants, but cooler because they have horns. This is a common trope for a lot of creatures in WoW. It's like, oh, you want to have a crocodile mob? Well, you know, this is a fantasy game, so we gotta make it unique. So, just put 2 more legs on that crocodile, and then boom! Now you got a crocolisk. While all that was going on, back in the Grand, a peculiar thing was happening with their crashed ship. But before we talk about that, here is a quick word from today.
Excuse me for the interruption, but I have ripped you through time and space so that we may conduct a mutually beneficial transaction. Introducing Yeti X, World of Warcraft Edition. A microphone with excellent quality and a sleek and elegant Warcraft design. Furthermore, this device has the ability to mimic audio waves from otherworldly dimensions. Using the software provided, you may choose from multiple different voice-changing presets, and just recently, they have added new ones for the Burning Crusade, like Ethereal, that's my voice right now, Forest Troll, Taz Dingle, Fungal Giant.
A lot of people have recommended me to watch this video, and today it will finally happen.
The year is 2023. Anime is officially real. You go on YouTube, there's a bunny girl who snorts Red Bull. You go on Twitch, you get cat girls who love Jesus. You go on Twitter, anime girls are fighting over whether having huge fat tootie jugs is woke or not. You open your favorite game. Even more anime girls going ooh woo and voice chats. Your afternoon snack, you, it's an anime girl too. There's no winning.
It's actually crazy how strong the anime girl meta is. And the weird thing about it is, like, I don't know if this is ever gonna stop. It's OP. Yeah, it's OP. If life was a video game, this would get nerfed.
This war, there's no turning back the clock. You can't run from the Moe. You can't hide from the Kawaii Sugoi Desune.
They don't get older. They don't complain. They don't have to, you know, they don't have outbursts. They don't go on stream one day with makeup and look ugly, and then that way you do feel bad jerking off to them afterwards because you still remember how they look like. They're not real. Yep. It appeals to real degeneracy. Huh? Oh, it's true.
You can hear a whisper in the darkness, the calm before the storm, the key to destroying this epidemic. Turns out those anime girls are problematic, and they're
Yes.
hiding a dark secret, a weapon they
The secret is that they're all men.
aim to enslave humanity with. It's called being parasocial. Now, the most important thing to know about being parasocial is that it wasn't a real thing before VTubers hit the market. They invented it. Just like simps weren't real before women started streaming. Am I right, XQC Asmongold Ludwig Hassan viewers? You can't be on the internet for very long without someone mentioning the term. You breathe incorrectly and someone will accuse you of being it. Because in this economy, daring to enjoy something is a sin that cannot...
Well, with parasocial, here's the thing, right? Is parasocial viewers are like fucking like totally different than people that are invested into the story. These are the people that like they'll watch a video that I make and they'll write like a 5-paragraph response of why they think that I should be better friends with somebody else. Or why they like their evaluation of my relationship with my father. That's basically where we're at.
Go unpunished. What, you like some streamer girl's content? I bet you're one of those parasocial Andes who wishes she was your girlfriend. By the way, when I start every day with PewDiePie's videos before heading to work, that's completely different from whatever you're doing. I'm not parasocial at all.
Absolutely.
I've watched him since I was 9 and his content just cheers me up, okay? Yes, indeed. Everyone is parasocial.
I think, didn't she change the new, like, bro, like, her titties are way bigger. Like, absolutely. I've watched her content for over a year. They're bigger. It's not even just a little bit. Yeah, this is a massive buff.
Oh, and I do mean everyone. The only way to escape the label is to never turn on a computer or TV again and relocate to Antarctica. Because let's not get it twisted. By pure definition, if you feel that you have a relationship with a media personality or even a fictional character, you are participating in a parasocial relationship.
That's right.
Now hold
That's right.
on, Lucy. Stop right there. I don't feel like I have a relationship with them. Clearly, I'm...
Oh, I don't have a relationship with them. I just know their personal relationships better than they do, and all they need to do is finally reply to my Twitter DMs where I've explained in detail every step that they need to take for the next 6 months of their life. That's all they need to do.
Lover, unfortunately. So to call me parasocial, well, all I have to say is take your meds, you whore.
What's
Social,
the
well, all
hat?
I have to say is
Please be patient, aren't... What the fuck?
take your meds, you whore. Do you really think it's that easy to escape the parasocial? Let me give you an example.
Okay.
How many people slammed the last season of Game of Thrones,
A lot of
rightfully
people.
so, for being an absolute dumpster fire?
Yes.
And how many videos were made about the fictional character Daenerys,
Yes.
claiming that her actions were, quote, out of character, and she would never do such a thing?
I totally disagree with this, by the way. I think that the story of Daenerys being crazy was totally fine. The only issue is that they did it too fast.
How would these people even know it was out of character if they didn't feel like they knew her on some subconscious level? Gamers, we have to be honest with ourselves. If you've ever felt sadness upon seeing your favorite character die, or you've ever been disappointed when your favorite content creator stops uploading, then yes, you're most likely somewhat parasocial. But wait, before you click off the video, I'm not here to say that's a bad thing. In fact, I'm gonna play devil's advocate and say it can be a really, really good thing sometimes. And I
Oh
want to
my
take
God.
some heat off of the viewers as
Oh my fucking God. What is the year that you think where there will be more VTubers than real girls? 2023. Yeah. I think it'll probably be in 2023.
This straight to the corner of the map, both underneath the weapons and one-shot you.
Hi, Caesar here with another video, and this is going to be a quick update of what I'm doing, what I'm working on at the moment. The number one thing I wanted is a lot of essences, and obviously that means that spamming low tier maps is really good. You use the essence thing on the map device, and you have all the nodes, and boom, you're getting 4 actual essence reward at least every map. And some of these, I think the most I've had is basically like around 18 shrieking essences from one click, right? That's huge. It adds up really fast. And then you have a decent amount of blue harvest juice so that you can swap them around between the different ones that you want. Like maybe you want a lot more greeds. Like I would have a couple that I'm like trying to get. But my artillery ballista is kind of like boring for that. It's not super fast. And it's almost level 100, so it's not going to get any XP from the low map. So I might as well level up a new character. So first I was thinking Impending Doom, because I have the Vixen's gloves, and that's really fun. But then a Wind Ripper dropped, and I was like, ooh, that'd be really fun too. What if I just do a Magic Find character, see if I can stack like 30, 40 quant and a few hundred rarity, then maybe I'll get a few more Taste of Hates, some other cool rarity stuff, and I can farm either Cemetery for divination cards that give divines, or Crimson Temple for the one that gives Mage Blood. Both of these are like pretty good options for me. So I got to work. And this is my character at the moment, and so you can see I'm not using a Wind Ripper. As it turns out, Wind Ripper is kind of dog shit. So that was a little frustrating. It just doesn't really have enough damage. Like, I would have to either drop a lot of MF, drop a lot of survival, I can't even find my Wind Ripper anymore. Or I would have to get a bunch of like Abyss Jewels and roll them very well, which, you know, isn't that soft SSF friendly. So it is 15 quant and 30 rarity, and honestly, I've got like some sort of like basic starter bow. I am gonna work on a new one, try to get like a tier 1 stat. It is very nice that it has the tier 1 attack speed and tier 1 crit though. I do wish the prefixes were a bit better. But either way, it's a pretty good spine bow, and it's got usable passives. So maybe I'll even just keep this. But other than that, I'm using, honestly, the gloves hit really nicely. But for MF, I'm using a Biscos, a Gold Worm, Venturous Gamble, the Taming just for some damage. I'm using a Biscos Color. It's not very well rolled. But it's nice. And obviously, I've Anointed Vengeance Cascade. And everything else is pretty okay. And a lot of people have been asking, why am I not a Deadeye? Why am I not a Raider? Or a champion, because a lot of people play that on Lightning Arrow, but I'm a Pathfinder. Now the reason for that, I'll go to my hideout and show you, is I can, let's click on Lightning Arrow. I'm not using rarity support at the moment, but with all my flasks up, I have 46 quant and 207 rarity. And the cool interaction here is that Master Surgeon lets me keep up Divination Distillate permanently. And I have so much flask effect that it's giving more than the 11 quant, it's more like 15 or something. And my 4th Ascendancy, I was thinking about taking Master Distiller, but I don't really want to use a Diamond Bismuth or an Amethyst Flask, and it's a pain to keep up. I'd basically be forced to take one more flask cluster and do the enemies that you kill that are affected by ailments grant 100% fast charges to even think about equipping it. But I do instead get another 10% flask effect and 20% fast charges. So I'm able to very easily keep everything up permanently, and I have the charges when you're hit, and then I have recover 4% life. So it's decently tanky as well. I have almost died once, and I am expecting the character to die randomly at some point. So obviously, fighting essences with less than 4k HP is going to come up to catch me at some point. The hope is just that I've found something useful and cool before that point. I will be getting life per level as well, so that will help. But it's a little scary. If I had a better bow, I could maybe ditch the Taming. Maybe I'll get another Ventures. I haven't really found anything so far except for Poem's Heart. Vengeance Cascade carrying pretty hard. Other than that, I've just been trying to get some jewels with life on it, I guess will be the next thing I'll do. I honestly kind of want more damage too, because just being able to kill essences very quickly would be very good. I don't have a Ballista or anything like that. I have a Frenzy that's firing with Power Charge and Critical Strike, giving me Power Charges and Frenzy Charges all the time. And then I have a lot of things on Life Tap. If you do want to take a closer look at the character, it's called Zizzer and Pow Pow. Unlikely that I'm going to make a build guide or anything for this, because honestly it's not really that good, and if I was going to play Lightning Arrow, I'd either do a Deadeye or a Champion. Most likely a Champion since I'm in Hardcore. But it's been pretty cool having that much like quantity and fast effect. So it'll be cool to see if I do get a lot of divination cards. I did notice people kept talking about the fact that quantity affects Harbingers. Well, I finally have Fracturing Shards now. I hadn't gotten any while spamming Harbinger for a large portion of the league, and now I have 10 shards. So I don't really know if that's true or not. It definitely feels like it, but that could also just be RNG. So that's what I'm up to at the moment. Just gonna stack up a bunch of essences by spamming low tier maps. So I haven't even switched over my Atlas yet. This is what I have at the moment. But I'll be so hard to give things up. But I'll probably do that, and then get all the essence nodes. Spam for a bunch of essences, maybe try to get a weapon upgrade on this, but either way, there's a lot of things I want to craft for other characters. Next up, the thing I'm going to be working on is crafting a axe for a Bone Shatter Juggernaut. It's got global less damage but high attack speed and explicit fizz. So this should be really good. I didn't get any flat fizz, sadly, and I have no imprints, so I don't want to risk making it, and it's just going to be a very like filler weapon. because I just want to level with Bone Shatter, get to somewhere between 95 and 100, whatever I feel like, depends how much I enjoy Bone Shatter. And then what I'm going to do is respec that character into some sort of 4th Vow, Totem Explode. A lot of people like Molten Strike, but I hate it. I'll probably do the Totem Explode build on a Jug, and I'd have a Glorious Vanity before that as well. And a quick tip I'll leave you with, you can see my, first off, I now have a ludicrous amount of Blight maps, and I have a lot of golden oils. I had 9 golden oils, and obviously a lot of silver, so I didn't upgrade. That's because I wanted Vengeance Cascade. And the way I'm doing that is by running the core map with Blight Scarabs and all the Blight nodes. Now, core is so good in particular because it'll force it into only 1 lane, which will make that it'll maybe only have 1 lane of 7 rewards. Well, if there's only 1 lane, that means that all of the rewards will be the same, which is Blight rewards. So I was getting, I think the most I got was 8 Blight maps in 1 core. And I was just running in, doing the Blight, and leaving. So, honestly, pretty good tip. Now, a few people in chat were upset at me because that was how they were making money in softcore. It is a very, very good way to get the extractors, and then you look up the ring annoyance, amulet annoyance, and if it has a gold oil in it, that's how I got pretty much all of these. I only had 1 natural gold oil. Hope you guys are enjoying all the content. Thank you all so much for watching, and we actually hit a really cool YouTube milestone for us. We have a new record of 8.5 million views in the last 28 days. So thank you guys. I'm so sorry for spamming your timeline, but I'm glad you guys are tuning in and watching it. So thanks for watching. Sub if you liked the video, but more importantly, try to die less than I do.
I'm listening. Go in peace.
O great chieftain, I come to you, seeking knowledge. And what troubles you, young one? I must know the history of the Tauren.
Harmony with nature, and for thousands of years, the Yongle lived in central Kalimdor. They thrived off the bountiful lands and hunted game for food. Quite frankly, it was a paradise. That was until an invasive enemy marched on their lands. The rambunctious trolls traveled from far-off lands from the east and competed with the Yongle for the natural resources around central Kalimdor. And quite frankly, it was really frustrating having to compete with the trolls dominating their hunting grounds. Instead of waging war with the Tusk freaks, the Yongle instead chose to migrate and travel down south in search of new territory. Cenarius pleaded for them to stay, but the Yongle were already off to greener pastures.
You look pretty. Pretty tasty.
What? No, I am not something to taste. Please, Yongle, come back. Oh my goodness, please.
And so, the Yongle traveled south to a place that would be known as Pandaria. But little did they know, they were the ones being hunted. The Yongle had made a grave mistake and were enslaved by the Mogu, a tyrant race that had enslaved all other inhabitants in southern Kalimdor.
You mankin' brick chicken, for brain sticky stealing, nib grubbing, dibs nibbling face jabber! Kneel before your new masters!
For generations upon generations, the Yongle suffered as servants for the Mogu. The most monumental project they slaved away on was the Serpent Spine, a great wall that divided their territory from the ravenous Mantid, even though the Mantid could fly.
The unworthy have not yet learned of my power.
The Yongle and the other servants of the Mogu suffered for thousands of years under the tyranny of Lei Shen. With the Thunder King at the helm of their empire, the Mogu were an unstoppable army who threatened to control all of Azeroth if left unchecked. But then Lei Shen made the biggest mistake of his life, and he allied with a troll. Long story short, Lei Shen and the Zandalari leader went on a mission together in Oldham for more power, and they accidentally blew up. This sudden removal of a leader created a power vacuum within the Mogu Empire, and they constantly cycled through new emperors, each one being more brutal than the last. The final emperor was a Mogu named Lao Fei, a ruler who held no sympathy for his subjects. A common punishment for disobedient slaves was to take their children and send them off to the Serpent Spine and use them as fodder against the local Mantid.
I'm growing a beard.
Now, in secret, the Yongle and the other enslaved races banded together and worked to overthrow their Mogu rulers. But look, I'll be honest with you, really the reason why the slaves all got liberated was because there was this Pandaren named Kang who learned how to use Kung Fu, and he taught all the other Pandaren how to learn Kung Fu, and the Yongle were there kind of just existing. Kang later went on to direct 3 films about his experiences, and also suffered mortal wounds from his battle with the Mogu. The Yongle, on the other hand, split into 2 lines of thinking. One group decided to remain in southern Kalimdor, and developed an aggressive, warlike culture, but the bulk of the bovines moved back up north to return to Cenarius, whose tales were only a distant memory now in their culture. Some of these Yongle decided to play life on hard mode, and moved all the way up to the north to the frozen tundra. These tribes would eventually turn into the Tonka, who live in communities like Icemist Village, a safe haven surrounded by waterfalls, where if it actually existed, it would sound like,
Hello, can you hear me? Who the hell decided to make a village surrounded by giant waterfalls?
Anyways, the bulk of the Yongle returned to their homelands once again, bracing themselves to deal with the torrent of annoyance that the trolls brought on their land.
Oh hey, remember those troll guys? Well, I made them look like myself. How cool is that?
Greetings.
In central Kalimdor, there is a font of unlimited arcane power called the Well of Eternity. This raw power had transformed the local trolls into the Kaldurai we know today, aka the Night Elves. This raw arcane power transformed the Yongle into the Tarn.
Moo, are you happy now?
These 2 magically enhanced races lived in relative peace for thousands of years and learned about nature and stuff, but their cultures never really integrated together because a lot of Kaldurai didn't want to mingle with such a bestial and nomadic race like the Tauren. But, you know, that kind of all changed when Queen Ajara, the leader of the Kaldurai, made a pact with Sargeras and summoned a bunch of demons onto Azeroth. Suddenly, a bunch of demons are all over Azeroth, and the world is thrown into chaos. Amongst the destruction, there's only one instance recorded in history of the Tauren fighting back against the demonic invasion. Huln High Mountain, the chieftain of the High Mountain, united the surrounding tribes and worked with the Kaldurai resistance to fight back against the demons. During the war, Huln saved a moose named Ekaro, who was favored by the ancient stag spirit Lorn. And in return, Cenarius blessed Huln and his tribe by granting them all moose horns. yeah, I guess Cenarius wasn't really one for subtlety. Anyways, this war ended with the elves causing problems like they always do, and the entire world exploded.
Avoid going toward this tree on the left. Once you get right next to the land, log out. Copy and paste the link into your browser. Once it loads, click continue. Select the character that you just logged out on, and then click move character. Once it says that the move has been completed, log back in.
During the war against the Scourge in the Eastern Kingdoms, Crusader Alexandros Mograine wielded a mighty weapon called the Ashbringer. With each swing, the paladin cleaved through waves of undead. But, in an act of betrayal, Alexandros was struck down and his holy weapon forever ruined. Such a loss of a powerful weapon against the invading undead dealt a massive blow at the Crusader morale. If they were ever going to purge their lands of the Scourge, they need a new weapon. One that would rival the holy power of the Ashbringer. The priests of the Scarlet Crusade banded together to empower the most powerful weapon Azeroth had ever seen. But little did they know, its strength would soon be the death.
Hey guys, just talked to, whilst hearthing you back to the original place of your Hearthstone. To perform a Hearthstone batch, you need the Rested XP add-on. Open the menu by typing /RXP in game, then go to the Advanced settings tab.
Right here, and get fatigued. Careful, careful to not to not get fatigued. Careful, careful to not to not get fatigued. And then look at this. So now the game detects me as in wetlands, but here it becomes Dunmara.
Rico. Alright, so
welcome back to the Safari, friend.
This video is all those from the main line to arranged marriages, like what happened to Rey. The other lineages slowly disappeared, and Getten, who is also a Himura, was taken in and raised by Redestro. So, yeah, first off, we could see that we're going way off of what had happened in the previous chapter. We saw that whole thing with All Might facing off against All for One, using that support gear that he had in a briefcase / his car, which may or may not make this All Might Hulkbuster or some kind of armor. That's not being touched on at all in this chapter. We're actually coming over to a prison, which I'm not sure which one. I don't think it's Tartarus. Maybe it is. I don't know if that's still functional or operational. But this is where Getten and Compress were placed after the last war. We haven't really seen them since. And we're getting the reveal here that Getten is a Himura. This is important because Himura is the maiden name of Rey Todoroki, who is Shoto's mom and Endeavor's wife. So that makes sense to me. I never really put two and two together because, to be honest, I never really cared about Getten that much. I don't think he's a bad character or anything. I do like the line that he dropped in the war where he called heroes dogs of the state. That always stuck with me, but aside from that, he was just kind of there. But I like it. It makes sense. All comes together. Ice quirks, you know, white, gray, platinum hair, whatever the color is. Cute complexion. Makes sense to me. And the fact that their bloodline almost went extinct, and I don't know why they were discriminated against. Ice Quirk is pretty boss to me, and it's cool aside from that. So I guess it has something else to do with that maybe, but this explains why Rey's family arranged the marriage with Endeavor. That was one of the things that we weren't too sure of when we got that flashback, finding out how they got married, but this is all coming together here. So this is something that I'm totally on board with. I like Horikoshi bringing everything full circle, connecting all the tissue and making it set and making it make sense. But after this, things, I don't know. They kind of start to go off the rails. But first, let's talk about the sponsor of this video, Sakurako. Sakurako is a monthly authentic Japanese snack subscription box. Sakurako is also supporting local Japanese snack makers because each box comes with 20 traditional, authentic, and artisan Japanese snacks, including Japanese tea and a special Japanese tableware. This month, it's a Sakurako tea glass. It also comes with this awesome booklet that gives you information on all of the snacks in the box, as well as information about Japan and its culture. This month's box is Moonlit Sakura. Spring is almost over in Japan, but you can still get a taste of the Sakura season from the comfort of your home. This month, Sakurako and Tokyo Treat are inviting you to join in on the Yozakura experience, which is the Japanese tradition of viewing cherry blossoms at
How did you become fluent in Spanish? I'm not gonna lie, I'm not fluent. I did speak a little bit of Spanish because I helped my dad work in his discount store when I was younger. So I only know like hola, el baño is bathroom, I believe. And they're like, ¿cuánto cuesta? It means how much is it? ¿Cuánto cuesta? 99 means 99 cents. And they go, una bolsa? It means one bag, please. 1.49. I know like numbers. Yeah. I know like business language, basically. Yeah. I worked at like 12 to like 15 in my dad's discount. For free. I didn't even get paid, man. I didn't even get paid. Yeah, that's some gang shit, boys. Oh. You have to say chica, guapa, culo, bonito. Oh, bonito means pretty. Mucho bonito. Or is it bonita? I forgot what it was. I got paid in WoW subscription and I wasn't allowed to even play half the time. Oh god, man. Culo is pretty. Oh. Bonito, bonita for male or female. Yes. My favorite is carne asada. Yeah, I worked in Swap Meet too at like 9. Swap Meet was really fun though. And dude, Mexican people love tapatio sauce. They grab that shit, open a pack of Lay's chip, and put that bottle, shake it up. They put that on everything, man. They like chop up a mango, they like tapatio, put some little flakes on it. They put it on everything. Watermelon, cucumber. Dude, they love that. They love that stuff. Stereotyping? No, I'm not stereotyping. I just worked where a lot of Hispanics were there. I'm super chill with them, okay, PPC. I also had a friend named Humberto. He did some weird stuff. I told this story like many years ago. I went over his house for breakfast because he invited me. And I don't think it's common. It was very new. So for breakfast, do you guys want to guess what it was? He opened a bag of hot Cheetos, put it in a bowl, and he put Sprite in, and he just eats it with a spoon like. I was like, what? But I ate with it. I was like, this is pretty good. Yeah, I've never seen that ever in my life. But yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna deny what my homie gives me, right? PPC. I'm down to try everything. Sounds pretty gay. Shit. Oh my god. Sure he wasn't really? Nah, dude, he was my best friend. He was my best friend.
They can't join our group.
We did everything together, man. Yeah, I lived in Bakersfield back then. I don't live in Bakersfield anymore.
They can't join.
I live in near Los Angeles. Dude.
World of Warcraft Classic Era, 2023.
They can't join our group.
Be a warrior without Excalibur.
Alright, I think that was Guzu. We're muting him. We're hanging out. Devil Sword comes through. Looks like a little AoE grind. Blink into a Frost Nova. Kind of awkward, not gonna lie. We're chilling out, we block. Everything seems under control to some degree. Level 54, Devil Sword. My guy, I don't even know what level my guy is. Not 54, that's for sure. Still orange mob. Probably 51. Oh, God. Blink to nowhere. You're just dead. Oh, no. Level 51 mage dead in Ungoro, dude. Oh, my gosh. No. I mean, he had the snap into the second block, but I don't know if it would have saved him. Man. All right, guys. Note to self, in the future, Czar, if you're listening, thinking, whatever, Ungoro, Devil Swords, watch out. My guy goes AFK in the middle of a road on hardcore. I'm gonna mute the music. Oh, buddy. Oh. Look at his face. Look at his face. Look at his face, dude. Look at his face. It's like the next frame. Just like, oh man, the timing couldn't have been any worse. I guess if you came back and you weren't even close, but dude, that was so close. Time to catch up in real life, I think, for a bit. Gouge. All right, here's the thing. If you still have evasion on, I think gouging with evasion on is not good because you want to min-max your evasion, right?
We fucking got him, boys. Okay, wait, do I have to kill his ass or does it not matter?
Oh, he's listening to Mitch. I thought this guy was talking. Mitch is streaming. Okay. Dude, oh, that's not line of sight. Oh, yeah, I could have told you that. That's not line. Okay. We have a kidney shot. A 1-point kidney to pseudo-interrupt this. We have a gouge. Oh, God. Nice kick. Kick into a gouge. There's no bandage. Oh, man. Kidney? Oh, God. Kidney? Nice. Oh, I can't watch. Oh, you're good. He's good. Oh! Wait, the mob... the mob was debated his ass. He was running. Doink. The mob was running and then just like knocks him on the head, dude. Boy. Boy. Jelly beans clip, huh? Make out paradise, thanks for the prime.
Aggro. Pet, get aggro. No! Please! I'm dead! I'm dead! I'm dead! I'm dead! I'm dead! No!
No! Bro! Bro! Dude, why is it that all the rank 1 players are dying at level, like, I died at 14. Jellybeans almost doubled my death. Are dying from anywhere from, like, level, like, 0 to 30. I swear. Like, C2's well, C2's death was really troll, to be honest. My death, Zico's death, Jellybean's death, Mitch's death. What other rank 1 players? Let me just call out everyone out by name. It's crazy. Snoopy. What other rank 1 players? Peo? No, Peo's not rank 1. Pika hasn't died, to be fair. It's crazy. Regardless. That goes to show you the skill set of hardcore is different than the skill set of arena. Alright? The skill set of arena is, you know, mechanical and a lot of game knowledge, and it's very difficult. But the skill set of hardcore is you can't space out. Wait, I'm so confused. This is a mage, but the health bar is orange. An orange health bar indicates a druid's life. Is this? I think it's just an orange health bar. I think it's just an orange health bar. Oh, it's because it's low. Now it's going down. Okay, that's fine. It's just an add-on. Yeah, you can get attacked through the ground. You can get attacked. Yeah. Yes. You can get attacked through a Z-axis. If you go up and down stairs, I've learned the hard way. You can get attacked through a Z-axis. If they're right on top of you, far away, even further than that, they can still hit you through the Z-axis. Yeah. I learned from Lord Falcon Crest, man. Yup. Oh, Mad died as well, someone said. So Mad Guys, in my opinion, is probably one of the best players to ever play this game. At least best priest to ever play this game. And he's level 15 on a shaman, on a hardcore. Let's see what happens. He gets crit.
Whoa, 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 what the fuck?
They all spawn.
What the fuck?
Great to meet you.
Oh no!
Safe travels.
I'm out. Oh, I'm out. He just logs out.
I'm out.
Another rank 1 down, man. Bro, Matt isn't even any rank 1 either. Matt is like the rank 1 of the rank 1s, man. Matt is insane. That just goes to show you, man. It's just different, dude. It's just different. Is there anything he could have done? Probably not. I mean, he had a health bot. He had a health.
Whoa, what the?
He does health bot.
No. What the fuck?
Yeah, the aggro, man. The aggro, dude. Decided to go do Cuervo's gold since I had the map fragments. I wanted to clear an exit path just in case I had to run. Sounds about right. Just warrior life. Yep, sounds about right. Cool. Seems good. Oh! Two-handed tanking staff. Nice.
No way.
It's always the turtles, man. It's always the turtles. Oh, that's me. That's me. I'm Shannon, man. That was me. That was my W, chat. That was my W. Yeah. That's me. Close call watching your stream, Hunter level 23. I'm gonna mute myself. I'm muting myself. Close call. It's going down to the cave. This is, I don't know what tomb this is. I don't know what tomb this is at all. First one's dead. Your pet's named El Gato. You get days. Pet's dead. The days comes out. Going for the kill. Going for the kill. Oh, 22%. Nice health potion. Dude, the days was a bit troll. Aspect of the monkey. Wait, close. You actually live this? Oh my gosh, wait, that was a clutch-ass tiger aspect swap. What? Right? Okay, monkey, days, gets away, boom. Not bad. Cazador.
I need to get closer. Not enough mana.
Alright. Dead Hunter, 2 parts. Yeah, it's the stairs. It's the stairs, boys. It's the stairs. It's the stairs. Keep running. Keep running. GTFO out of there, man. Yeah, you can get hit through the Z. You can get hit through the Z. Yeah. Fear. Okay, nice, 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 nice. You can get hit through the Z. Yeah, you're getting hit. Be careful. Be careful, man. Oh. Second part. Look at all these tabs. Disgusting. It's insane. 24%. 19%. 15%. 4%. Stomp! Oh, he actually... Oh, he actually... Oh, no, man. What happened? The smite? There's a smite cast that came through. Oh, yeah. Bro, you baited me. Didn't it say... Oh, okay. For some reason, I thought I read close call. No, it's a dead hunter. That was not a close call. That was just straight up dead hunter. Close death, warrior HC. Goldie G money. Alright, Goldie. Let's check it out. See what happens. See what happens. Line of sight. Well played. Playing a warrior. One of the easiest possible classes. Of course. Line of sighting. Boom. Double nade.
In the land.
Bro, if I were to level a warrior, I feel like engineering is the move. For moments like this, to kick, pseudo interrupt, AoE, save yourself, engineering seems like 100%. Line, nice line, nice line.
See you soon. How are you?
Oh, they spawn on you, bro. Wait, do you live this? The daze comes through. You're getting casted on. Oh, the caster runs out of mana. That's nice. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, nice one, dude. Yeah, that spawn was not an ideal spawn location at all. Alright, it's gonna be the last one for today. We've done a lot. Alright, so oh, this is just an image. Let me take it off. Okay. Alright. Wait, how the hell did he upload a video to Gyazo? How the hell did you upload a video to Gyazo? Update your Discord? Oh yeah, good call. It's a GIF? That's a long-ass GIF. A 30-second GIF, huh? I don't know if he dies. I don't know if he lives. There's no audio because it's on Gyazio. Okay. You have 4 on you. That's going to be a jump. He's just going to kill the boss and then jump and then run back up to loot or something. Oh, buddy. Oh, the fall damage. Oh, yeah. You're gonna D something, you effing shit stain. Pay attention. Wow, that's hardcore. Alright, boys, that'll be the react for today. We'll do more reacts for tomorrow. If you guys want to leave a react, the way it works is we have a Discord, okay? In the Discord, we have different channels. One is called Reacts. If you click on Reacts, you click New Post, and you post from here, okay? The best ones will rise to the top. I think moving forward, if we get too many, I'm not going to view all of them. I'll just view the ones that are more upvoted. If we don't get a ton, I'll try to get to all of them. But yeah, we'll leave those for tomorrow. Cool. I'm level 34. We have some options. We can go back down and try to continue doing the quest in Stranglethorn, but all of them are like 36, 38, 35, 38, 40. So Stranglethorn, we've kind of hit this limit. You know what I'm saying? So it's probably a better strategy to come up somewhere else. And I think Arathi does have a couple quests, and then Hillsbrad. So I think what I'm going to do is fly up to Arathi and then Hillsbrad. Is the plan to go to the area Savix died yesterday? Bro, I'm going to kill every last one of those freaking mystics that killed Savix, man. We got to get revenge.
Oh, that's really good. Neat on that. Don't be a pussy. Please don't be a fucking pussy.
You can have it, man. GG Czar sub. Did not roll live on stream during a huge dead mines cleared during the resurrection of Classic Hardcore in front of thousands of people all around the globe. Found out during a rewatch of an Asmongold content review. What?
That's it. It's done. Sweet shit, bro.
I passed on a spirit chest. I passed on a spirit chest to a priest. I'm a good guy. Of course I'm gonna give my priest a spirit chest. We gotta get that guy geared up so he can carry me through more dungeons. Shadow War form, if you're in the chat, I freaking love you, man. I got you with the spirit gear across the board. I'm never gonna ninja a spirit chest like Peekaboo would from you. Wanted board. I can kill these guys. Oh, 39 plus? 40 plus? Dude! Rod of Sorrow. Oh my gosh, that's a nice rod, boys. Look at that. Hold on, I gotta abandon these quests because I don't even want them cramming up my quest log. There's no way in hell I'm doing those. So there's only like 2 quests here, like this one and this one, because like all of these are either PvP quests or like elite quests. So I can go down there, here, or up here. I guess we'll do it. We'll send it this way. And we have to be real careful of everything. Oh, dude! Chat! I forgot! I got mage armor! Yes! Oh yeah, there's 2 quests down here I could do. I didn't even see those, if I wanted to. And then there's questy boys over here, too. And up here. And then hella quests in Hillsbrad. So we have quests to do. We're good. Stop using cock so much. Oh, yo, my bad on the excessive cock cones, because I don't know, man. It's hella damage. It looks cool. It feels good. Yo, check this out, boys. Watch this. Resist. I love using my helmet. Oh, wait, what? The helmet killed this guy? What the hell is the range of this helmet, dude? It says in front of the caster. What? I gotta be really careful. I thought it was like a cock range. Oh, yo! Pretty big cock, I guess. Yeah, well, it's further than I thought it would be, but I'm not necessarily sure on how wide it is. It doesn't have a reticule or any type of thing to explain. It's very vague. It just says hurls it towards all enemies in front of the caster. So it's like, well, how big is it really? I mean, no one really knows. And that's what gets tricky. Because if you're just whipping it out in front of a bunch of mobs.
Maybe they're working on one. You actually can't die now. I'm gonna try very hard not to. 790 and Weenie Hutchie. War Chief, as an aspiring young warrior, I have to tank a lot of dungeons, but do I have my problems to keep threat on bigger pools? Is there any advice you give me there? It's a tough one. Emo Shout's good. Tiny threat. And just have shield block to farm revenge and Sunder armor. Taunt on CD. I just try to taunt on CD. Whatever's not on me, I just try to spam taunt it. And if anything goes wrong, you can also mocking blow in battle stance. And finally, challenging shout for the worst time. And you combo that with shield block. But if your team is like over leveled and you have a caster that's just banging right off the bat, he's always gonna rip threat. I think a lot of like retail players play right now and they don't know about like the whole threat thing. Especially in raid, you have to be really careful, chat. If you don't let the tank generate some threat, you're gonna get slapped and you're dead right off the bat. What the? Dude, that guy just spawned out of nowhere.
Black Rock Mountain is a huge part of classic WoW. It's filled with sprawling dungeons and momentous raids that are the foundation of the endgame experience. The lore is just as big as the mountain itself, so today we're going to be focusing on its origins, and the Dark Iron, and Big Daddy Raggy's involvement.
Taste the flames of Sulfuron!
Our story begins 230 years before the Dark Portal was even opened. Ironforge was inhabited by the 3 dwarven clans, the Bronzebeard clan, the Wildhammer clan, and the Dark Iron. Modimus Anvilmar was the dwarven leader who established peace between all the clans, and then he died of old age. And before his son could even be crowned, a civil war broke out between the clans to claim Ironforge. The war continued for many years until the Bronzebeard kicked the other two clans out. The Wildhammer clan went to establish Grimp Atoll, and the Dark Iron established a home called Tharzan, which is named after their leader, and it's located in the Red Ridge Mountains. If there's one thing the Dark Iron like to keep, it's grudges, and suddenly, Sorcerer Than Tharzan, the leader of the Dark Iron, launched an attack against the Wildhammer and the Bronzebeard. Tharzan himself led the attack on the Bronzebeard, while his wife, Modgood, a person with a horrible name, led the attack on the Wildhammer. Despite the ambush, the Dark Iron must really suck at fighting, because Modgood was killed, and Tharzan's forces were pushed all the way back to Red Ridge. With his armies in disarray, and the enemy clans at his doorstep, Tharzan got desperate. And with the help from the Council of Seven, powerful Dark Iron spellcasters, they attempted to conjure a momentous being into existence. Okay, let's see here. Chili powder? Check. Sriracha sauce? Check. The sacrifice of an innocent person? Please help me! Check. Alright, lads. Start summoning. Wait, hold on. 1 second.
Fall to your knees, mortals. Your judgment has come.
I think it's time to call off this war, huh?
Oh, shit! Oh, Lord Jesus! Oh, Jesus! Get the water! It's going down! Oh, the motherfucking bootleg fireworks shit!
So somehow, some way, the Dark Iron summoned Ragnaros the Fire Lord accidentally. The summoning of the Elemental Lord wiped out Tharzan's city in an instant and killed their king and the Council of Seven in the process. A large chunk of Red Ridge Mountains was permanently scorched, creating the Burning Steppes and the Searing Gorge we know of today. It also created the monolithic Blackrock Mountain that was formed as a byproduct of Ragnaros' birth. The Wildhammer and the Bronzebeard didn't really feel like fighting a giant fiery monstrosity, so they called off the war and became allies. The remaining Dark Iron dwarves were enslaved by Ragnaros, but they didn't really mind. In fact, they worshipped Ragnaros for saving their people and giving them a place to live. At this time, Dagran Tharzan, the previous leader's son, became the leader of the Dark Iron, but was still a servant of Ragnaros. Since the Dark Iron's old city was utterly destroyed, they needed some place to stay. Thankfully, they had Master Architect Fran Clorn Forgeright in their ranks. He is responsible for the creation of the Shadowforge City, aka Blackrock Depths. He's also the guy who made the Stonewright Dam you see in Loch Modan. That big hanging heart thing in the middle of the mountain is his tomb, where he still rests today. During the Second War, the Horde used Blackrock Mountain as a base of operations. At the time, Cho'Gall was a member of the Horde and convinced Ragnaros to let the Shadow Council, a group of Horde warlocks, reside within the spire of the mountain. Eventually, the Horde was driven out by the Alliance, but a few still lingered around the mountain, calling themselves the Dark Horde. The Dark Horde and the Dark Iron had been brawling it out to fight over control of the mountain, and the peak of their conflict with each other is in Classic. I'll be going over the Dark Horde section of Blackrock Mountain in another video. For now, let's just focus back on our dwarven friends. Shadowforge City, aka Blackrock Depths, is freaking huge. It has 20 bosses and takes around 4 to 6 hours if you want to complete the whole thing. Now, despite this dungeon being gargantuan, there is parts that don't have a lot of interesting lore and are what you'd expect. For example, who's General Angerforge? Well, he's a general, and he's very angry. So we're just going to break down some of the intriguing bits of the dungeon instead. In the detention block, there are lots of Twilight Hammer cultists that are kind of just hanging out. This makes sense because the elemental lords like Ragnaros have been corrupted by the old gods, and the Twilight Hammer are all about worshipping the old gods. So it's a match made in heaven. Reginald Windsor is a prisoner here, and his story relates more to Onyxia, but the reason why I bring him up is because he traveled to Blackrock Mountain to fight some orcs, but was ambushed by reportedly 300 Dark Iron dwarves, which is... well, it seems like a bit overkill. The point is, he's remained as a prisoner here, and Dargan Tharzan took his hammer called Iron Foe, which is actually crafted by Fran Clorin Fordrite, the guy who made Shadowforge City. Next up is Golem Lord Argylmak. He's had a lifelong obsession for immortality, and has learned to transfer his spirit and body into the golems he crafts. Apparently, the Golem Lord was killed 10 years ago, but he's still alive in a robotic body, and we're asked to go kill him once more. He also shows up in one of the Warcraft comic books where Varian cuts his goddamn head off. My favorite part of the city has to be the Grim Guzzler, though. This place is the most badass bar in all of Azeroth and is probably the most memorable part of the city. The bar is owned by Plugger Spazring, who is a leper gnome warlock with his succubus named Mistress Nagmara. The duo supply the Dark Iron with copious amounts of alcohol so they can recharge and go back out and murder some more innocent people. Despite this, every character within the bar is neutral unless provoked. And we gotta provoke a few. Hurley Blackbreath is a patron that has a rare brew recipe for a quest. And you can get him pissed off by breaking a bunch of kegs like that one scene in Shrek. Ribley Screwspigot is the only goblin in the city, and he's trying to lie low after borrowing some money from his relatives and never giving it back. So, of course we need to kill him.
Give me your fucking money!
But the most important patron is Private Rocknot, who will open the door for you to delve further into the city. The ways to have him open the door is to give him a lot of ale so he'll get belligerently drunk and piss off the golem bouncer, or help Mistress Nagmara, who is in love with him, by crafting a love potion to give the Rocknot, and the two lovers will open up the door and... Oh god! Oh, I can't show that! Now the most important part of Blackrock Depth's lore deals with its leader, Dagran Tharzan. Emperor Tharzan was preparing for yet another war, and in preparation, they kidnapped Moira Bronzebeard as a hostage. Moira is Magni Bronzebeard's only child, and the reality of the situation was, he wanted a son to take his throne, so Moira never really got the respect that she deserved. Despite this, he still loved her, and sent a band of adventurers to go rescue her from her Dark Iron captors. But while she was captive, Dagran and her got talking. The Emperor started to treat Moira as an equal. They confided with each other. He talked about how he wanted his people to be free from the Fire Lord's grasp. Eventually, the two even got married, and Moira became pregnant. She realized perhaps the Dark Iron aren't these despicable monsters that everyone talks about. They're living, breathing beings who just want to survive and protect the people they love. Dagran was a troubled leader, forced to subjugate his kin to do despicable acts just for their survival. Of course he didn't want to be the bad guy, he just wants the Dark Iron's quality of life to be the best it can be. He is a Dark Iron, and he will make sure his people survive to his last dying breath. Let's see here. Yeah, nope, that's the last boss. Alright, go pull him. Hey guys, check out this fancy new dress I have. It's pretty cool, still has some blood on it, but don't worry, Moira, you're safe now. We'll take you home. Moira? Moira was devastated. She lost her husband and refused to leave. The Dark Iron were her people now, and she needed to prove herself to deserve her people's respect. Her first plan of action was getting rid of the Fire Lord's grasp on the Dark Iron. So she spread news that within the Molten Core, there was untold riches and hidden artifacts within the fiery heart of the mountain. The Hydraxian Waterlords offered their own rewards for cleansing the Molten Core, and a group of adventurers delved their way inside the raid. But that's a story for another time. Thank you for watching my video. Like it if you liked it, and subscribe if you want to see more content about the Black Rock Mountain in the very near future. Goodbye. Hellfire Peninsula, a land ravaged by demonic energies and transformed into a barren wasteland by its inhabitants. How did this world turn into the devastating land that is today? Who still calls this place home? And why is it so damn red? Well, let's answer those questions and more in today's episode of Why Do I Want Them Dead? Hellfire wasn't always a hellhole. In fact, it was a lush forest called Tannin Jungle. It was here that the orcs first drank the blood of Manaroth, and the Citadel was first created for War Chief Blackkin, the Horde's first war chief. While hyped up on demon blood, the orcs rampaged across Draenor and slaughtered Draenei. They killed so many that the Path of Glory was created, a tract of land paved with the bones of Draenei men, women, and children that led from the Citadel to the Dark Portal, and you can still see it today. What is this game rated again? Oh, T for teen? Okay, yeah, sure, I was just checking. Anyway, the orcs entered the Dark Portal, stormed into Azeroth, did a lot of fighting, and by the Second War they were pushed back into Draenor. The Alliance didn't want to deal with yet another orcish invasion, so they sent a strike team of their best men and women into Draenor. Their leaders, Khadgar and Turalyon, with additional help from Illyria, Círdan Wildhammer, and Daneth Trollbane, and a small squadron of forces into the unknown horrors within Draenor. This crackpot team of badasses were called the Sons of Lothar, named after their king who lost his life battling the Horde. Their mission was to annihilate the remaining orcs within Draenor and established Honorhold in the Expedition Armory. The Sons of Lothar managed to kick a lot of orc ass, but that all changed when the powerful warlock named Ner'zhul managed to open multiple portals to other worlds all around Draenor, which ripped the very fabric of the world apart.
Extreme Noses pounces on you. Ooh, you're so warm.
No, God! No, God, please, no!
Volcanic eruptions shook the land to its core. Fire consumed the world, and the seas were replaced with the ethereal plane of the twisting nether. The Sons of Lothar knew they had to make the ultimate sacrifice: destroy the portal from the Draenor side to stop this chaotic energy from spilling into Azeroth. So with a heavy heart, Khadgar used the Skull of Gul'dan to destroy the portal. And you can see how dramatic this event was when you see the real range of emotion on his face from the Warcraft 2 cinematic. The Sons of Lothar were now stranded on this unfamiliar and now catastrophic disaster of a world, and their fate would remain a mystery for the next 20 years. And before we discover their fate, let's hear a quick word from the sponsor of today's video. Another boring day of farming. If only there was some way I could enjoy the lore of WoW while playing the game.
Don't worry, my son. I am here.
Oh, sweet, but how many Warcraft audiobooks do you guys have in your library? Oh, cool. Audible is the leading provider of audiobooks with thousands of books to choose from, including tons of Warcraft books. The one I've been listening to while grinding mobs in Classic is the Illidan book, which is amazing. It embellishes on the lore in the Burning Crusade and even talks about the Black Temple raid from Illidan's perspective. Not to mention, the narration is amazing with added music for dramatic effect. The best part about this is you can get this book and many others like it for free if you sign up using the free trial using the URL audibletrial.com/plat. That is audibletrial.com/plat. If you like what I do in this channel and want to support me for free while getting an amazing offer, click the link down below to start your 30-day free trial. Thank you Audible for their support, and on with the video. The ad is now over. During those 20 years of mystery, the demon pit lord Magtheridon harnessed the power of Ner'zhul's portals to summon demons and enslave the rest of the orcs living in Outland. And these, my friends, are the enemies we want dead. You see, orcs became green and mean when they took a little sip of demon blood. But what would happen if orcs took a big sip? Well, that is basically fel orcs. With the continual consumption of pit lord blood, they've just turned into these monsters consumed by madness and bloodlust. Magtheridon's plans were interrupted when Illidan, Kael'thas, Lady Vashj, and Akama showed up, closed all the portals, and enslaved Magtheridon under Hellfire Citadel. The fel orcs were now under Illidan's control, and they'd siphon the demon blood from Magtheridon to satiate their blood consumption. Khazak the Supreme, a big, strong demon, opened up the Dark Portal once again, and this is where we come in, and the Burning Crusade expansion starts. At this point, the Alliance expedition has been fighting demons for 20 years, and it shows. Honorhold is crumbling, and the armory was utterly destroyed. Apparently, Ner'zhul and his Death Knights rampaged through the stronghold and left the ghostly spirits of their prey in their wake. Hellfire Peninsula is also filled with demons, Felorgs, boars, and the Fel Reaver. This Fel Reaver isn't particularly special lore-wise, but it's well known for crushing clueless players in Zone. But at the end of the day, he's just a big robot. Also, something totally random, this part of the Hellfire Peninsula music draws heavy inspiration from the opening of Shine On You Crazy Diamond by Pink Floyd. Here's the WoW version. And here's the Pink Floyd version. And that's all I can play for you so I don't get copywritten, but I'm going to link it down below so you can check it out yourself. This reference is even made more evident because there's an innkeeper in Thrallmar named Floyd Pincus. But I'm getting off topic, back to the enemy. Hellfire Citadel is split into 4 separate instances. So first off, let's tackle the ramparts, where you'll face the front line of the Fel Horde. The ramparts are filled with the Fel Orcs' most powerful soldiers, with Watchkeeper Gargulmar leading the Horde. There is a very common fashion statement among Fel Orcs, and that is not having hands and having blades for hands instead. It just gets me thinking, like, what if he has to scratch his face? What if he wants to eat some food? How does he wipe his butt? How will he be able to enjoy his favorite pastime, knitting? The Dungeon Journal also says he eats the hearts of whoever he kills, so I'm assuming his posse of other orcs must be hand-feeding him or something. Thank you. Other bosses include Omor the Unscarred, who was one of Hakar's most dangerous minions. No, the other Hakar. Yes, for some reason in WoW lore, there are 2 Hakars. The last boss is Vazrudin the Herald, who is on a dragon and he's just some boring commander guy with no real story. The next instance on the list is Shattered Halls, and when Horde players enter here, you'll be greeted by Khazarez, who is an NPC who has been working to find a cure for the Fel Orc curse. Through his discoveries, he's been able to cure some of the Fel Orcs and reintroduce them into the Horde, but when we find him here, he's lying almost dead on the ground. The Shattered Halls itself doesn't have much lore, you know, you got the Warlock boss, you got the Commander boss, you got the Ogre boss, but I will give the instance credit that it's very pretty, it has a lot of cool lighting and these cool unique statues. But the star of the show here is Kargath Bladefist. You know Kargath, he was that one guy in Warlords of Draenor, and was easily the coolest warlord. He's the leader of the Shattered Hand clan, and it's all about cutting off one of your hands and replacing it with a blade. But again, Kargath is involving himself in the stupidest fashion trend of cutting off both hands. Like, what are you trying to accomplish here? There is no way this is practical at all. Next up is the Blood Furnace. It's the brutal underbelly of the Citadel, where we get to see how these beastly fell orcs are created. Turns out, they don't ask nicely to make orcs into bloodthirsty monsters. It's a process of forcefully pumping imprisoned orcs with advanced contraptions and removing everything that made them who they were beforehand. The Maker is a boss that accelerates the corruption and performs cruel experiments on those who resist. Brogok deteriorates the minds of freshly created fell orcs to make sure any subversive notions are eradicated, and really this whole place is just depressing as hell. The cherry on top is the ambience of this dungeon is filled with the screams of orcs being twisted into these beasts. The last boss is Keladin the Breaker, who is the lead warlock tasked with imprisoning Magtheridon, who is right under him. So without further ado, let's go to Magtheridon's lair. And not really sure what to say about this one. You know, we break him out of prison, and we kill him.
Wait, no, what are you doing? No, no, no!
Ladies setups, he's chosen pawn to a3, he has chosen pawn to, he played a game where he played like c3, a4, and so on. Well, this game, he plays c3, castles, and now not the move a4, and also not even a4 now. I mean, this is yet another way that white can play, just sort of poking at the queen side. Jan plays the move c3, and then he plays h3. Now, this is interesting. Why is this interesting? Well, like I've been telling you all, Rook e1 would be met like this. And then the traditional Spanish is c3, d6, h3, and then d4. Like bishop b7, d4, okay? Now, the position after h3 looks extremely similar to the position in the game. But look at the difference. h3. So the pawn is there instead of the rook being there. To be honest, the setup chosen in the game by Jan makes less sense. Is it bad or losing? No, it's just a different way to play. The point is, white's entire setup with c3 is to play d4 in one move. But he already played d3. So why would he play d3 and then d4? And in chess, that is really how it works. I mean, if you've already committed a pawn, why are you playing the setup that is supposed to play the move there? Should have just played rook e1, but he couldn't play rook e1. Why could he not play the rook e1 setup? Because Ding wouldn't play d6, because Ding would play the Marshall Gambit. So there's a lot of little things here. If Jan plays the way it's supposed to be played, Ding Liren is going to play his secret, ultra-powerful weapon, the Marshall. If Nepo plays it the way he plays it in the game, well, he gets a slightly different setup and maybe one that's not as challenging. Ding develops his bishop, and now Jan plays an even more dank move. He doesn't play the a4 plan. He doesn't play rook e1 and then try to play d4. He doesn't play knight bd2. He plays a move in this position that, according to my database, I mean, y'all might have a better database than me, this move has not been played by anybody good. All right, like 2000 rated player played it. And yes, a 2000 playing something, 2000 is a very good elo. But if you're looking for inspiration in an opening database as a 2795 FIDE rated player, chances are the move the 2000 played is not what you're looking for. Bishop e3, which on the surface, there is nothing wrong with the move bishop to e3. He's just developing a bishop. But the move itself doesn't make sense in the traditional setting of the Rui, all right? And my food is outside. Hello? Yeah, just leave it at the door, please. Thank you so much. It was supposed to come 20 minutes in the future. But I'm not complaining. It's just going to sit outside and get cold. I'm not going to go get it. you think I'm going to go get it? What are you, crazy? No, the recap is everything. If somebody steals... I mean, you know, we got package thieves in New York. You know, maybe they'll just leave it there. It's fine. Bishop 2e3. Doesn't make sense in the traditional sense of the Ruy Lopez, because if anything, the bishop likes to go there. And second of all, you know, your plan pawn to d4, now you don't get the rook here. But it's fine. It's just equal. All right? It's just equal. And clearly by Jan's time spent, he knows what he's doing. Knight a5, typical move. c5, typical move. Now we have a very, very tense position. Black would like to create some counterplay with these pawn breaks. White would like to open up the center and maybe counterattack on the queen side. And as always, maybe you don't know this, but now you do after studying all of the intricacies of the Ruy Lopez in this match. White also might like to create an attack over here. Knight bd2. Now, this position has been reached in the database no times at the high level. Because the white bishop doesn't really belong in the e3 square. But as you can see, white is trying to play d4 without playing rook e1, which is interesting, all right? Because now he's going to cover that 2 times. So we have the move rook e8. And now the move d4 is actually really difficult to land. Because after cd4, cd4, ed4, let's say white takes like this, black is going to bring the knight back. Where do you put the bishop? Because I got news for you. You put the bishop there, I got b4. I got d5 stuff. You take this. Bishop is not really an asset. I'm going to capture it. The move rook e8 is very nice, and actually, according to the database, and you'll notice that Ding spent 7 minutes on that move. According to the database, white does not score very highly here. I mean, white is scoring like 38%. I mean, if black is scoring 62% in a line, it means it's not very good. So this opening is already a little bit weird, but okay, it's the Spanish. I mean, it's just equal with best play, right? So Jan plays a4. Now, you'll notice that in Jan's preparation, he is clearly in his prep. It doesn't matter that it's 30-something%. Jan came prepared. Like, I am trying to describe the fact that Jan is not playing a bad opening, but he is playing an opening that is challenging from an advantage in a very unconventional fashion. He's playing in a new way, in an opening that's been tried and tested thousands of times. And if you try to do something uniquely when it has been done already thousands of times successfully, you are either going to come out as a genius, or you'll blow up the kitchen, or you'll spill paint all over the canvas, right? And it won't be, although some people did that and they got very famous doing it. But that's effectively what it is. Now here, h6. H6 is almost always a useful move, and it takes away anything going to g5. So this bishop is sort of stuck. That bishop's not going to get out anytime soon. Also, Ding is completely unafraid of the opening of the position over here. The only thing that Jan can do here is play the move d4. So he does it. Now, what I will say is interesting about h6, which Ding spent 6 minutes on, you will notice Ding played h6, which is a simple, effortless, improving pawn move that does not touch any piece. Clearly, Ding is completely happy with the placement of literally every piece. Why is he happy? Because the onus is on white in this position to come up with an idea. Why is the onus on white? Because, well, white goes first, so white leads the dance. Also, you know, white is kind of the one with the pawn break. Black's not gonna go b4. That's not a good move. It surrenders way too much control of the queen side. Black is also not going to go c4, because then white will go d4 and be extremely happy. So black is not really the one calling the shots. Black is sort of like, all right, come and get me. d4. Now again, the weird thing is Jan spent 14 minutes. But why did he spend 14 minutes on that move if that's the idea of the opening? Could Jan have prepared it? Could he have played like A, B, and then d4? Potentially. The computer said maybe A, B, and d4. Jan plays d4, and as you can see, we have a standoff. I mean, absolutely everybody is staring at everything in a moment. Not to mention these pawns are beefing over here. I mean, you got like a line fight in hockey, a 5-on-5 line fight. It's a very famous fight. Was it Senators Sabres when the goalies fought? Oh, I love that. There's also my favorite hockey highlight to watch on YouTube is Flyers Penguins. There was a series some years ago in the playoffs, round 1 or 2, and they fought the whole series. And I remember that series because the Penguins were winning like babies, like 2-1 baby scores, and the Flyers were winning like 7-0, just obliterating them. That was very fun. That was when Claude Giroux, I think, was like coming into his element. Anyway, good times. Pawn takes d4, pawn takes d4, and Ding plays the move knight c4, inviting a trade of a knight. And the position is very tense. Jan obliges after 9 minutes. He didn't have to take. He could have played something like Queen E2. But then again, then he's going to grab the bishop. Because it's just a nice little benefit to his position. To do that, Jan would either take the queen or even the pawn. This is a horrible structure, but actually the open F file does make for a little bit of a juicy thing here. You could put some C4 and put some pressure. Knight C4, BC4. And after spending 6 minutes, Jan plays F3. And this is where a catastrophic moment occurs in game 13. Jan Nepomniachtchi defends his center pawn by playing F3. I mean, how else was he going to defend it? If he played Queen F3, he would be walking directly into a pin. I don't like that either. So he plays F3. But now he's destabilizing his position a little bit. And Ding plays the best move, Bishop F8. And Ding has 3 pieces staring at the center. The move D5 is coming. Defending this, teaming up with everything, hitting this, reopening the diagonal of the bishop. Ding Liren is in the driver's seat with the black pieces for the first time in the entire match. It took him until his final game with black. Clearly Jan is rattled, all right, choosing a little bit of a sideline in the opening, and now Jan has to step out of the way, because if he doesn't, because if he waits one more move, a D5 is borderline completely winning for black. So Bishop F2 steps out of the way of the rook, but here comes pawn to D5, and Ding Liren is better. Ding Liren has a big advantage, all right? Jan takes on D5. Ding recaptures with the knight, and he's ready to play knight E3. If you spend one more move, knight F4, knight E3, this knight parks itself outside of the airport terminal, waiting for people to arrive. Knight E2 is a problem, bishop C5 is a problem, bishop is a problem, knight is a problem, rook up and over is a problem, a queen G5 and mate is a problem. Everything is a problem. Jimmy Butler is a problem for the Milwaukee Bucks, by the way. Yo, Knicks are gonna cook Miami, by the way. I mean, I'm just saying, Knicks getting to the Eastern Conference Finals against the Boston Celtics. I mean, what is this, the mid-20th century of basketball? This is incredible, Spa. Just, I mean, the Knicks are really good. Mitchell Robinson, oh my goodness, he made Jared Allen. Whew.
I need to get closer.
Anyway, knight takes D5.
I can't do that yet.
White has to prevent all of this, bishop to E4, and Ding has his biggest moment in the game. It's a relatively simple situation. There is a pin on the knight. So rook B8 is probably the right antidote. Now, white can take, and then maybe queen D5, and black is convincingly better. Black is just better. Much better, in fact. Like -1 of advantage with long-term pressure on white's position and the bishop pair. And a completely effortless advantage. Bishop to E4, you can play rook B8. You don't want to play rook B8, play queen F6. You don't want to play that, play queen G5. Defending this, the point is white has to take. If white doesn't take, knight F4 is game over. So Ding has a massive opportunity, and he plays rook E5. He spends 20 minutes and plays rook E5. I don't hate this move, all right? But rook E5 is creating a little bit of a Tetris piece in the center. Ding's idea was obviously bishop takes D5, rook D5. That is clearly his idea. But what is the long-term objective, right? Because all the moves that I pointed out, rook B8, queen F6, queen G5, black, all of those moves set up a knight move for the most part. Queen F6 sets up rook D8 and then a knight move. This does not set up a knight move because you're still hanging, which means all the other moves, queen F6, queen G5, rook B8, all demanded bishop D5. The problem with Ding's move is Jan can make another move. He doesn't need to take the knight on D5. He doesn't need to take on the knight on D5, period. Because after rook C8, he can just go here. There was never a moment where Ding enabled the movement of the knight. The problem with the bishop on E4 was not the pressure on the knight, it was the bishop. You needed to guard the bishop to enable the movement of the knight to F4. And because he waited a little too long, Jan stops it. Now, still, Ding has very good pressure. Here the move queen E8 is the accurate move and actually pressures the pawn and the E file, and white really should consider going here. Because the longer that white waits, Black will play rook d8 and set up a cannon, and if white steps out of the way, knight b4 gallops into d3, and white is lost, okay? So instead of queen e8, Ding plays queen e7. It's not a bad move, but it is! Queen d4. Now, what was the difference between queen e8, queen d4, and queen e7, queen d4? The difference was the fact, and you're gonna see this in the game, that first of all, there is knight e3.
Hey there.
That is a major difference. You can shove the knight in the way, and then bishop takes e4. The reason you cannot play knight e3 with the queen there and the queen there is after this bishop g3, the queen is standing in the way of the bishop. That is a major, major problem for black. Black doesn't have enough room. You needed the queen on e8, so that after queen d4, knight e3, and this entire same sequence, bishop g3 hits this, bishop c5. So Ding had to go here to keep the bishop open. He needed to not block his own bishop. That is some giga-dank stuff. Okay, chess is a brutal game sometimes. You just had to not close your own bishop. And the point is that queen d4, that tactic no longer works. And after f5, again, had the queen been there, once again, instant replay, f5, bishop g3, bishop c5 is lights out. Ding needed to play queen e8, and he would have had a massive advantage. But instead he went here. And the problem is that after f5, he doesn't get to pin the queen. He missed this idea, and he goes for a rook sacrifice instead, getting an endgame where he has a bishop and a pawn for a rook. The problem is, now Jan is maybe back in the driver's seat with rook f5. I mean, these guys are going back and forth this entire match. Rook d1, knight b4. Ding is gonna plant the horse here and start a family with the two pawns. The horsey is gonna raise horse babies. All right, what are horse babies? What is the word for baby horse? Hold on. What is the word for baby horse? A foal? I don't. Okay. My favorite thing is just a murder of crows. That's crows? Yeah. Anyway, bishop c5 check, bishop c6, and Jan trades the rooks, and now Jan is better. All right? Bishop d5, and you know, Ding is chilling. Ding chilling, if you will, you know. In the center of the board here, but unfortunately, knight c3, knight d3 hits the bishop, but the rook is counterattacked. Black starts bringing his king, and Jan actually could have played knight e2 and had a pretty substantial edge. Bishop d5 would have been necessary, and Jan could have played this endgame. And I got news for you. If Magnus Carlsen was sitting in this position in a world championship match right here, he would not play what just happened. What happens in this game is rook e2 and the players make a draw. They make a draw, they repeat moves. Game 13 is a draw, it's 6.5, 6.5. The difference is that Magnus Carlsen in this position would have found knight e2, knight f4. Bishop d5 has to defend, and only white is playing for a win here because a rook is just better than a bishop. It just is. And the less pieces on the board, the better for the rook. But game 13 ends in a draw. Jan doesn't play knight e2, knight f4. It almost feels like he can breathe a sigh of relief, but ladies and gentlemen, this comes down to the final game, or the tiebreak. But the next person to win wins it all. Like how in basketball, when you're down and you say next point wins, that is exactly what it will come down to. This is the first world championship to go the distance in 20 years. The first world chess championship to go the full length of the allotted games in 20 years since Leko Kramnik 2004. I will see you all for game number 14 in 2 days. April 28th is a rest day. April 29th, we might crown a new classical world chess champion. Get out of here.
Welcome back, everyone. Today was game number 13 of the World Chess Championship match being played between Jan Nepomniachtchi of Russia and Ding Liren from China. Now, as you guys know, Nepo lost a heartbreaker in game 12, a game which he probably could have won and won the World Championship title. Alas, it was not meant to be. Ding won the game, and the match is all tied at 6, and they play game 13 today without any rest. So let's see how Nepo would respond. All right, so Nepo playing with the white pieces, game number 13, and the game starts with e4. We get e5 from Ding, very standard, what we expected. Knight to f3, knight to c6, bishop to b5, and now we get a6, bishop a4, knight to f6, castles, and bishop e7, and d3. Now this is what Nepo has been playing throughout the match. He chooses to play it once again in his final white game of the match, the closed Spanish. Ding plays b5.
That is
we get bishop to b3, we get d6 here, and now c3. Once again, d6 is a critical move. If white were to play move like h3, after knight to a5, black can trade the knight for the bishop, and black can better. Half the pawn, and d6 is also important. If you do knight e5 here, you'd lose the pawn in e5. So we get d6 as support, and then for knight e5 move, here we get c3, creating a square. Bishop e2, we get castles, h3, which stops bishop g4, and now we have bishop d7. Now again, all this has been played before in the match so far, but here we get to move bishop e3. Now in a prior game which Nepo won, I believe it was game number 4 of the match, although I could be wrong since there have been so many games, he played this move a4, and after knight to a5, we had bishop to a2, c5, and this move bishop to g5 in a very nice game which Nepo won. So Nepo chooses to play bishop e3 instead. Very quiet, safe move. Game continues with knight to a5, and we get bishop to c2 here, and now c5. Idea here is very simple. Black wants to try to prevent white from getting the big center with d4. Additionally, at some point, black might even want to play d5 himself and try to create this great wall of pawns on the 4th rank. So we get knight bd2, and now rook to e8 is played, and here this move a4. Now a4 is a move that maybe isn't necessary perhaps, but the idea is simply that down the road, white wants to play for d4, but white also wants to play on the queen side as well. So when you go a4, what you're doing is you're potentially opening up the a file. So if black plays b4 to keep it closed, after takes and move like knight to b3, if knights come off, suddenly your bishop is great again. You can also even play d4 here, and now black doesn't even have a move like knight c4, which would happen in the game. So a4 is a move to basically open up the file, sort of waiting move to see what black does. Ding plays h6 here to stop any tricks with like bishop g5 or knight g5 down the road, and now we get the move d4. Now d4, very logical move, simply opening up the center of the board here, trying to create some kind of center here. If white could put the pawn on d5, for example, white would be better, but Ding, who's played a lot of these systems before, understands that you cannot allow that to happen. So Ding trades all the pawns up on d4, and now we reach this position where you have this potentially weak pawn on d6 versus this weak or strong pawn on e4. We get knight to c4 played by Ding. Excellent move because this knight is on the rim. It's not really in the game here. So when you play knight c4, what you're doing is you're trying to remove one of the defenders of the pawn on e4 here. And additionally, you're getting rid of your knight on the rim. And also, if white trades, suddenly you don't have this weakness on b5. Whereas here, you do have this potential weakness where, let's just say you go rook f8, after takes, you're simply down a pawn. So when you play knight c4 here, you're getting rid of the you're getting rid of the white defender of the pawn, and you're getting rid of the weakness with this pawn on b5. So we get knight takes knight, pawn takes knight, and now of course forced under attack twice by the bishop on the knight, and only guarded once by the bishop on c2. Game continues with f3. Now this is apparently a fairly serious mistake, but it's hard to show exactly why. Or prove exactly what I should say. Now what should have been played by Nepo was this move queen to e2 here, attacking the pawn on c4. And the reason is fairly big, and that's because here, if black plays a move like rook to c8, guarding the pawn, now you can play this move f3, and after black plays bishop f8, you can go bishop f2. And now if black plays e5, there's e5 here, and after knight d7, f4, white is actually better. And you're probably wondering, well, what's the difference? The difference is that here, when you go f3 right away and black plays bishop to f8, now you no longer have time to play queen to attack the pawn on c4, because I don't have to play rook c8 here. I can instantly go d5, guarding the pawn on c4, putting pressure in the center, and you don't have e5 here because you simply drop the pawn. So in this position, after bishop to f8, we get bishop to f2 being played by Nepo, and it's quite simple. Now on d5, you can always take the pawn, and the bishop isn't hanging. Here we get d5, Nepo takes, Ding takes, and now we have this move, bishop to e4. Now at this point, black is significantly better if he can find the right move. But it's interesting that in one of the previous games, Ding was able to find a very, very quiet move that was extremely good 2 games ago, which was this unusual looking move, rook to b8. Now, in this game, he is unable to find the move. If he had found this move, he probably would have retained a chance to win the game. I don't want to say he would have won, but he would have been better for sure, because here, the main point is that now the rook guards the bishop. So let's just say white plays king h1. First of all, you can play knight f6 and trade the rook on b7, and also your rook is now targeting this weak pawn on b2. So that's the first reason. The other reason is you can also go a8, putting pressure on the pawn on b2 this way, and now you keep the bishop on the board on a8. So rook b8 would have been a very good move by Ding. He would have kept an advantage. I think he would have won the game. I mean, who knows? Obviously, it's a little bit of spoiler, but it's all good. So instead, Ding plays the move rook to e5. Now, I actually like rook to e5 because it might not be the best move according to the computer, but it starts to create some complications. Game continues with rook to c1, attacking the pawn on c4. Here, Ding plays rook to c8, simply guarding the pawn, and now we get knight to e2. Now, in this position, once again, Ding has a very, very good opportunity to prove his advantage, but he plays this move queen e7, which is a slight mistake. Now, again, I'm not going to fault Ding for this move. I think it's a completely reasonable move, but it's interesting to note that the computer thinks that after queen e8, black is actually quite a bit better because the pawn a4 is weak, the bishop is still under attack. But more importantly, your rook is always going to have a square to go to. And if white tries to play queen d4, following up like he did in the game, after f5 and bishop to g3 here, black is actually winning because of this move bishop to c5, which pins the queen and the king, rook guards the bishop, and it's GG. So, in this position, if Ding plays queen e7, it's not a bad move, but he intends to sack the rook. But there's also another point, which is after queen e4 and f5 is played, white can play bishop g3 here, attacking the rook. And you'll notice the queen on e7 is in the way of the bishop, so you no longer have this bishop c5 idea to win the queen on d4. The game continues with rook takes e4, sacks the rook, takes, queen takes, and we reach this endgame where white now is a rook versus a bishop and a pawn, but black is doing quite well. First of all, he has the bishop pair, but additionally this pawn on d4 is potentially a passed pawn. Black can even go knight to d4, knight d3 down the road and get the bastion, and it's very tricky for white to play potentially. So here Nepo plays rook f d1. Now at this point, when I was watching the game, I felt it already here. It's probably going to be a draw. I think Nepo is going to feel some danger and he's going to have to simplify. Knight b4 played by Ding, pawn is guarded by the bishop, and now you can create the bastion with knight to d3. We get rook to d7, bishop to c5 check, king to h2, and now bishop c6. Another excellent move. Active bishops on c5 and c6 here, targeting both the diagonals. Rook cannot stay on the 7th rank here. You can't put the rook on a7 or e7. Bishop covers both squares. Bishop on c6 covers b7. You'd love to go bishop e5 and win the rook, but you don't have time. So rook c7 is played here by Nepo. We get rook takes rook, bishop takes rook, and now we get the move bishop to d5. Logical move here because it simply protects both the pawns on d5 and e4. And also, if you lose either of these pawns on c4 or e4, you will just lose the game. So we get bishop to d5 being played, and now we have knight to c3 played by Nepo. Ding goes knight to d3. Now, already here, it is possible that you could try a move like bishop c6, but this would actually be a big win. Knight takes e4, bishop takes e4, and rook takes e4. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O, you're losing something. You can't guard both of these bishops. You can't guard the knight as well, and so you have to be a little bit careful. Now, Ding obviously not going to be complacent at the stage we're in an endgame. Plenty of time to calculate, and it's really a very basic tactic, one of the only tactics that exists in this position. So we get knight to d3 played here by Ding, and now Nepo plays rook to c2. And this move simply guards the pawn on b2, and you want to maybe put the rook on e2 and go after the pawn. But there is one fundamental problem here that Nepo has, which is that in a perfect world, what you'd love to do is you'd love to be able to bring the king close to the center. But the problem here is that the knight on d3, which cannot be dislodged here, is simply preventing your king from going to either f4 or f2, and so your king is simply out of the game. He's boxed out by the knight on d3. So white really doesn't have a score on. Again, if you could magically get the king to how do I do this? You can magically get a position like this where the king is on e2. After a move like a5 and bishop b6, for example, if black moves bishop, you can maybe even try to bring the king in here and go after both of these pawns. And you'll notice that white has very, very good chances to win the game. But the problem here is that with the knight on d3, you can never really get the king to the e2 square. You can't go to d1 either. The bishop on c5 covers it. So with the knight and the bishop combo here, knight covering these two squares, and the bishop covering the g1 square, there's really no way to get this in the game, so white doesn't have very good winning chances. So we get A5 being played here.
Not enough
now we have
rage.
king to
Need
F7,
more
played by
rage.
Ding. We get
Not
rook
enough
to E2,
rage.
attack
Need
with
more
pawn to
rage.
E4. Now it's your knight to C1 is played. Now at this point already, Nepo has resigned himself to the fact that he thinks the game is going to be a draw, and he does not want to take a whole lot of risk. Now, it's worth noting that, as I said before, if you go king g3 and e3 occurs, again, very hard to get anything going here. It starts to look a little bit scary here. If you go knight e2 and black plays bishop takes g2, you do have rook takes c4, I guess. If you were to take the bishop, there's a fork with knight e1. And after rook takes c4, bishop f1, king to f3. Apparently white is okay here, but it looks really, really scary. First of all, the bishop covers the fork with e5. After knight e1, king g3, apparently black has to go knight d3 and white has to go king f3 and make the repetition. But to even allow this with the white pieces is insane considering the situation. Let's not forget, Nepo lost yesterday. Psychology does play a role. So because Nepo lost yesterday, he wants a game where there's very little risk of things going wrong. And obviously mentally he's going to be quite shaky, so he doesn't want to allow it. So Nepo does not play king g3, and I don't fault him one bit. He plays rook to e2, and now we get a repetition after knight c1. Rook to e1, knight to d3, rook to 2,
Need more
knight
rage.
to d1,
Not
knight
enough
to d3.
rage.
Now the
I
computer
can't do
also
that
felt
yet.
it in this position after knight c1. King to e6 is another move that
Need more
can be
rage.
played by black here,
ability
but it's
isn't
very,
playing.
very risky to play king e6 because first of all, it just hangs upon. Secondly, from Ding's perspective, it's the same thing. Ding is in a situation where he knows he has the white piece in the final game of the match in game 14. Why do you want to take a big risk here and potentially lose the game when you're going to have your chance with white? You're going to have a chance to win, finish the match in style. Why would you do this? So king e6 is playable, and actually after takes and king d5, rook d8, knight takes b2, this does feel quite scary for white here, and I honestly would not want to play this position with the white pieces. Nonetheless, considering the situation, having white knowing what's going on, very, very hard to play a move like king e6, trying to keep the game alive here, because you just know that Nepo is going to have to make the draw when you play knight c1, and you'll go into the final game with white and chances to win the whole thing. So after we get these moves, knight c2, knight c3, back and forth, the game does end in an unfortunate draw, relatively speaking, and the match is tied at 6.5, 6.5. So what does that mean? That means that after tomorrow's rest day, they will play the final game, game number 14, on Saturday. Ding Laurent will have the white pieces, Jan Tomoshi will have the black pieces. If Ding wins the game, he wins the match immediately. If he wins with the white pieces, he wins the match. Same thing for Nepo. Nepo wins the game with the black pieces, he wins the match. If the game, however, is a draw and we are tied 7-7, there will be a tiebreaker that will be played on Sunday. I believe it will be, I think it's going to be 4 games of rapid chess. I could be wrong on this, of course, but I believe it's going to be 4 games of rapid chess. Now, what do I think will happen? So first of all, nobody knows what's going to happen in game 14, but based on the players, based on what I feel are the lack of opening ideas at this point, this is something that commented on in the official commentary. It feels like both players are kind of out of ideas for the match. So I'm expecting game 14 to be a draw. I am expecting tiebreakers, and I do think that if we get to tiebreakers, the advantage has to be for Nepo. He's played more rapid, he's played a lot of the World Chess Tour events, which Ding has not played in for quite some years now. So if we get to the tiebreaker, Jan has the advantage. But I do think as of right now, going to game 14, Ding is the favorite because he's the white piece in the final game. You never know what can happen. All do remember it. It's the final round of the candidates. Ding also had the white pieces there in a situation where it was a must-win, and he did win against the streamer guy, Hikaru Nakamura, to clinch his spot and play the match against Nepo for the World Chess Championship. So at any rate, it's going to be quite interesting. We'll see what happens in game 14. But I do hope you guys have enjoyed this recap. I know it's a little bit light. It's kind of hard when you have a fairly bland, boring draw in the Spanish to say a whole lot. But I hope you guys have enjoyed this recap. Make sure to hit that subscribe button below if you haven't. And I will be back very soon with a recap after game number 14. See you guys.
I can't do that yet.
Welcome back, everyone. For today's video, we have something very special planned. Now, some months ago, you guys may remember there was a bot that came out as AI called Mittens, which was a nightmare for everybody to play against, including myself. Now, there were many articles about it. Many of us had some wins, some losses. All in all, it was a big success in the chess world. Now, with much surprise, without a lot of fanfare, I might add, Mittens bot is back, or so we think. Now, what we have here is we have what is called the Mittens Anish. Now, again, like the regular Mittens, it's listed with a rating of 1 or 0. Now, how good is it? Is it as good as the original, or is Anish a better impersonator? Let's find out. So I'm going to start by playing E4 here on move number 1. Plays E5. Okay, pretty normal. I will play knight to f3. Let's see what it's going to do. Is it going to play knight c6? It does. Okay, now I'm going to play bishop b5, play the classic Berlin. Well, I thought we were going to get a Berlin, but we're going to get a regular Spanish, I guess. Let's go bishop a4, back the knight, and let's see how Anish responds. Anish plays knight to f6. Now, in the recent American Cup, I did play this d3, so once again, I will play d3. This is what we call the closed Spanish, and we'll see how Anish reacts. Anish plays b5. Let's go d3, so I don't ping my bishop. Bishop c5 played here, and now I have a tough decision. There are many moves I can play. I can play a4 here, try to open up the a file. I can castle, h3, c3, knight c3, many options. Now what I'm going to do here is, since I'm not sure how strong Anish Mittens is, I'm going to play bishop to e3 to trade off the bishops and play something a little bit slower. So I'm going to take, I stack the pawns, but I can castle the king and try to play on this open f file. So we're waiting for a move here. Mittens Anish castles. I will now go queen to e1. Maybe an idea like queen g3 or queen h4. Also moves like knight to g5 or knight h4. Now bishop to d7 is played. Now this is a strange move. However, if I move the queen away, he does have knight to a5 to win this bishop. So I think what I'm going to do here is play a3 so I can move the queen, and on knight a5 I can drop a2. Mittens Anish plays knight to e7 with the idea of rotating the knight to g6. And now I'm going to play this move. I have knight h4 and knight d2. I think I'm going to play knight h4 first, and if it goes knight d6, I can play knight to f5. Now I'm going to play knight to multiple options, c3 or d2. I think I'm going to go to... I don't know which square is best. My instinct is c3 is better, and the only reason is because if knights get traded at some point, the knight can jump to d5, whereas the knight we're on d2, there aren't really as many access points. So I'm going to go h3. Idea to play queen g3 potentially. It plays a5 here. Now I can play queen to g3 maybe. I think I will, or queen to e2. Multiple options here. I think what I'm going to play actually is neither of them. I'm going to go knight to e2 with the idea of knight to g3 and put a knife on f5 if possible. Mittens plays c5 here. Move. I'm going to go knight to g3. Still the idea of f5. And now it plays bishop e7 to trade off the bishops. Now, in this position, there are a couple options I have, but we're going to try to play the hero here. I am going to sacrifice the rook on f6 to open up this f file, and now I'm going to go queen to f2. I have ideas like knight to h5, maybe knight f5 as well, and I think I'm doing well. Now again, we don't know how strong Mittens Anish is, but I feel like I've got some chances. So I'm going to go bishop to a2 here. I can always trade the pawns later. I probably should trade soon. Although, wait, now there's knight h5? Did Mittens Anish blunder? I go knight h5 to capture the juicer, and these knights is very, very powerful here.
Isn't ready yet.
Although, maybe I'm wrong. I thought I could take and I'd get a big attack here, but after d7... I don't really have a great move. I can play rook f1. I can take on c4. I think I should take. I mean, I have to go for it here with knight f6. I'm going to now play rook to f1 to overprotect the knight on f6 here. Plays knight to g6. Now, I do have a move like knight to f5. I can also trade the knights maybe on g6. Again, I'm not super thrilled by my position, but I think it's still very much a game. So I'm going to take. It's going to take back with the rook. I'm going to go knight to h5, checking the king. It's threatening to take on h3 here, so I should probably scoot the king up, guard the pawns here, and after queen to g5, I can play g4. Now, Mittens Anish plays d5 here, which is a move that makes some sense, although it does feel a little bit wrong to me somehow, because after taking e4, it should be okay, although... I feel like I should have better too. Maybe I can take on c4, e4, and I don't have anything great. So probably what I should do is I should take on e5, but already this doesn't feel quite right. Let's take on d5. It's going to take, and I'm going to go g4 here, basically preventing it from taking on d2. It takes on d3, I take on d5, it takes, I take back, and I think I'm okay. At least I hope I'm okay. I've got a good knight on h5, my queen and my rook are good. Rook c8, a very scary move to face. I do have queen to f7 here. Check here, check king h4, queen d8, rook f6. So if I take, check, king here, check. Oh, wait, no, if I take, there's rook c2, king g3, queen g2, or takes and queen h2 mate. So it doesn't really work. Which means I'm actually in trouble. If I don't have that option, I might be in really bad shape. Let's see if there's anything to do. Looks kind of iffy here for me. Maybe knight f6 is the move, maybe queen f5, and then still c2. g2. King g3 also an option here, and it's a move that I'm gonna play because after take, I can take on f7 maybe. Let's take or no. I blundered. After takes, king h4, there's queen g5, king g3, queen takes h5, and I am losing the game. So I guess what I will do here instead is maybe resign, but resigning is not, you never win a game when you resign. That we do need to be clear on that. So I guess I will take, I'll block with the rook. I'm probably going to lose this game, just to be clear for anyone who's wondering. After check, I think I have king h4. Goes queen b6, however, does not check on g1, which is a huge surprise here. And now I feel like I should have something. Maybe queen to e7 with rook f8, although queen e7, there's queen d6. Oh, it feels like there's something. If I go rook f6, he has queen g1. Queen b6 does not feel like the right move. If I go knight f6 to go for mate, there's rook g7. Knight f6, rook g7, queen h5, queen g1,
I need
king
a target.
h4,
I don't
queen
have a
e1,
target.
rook g3, queen d2. Oh, this is difficult. It feels like there should be something here. It feels very much like there should be something. Now, if I go knight f6, there's queen g1, king h4. I think I'm going to play this. I think I'm going to go knight f6, rook g7, queen h5, queen g1, king h4, queen e1, rook here, then queen d2, queen e5, and probably I'm losing here somehow, but I feel like maybe I can survive that. Maybe there's something else here. But I don't see other moves, because queen e7, queen d6 is very strong. If I go queen d7, there's rook d8. And if I play rook f6, there's queen g1, king h4, rook g4 takes, and mate again on h2. So it doesn't quite work. Now, I could try king to h4 here, but then I think it just goes queen e6, trading the queens. So there really aren't many options, and I think I should just play knight f6 and hopefully not get checkmated. But again, there's no guarantee. Let's go here. It will check. I'll go here. I'm going to block with the rook. I can still capture with the knight. Queen e1, I block, and now I'm threatening mate in 1, so it's got to guard with d2 or queen c1. I think I have to... I could maybe play g5 here, but I guess after g5, there's rook c4 check, and I lose the game. If I play knight e4, there's queen f4. I guess I will just gobble. Let's go. Check, I'm going to trade, take queen h5, or not. It goes rook f8. So if I play knight h5 here, for example, there's queen g5, needed. So I can't go knight h5. Rook f3 looks like the safe move to play here. It looks correct. It looks very correct. Let's go rook f3 here. Assuming I'm not blundering and losing on the spot, I take. It will take with a pawn. I go king h5. Oh, it takes with the rook. So let's go king back to guard the rook, but probably I'm losing here after rook g6. Now it plays rook c5. There's some way I could trade these pawns off here. I'd actually be able to draw the game. Doesn't look like I can really do that easily. I can go h4, maybe rook e2 on b4 and g5. Again, very, very difficult. I could also play rook f2 here, but that doesn't feel right. So I think what I'm going to play is I think I'm going to go h4 here. So this way, if he plays rook c6, I can always guard the knight. It goes a4. And now, how do I play this? I can't go g5 in one go. I could shuffle with the rook on like f1 or f2 or f4 for that matter. I could also just move the king. So I think rook f2 looks correct, kind of, because I cover the second rank. If he moves the rook, I play g5. He goes rook e5. I feel like there's some way that I just kind of delay him. Maybe it's king h3, maybe it's king g2. King f4 is no good because then he takes, I take, and I lose the rook. Rook f3 allows rook e2. Still feels like there should be something here for me to save the day, but I am struggling to find it. So if I go rook f4, rook e2, g5, rook b2, g takes h6, check here, takes, that's losing. If I play h5, then king g7 wins the game. So I have to look for a miracle. And what could the miracle possibly be? Now, rook f3 is the obvious move here, but it does allow rook to e2, and that is potentially, I think, a very big issue. Rook to f3, also an issue. So I think what I'm going to play here is rook to f4. Oh, wait, rook to f4, there's rook e3 check. I might have to go to f3, in which case I'm probably just losing. I think if I go here, he checks me, and then he goes here and wins the pawn, and my king is one square further away. So, all right, rook e2, so I've got to go with g5 here. It's going to capture. I'm gonna have to try to bring my king in. Maybe if I get rook d5 here, I have a chance. Plays b4, very strong move. I guess I have to go rook to d3 or e3. I'm gonna go to d3. I'm gonna try to set up the classic Arabian checkmate on h7. It takes on a3. If I go rook d7, threatening mate, takes, a2. I'm almost okay here, but I'm also almost not okay. So let's see. If I go rook d7, takes, a2, f7, king g7, I lose the game. Now if I play rook d7, takes, a2, check here, f7, rook b4,
Not ready.
h5, king f5, queen check. Probably losing, but I don't think I really have a choice. So let's play rook d7. It's going to take.
That ability is ready.
Now I'm going to go check and f7. So I go check, f7.
Not enough rage.
And I assume I'm losing here because there's rook f2.
Need more rage.
Okay, queens, which is a mistake. It's a mistake. Or no, it's not a mistake because rook h8 has king g6. Oh, I thought I just saved this game with check, but it can go here. It doesn't have to take the rook. Oh, that hurts. Oh, I lose by 1 tempo. I'll play it out just so you guys see it. I'll make a queen. So close and so far. Here, and now I can actually probably create a ladder even. So close. It just checks. I go here. There's probably some kind of ladder. I guess I'll go here.
That ability isn't ready.
And I think multiple paths lead to victory. It checks. I'll go here. But now there's rook c6 and then queen c6 checkmate. I'll go here. And there's a forced checkmate. I go here. And queen e4 is made. Very, very difficult first game. Probably I should not have sacrificed the rook. If we go back here, I think let me click on analysis so we can see. I think rook takes f6 was a mistake. Probably around... Oh, I was actually kind of only a little bit worse here.
The ability isn't ready.
It doesn't look like it was the end of the world. Somewhere around here, probably the sacrifice was a little too much if I safer. Or no, apparently I was right. Oh, I was supposed to do knight h5 here. As you guys can see, white is actually a little bit better. It's 0.27 for white. So apparently, the sacrifice was good, but I should have played knight h5. So all right, let's play one more game against the Anish bot. Let's go back. Let's go back. Let's click on rematch. I'll play with the black piece. Let's do one more game. So d4. Now I'm going to be very...
I can't do that yet. Not ready yet. I can't do that. Not ready yet.
I can't do that yet. Not ready yet. That ability isn't ready yet.
Greetings.
Oh, maybe this is it. Classic patch 1.15 in development. Oh. Blizzard has pushed a new encrypted build for World of Warcraft Classic on the developer branch patch 1.15.0.49224. This was also spotted by Mr. GM on Twitter. And see the list on the WoW tools. Looks like we've got everything for WoW Classic era on the way. The encrypted WoW dev endpoint has been updated to patch 1.15.0. So 14 to 15. Oh shit. Okay. Hardcore Season of Mastery 2 Classic Plus, the developer branch is encrypted and can't be data mined. So we aren't able to see what this patch has in store, but many Classic players are excited. Speculation range from official Hardcore realm to Season of Mastery 2 to even hopeful wishes for true Classic Plus content. I feel like we're gonna get both of these and we're not gonna get this one. This one seems like, it doesn't look like Blizzard. Okay, if they do this, I will get 100 sub.
Hello,
If they do Classic Plus, I'll get 100 sub. I don't think they're gonna do it, right? Maybe in the next one, but I don't think.
Lokar. Nah, I'm just kidding. I'm not an orc. I'm a human. So, trick or treat.
By Lord Godfrey's bushy beard, are you alright?
Yes? I'm pretty sure you're supposed to give me candy, not kidnap me.
Do you know what the bloody hell is going on? He is coming.
Who?
The Headless Horseman. He comes every year to burn down this town.
What? I've never heard of him before. Who is he?
Let me see here. Here we go. Take a gander at this book. Fair warning, it's very, very spooky.
Our story begins during the Scourge invasion of Lordaeron. The Cult of the Damned had just spread infected grain to all of the villages, and Prince Arthas took it upon himself to kill the innocents in Stratholme before they turned into zombies. Uther and a lot of the Knights of the Silver Hand refused to participate in this massacre and went to go assist the surrounding villages. This included Sir Thomas Thompson. Thompson wasn't just a paladin, he was also a pumpkin farmer and had a wife and 2 kids, and his farm was located in the southwest section of Tirisfal, like right here. The lands of Lordaeron is something Thomas Thompson really cared about and continued to fight on with his fellow paladins. One of the big problems with this war was not just the Scourge, but the food supply. Since all of the grain was infected, the humans of Lordaeron were tired, starved, and desperate.
Oh, yoo-hoo!
In comes Baron Grimmond,
What can I do for you?
a rich noble
The
of
Alliance.
Stratholme who sent a shipment of grain to where Thomas was stationed. Thomas blindly trusted the noble and let the town eat the grain.
Outstanding!
Little did Thomas know, Rivendare was actually a close ally of Kel'Thuzad and purposefully infected the grain. To Thomas's horror, the people he swore to protect quickly fell to the plague. With a heavy heart, he had to slay the once innocent civilians. He had failed them, and it was sad to say, but this was only the beginning of the depressing stories to come. To recover from this mental blow Sir Thomas took, he returned to his family for comfort. From his home, he watched as his kingdom rotted away from the inside out. His prince, Arthas, killed his own father and his mentor, Uther. Every day, there was another story about a village being wiped out, and more innocents dying a slow, painful death. Thomas would stop at nothing to defend his kingdom, but he didn't want his family suffering the same fate, so he sent them on a boat with Jaina to Kalimdor. For the next 4 years, Thomas continued the fight off the Scourge. His crusade to dispense light's justice led him to joining the Scarlet Crusade. This organization of light extremists was secretly led by the Dreadlord Balnazar, who disguised himself as Saidan Dathrohan. Through the Dreadlord's manipulation, he was able to radicalize many survivors of Lordaeron into being fanatical members of the Light. These people experienced firsthand that no one can be trusted and may secretly be agents of the Scourge. One day, Thomas Thompson, Saidan Dathrohan, and a squadron of Scarlet soldiers were performing a routine plague check at a nearby village. At first, they were pleased to see that everything seemed to be fine. The villagers had plenty of food, there was no zombies invading, and everything was clean. But here's the thing. It was too perfect. Satan planted the dubious idea in his mind that this perfect village was a front. These villagers were hiding something. They are not who they seem to be. These are secretly scourged filth in the skies, members of the Cult of the Damned waiting to strike. Thomas was not going to let these soulless, scourged snakes get away with this ruse. The holy light brings forth justice quickly and without mercy. Thomas went on an utter fanatical frenzy as he killed every villager in sight, making sure that no one escaped the light's wrath in his crusade to make Lordaeron whole once again. With blood-soaked robes, Thomas drove his blade into his final victim. The young woman's innocent gaze seared into Thomas's very soul. That was when he realized, in his blind crusade, he had accidentally killed his own family. Child murder?
I know, right? Bit dark, isn't it?
His own kid?
Yep.
That's messed up.
Yep.
Isn't this universe supposed to be for kids or something?
That's up for debate, bruv. Just keep reading.
How? How could his family be in this village if they sailed away on a boat 4 years ago? The only thing that made sense to Sir Thomas was there must have been a storm, something that would force them to turn back. Whatever it was, Thomas was now a broken man. A man driven to insanity and is now completely unhinged. His fellow Scarlet Crusade members had to lock him away, hoping that he'd kinda just chill out. Deep within his cell, he constantly spoke in deranged rhymes that would haunt the guards within the monastery.
Hearken, cur. 'Tis you I spurn. Now feel the burn!
Wait, hold on. I think he's saying another one. Listen very closely. It was clear that Thomas was off the deep end now, and there was no real chance of him coming back. But that doesn't mean he can't still fight. Thomas would be released kind of like a sort of Tasmanian devil wildcard of the Scarlet Crusade, and he'd cleave and smash his way through the Scourge, which was great for the other members, except for when he turned his blade on them. To Thomas, everyone was now a secret agent of the Scourge. Anything, living or dead, would feel his wrath. And you know you're batshit crazy when members of the Scarlet Crusade think you're crazy. And on that night of Hollow's End, Sir Thomas was finally put to rest. He was buried in the Scarlet Graveyard, but his slumber did not last long. The Dreadlord Balnazar used his demonic energies to raise the fallen knight into undeath. Now as a Headless Horseman, he will continue his mission of purging the world of undead and living alike. Wow, that story was pretty scary. So when does he show up?
Prepare yourselves, or be overwhelmed. The horseman descends upon this realm!
We need to go help Goldshire before it's too late.
Oh my goodness! What is he doing?
Prepare yourselves. The bells have tolled. Shelter your weak, your young, and your old. Each of you shall pay the final sum. Cry for mercy. The reckoning has come. You thought me killed. dead and done. Soon you shall be the fallen one. The skies grow dark. The flames burn bright. None shall escape the horseman's sight. The town still burns, a cleansing fire. Time is short, I'll soon retire. Soldiers arise, stand and fight. Bring victory at last to this fallen knight. This end have I reached before. What new adventure lies in store?
For the longest time, the only thing we knew about Gilneas was the impenetrable wall that blocked them off from the rest of the outside world. But during the Cataclysm, their defenses crumbled, and it was clear that within the secluded kingdom, it was not always sunshine and rainbows. Gilneas' downfall was not a sudden collapse like some might think. The root of the kingdom's problem was a slow deterioration because of their king and his more than questionable decisions. Our story begins with the human kingdoms prospering greatly. The Empire of Arathor had evolved into multiple city-states that flourished into their own separate kingdoms, who dominate a good chunk of the continent. In its prime, the land owned by Gilneas was much larger than we know today. They held control over parts of Silverpine Forest, Hillsbrad Foothills, and even an island called Zoldair, a mysterious place we still haven't seen to this day in-game. But I'm getting off track. Point is, everybody's doing great. Until there was 7-foot-tall roided-up orcs from another world that poured out of the Dark Portal. This overwhelming alien threat rampaged up north and left Stormwind City in rubble. If this threat wasn't managed, these otherworldly savages would be on the other kingdom's doorstep next. With great haste, King Tyrannus Menethil met with Anduin Lothar and then organized a meeting with all of the other human kingdoms so they could band together. King Tyrannus pleaded for the aid of the other kingdoms, and a good majority of them helped without question. This included the kingdoms like Kul Tiras, Stromgarn, Dalaran, Alterac, and Gilneas. Sort of. Gen Greymane heeded the advice of his two advisors. One was Lord Darius Crowley, and the other was Lord Vincent Godfrey. There was also this guy named Baron Ashbury, but he literally did nothing, so I'm just not going to include him. Darius was enthusiastic about the Gilnean military lending aid to their sister nations. It would give them a tight bond with the other kingdoms, and they would grow together. But Lord Vincent Godfrey, he had other plans. He felt like Darius was a bit too optimistic, and instead suggested that they only send a very small token force of soldiers to help. Now, despite Gen's boasting of how he had the strongest military in all of the Eastern Kingdoms, he wasn't too thrilled about dealing with other people's problems, so he took the advice from Godfrey, and only sent a small fraction of support to help the alliance of Lordaeron. Oh, come on, Gen. Maybe you can just help out a little bit more. No. Lord Greymane, please, maybe a... Nope. How about you... Despite Gen's unwillingness to cooperate, the humans win the Second War and push the orcs back into the Dark Portal. But Gen still was not happy. During the war, one of the kings that was a part of the Alliance betrayed them, confirming Gen's distaste for helping others. Also, Gilnean taxpayers had to fork up the gold to pay for orc internment camps and the construction of Netherguard Keep. Lord Greymane started to question why he even joined the Alliance in the first place. The only thing that had happened since he joined was he lost a bunch of gold and ended up with a bunch of dead Gilneans. So Lord Greymane pulled out of the alliance and focused on securing his kingdom's isolation. Deep within Lord Greymane's manor, he had an epiphany. What better way to isolate his kingdom than building a giant wall? Now, one would think the reasonable thing to do would be to build a wall around all of the land owned by Gilneas. Now, the thing is, building a wall that big would take a ridiculous amount of gold and resources.
Impossible!
It was Lord Godfrey's suggestion that the wall be built into the mountainside instead.
Hello.
This would make the wall cheaper and more practical, since it used the natural land to their advantage. The problem is that they would be blocking off a good chunk of their citizens from the rest of their kingdom, effectively abandoning them in the process. But these lands that they would be cutting off were owned by Darius Crowley, that alliance sympathizer. But, you know, that's okay. Gen was confident that Crowley would understand his reasoning. Crowley did not understand his reasoning. In fact, he was pretty pissed, and so were the people of Briarwood Village, the town that was blocked off from the rest of Gilnean society.
Oi! Piss off!
Despite the resistance, the wall was eventually constructed. Tensions between Crowley and Gen were incredibly high, but they were able to maintain their differences. But this barely maintained peace would not last for long. While Gilneas was on the cusp of a civil war, the Scourge was busy invading the lands of Lordaeron to the north. As the kingdom crumbled to the might of the Plague of Undeath, they begged Gilneas for aid, and the people, who once called themselves proud Gilneans, pounded on the wall, hoping that the king they trusted would give them salvation. But the only response they received was silence.
Shoot to kill!
Bloody hell. If I knew the Scourge would invade, I would have planned accordingly. Whatever tricks you have up your sleeve, they better work.
Tricks? Oh, no. My creatures are not mere tricks. I prefer the term very good boys.
I don't know what you mean, they're just dogs. Surely they can't. Ah!
Oh, Gen, I must warn you. These creatures have an unsatiable bloodlust. Once they are released, there is no turning back.
To be frank with you, Archmage, I have no choice. You are my last bastion of hope, Harugal, and I will see it done.
Whatever you wish, my lord.
At the king's discretion, Archmage Arugal unleashed the power of the Worgen on the Scourge, summoning them from an unknown realm he did not truly understand.
Go, attack my pets! Yes, who's a good boy? Slash them to bits!
Arugal knew the Worgen were ferocious, but he underestimated how bloodthirsty they really were, and once all the Scourge were defeated, the Worgen's ferocity was aimed towards the remaining citizens of Briarwood Village.
Bad dog, no! Stop this instant!
Arugal was driven mad with grief as the Worgens killed or infected the remaining survivors with the curse, and he just gave up and spent the rest of his days crying in Shadowfang Keep, with his worgen that he now called his children.
Oh, I am so sad. Oh, thank you, my son.
As chaos reigned beyond the wall, tensions exploded within Gilneas when citizens found out about the innocents that were caught in the crossfire. And in an act of defiance, Darius sent a small group of Gilnean soldiers to help with the alliance in the Third War without the approval of King Greymane. Greymane was livid at Darius's careless decision and considered it an act of treason. This outrage sparked an uprising within the city. An organization called the Northgate Rebels started to form, and Darius Crowley was their leader. They revolted against their king and his tyranny. This was the breaking point that spiraled Gilneas into a full-blown civil war. One side was the rebels that was led by Darius, and the other was the loyalists that sided with their king. Blood was shed on the streets of the city, and the climax of the conflict was when Darius and his rebels smuggled in heavy artillery to Gilneas with plans of leveling the city if it came to it. Unfortunately, the remaining rebels, including Darius, were captured before they could even use their firepower and were thrown in the stone-board prison.
To unhand me this beast.
Do you not understand? This is your doing. You cannot pretend like the outside world doesn't exist. You've killed your own people in this pointless escapade for independence, and it will only get worse.
Need more rage.
I do what I must to keep Gilneas safe. You cannot say the same, Crowley.
This is ridiculous! The Gilneans people's blood is on your hands, Gen. Gen? Are you listening?
La 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 la, I cannot hear you.
You made.
For a small amount of time, Gilneas had much needed peace, but the curse that doomed the lands beyond the wall had found itself within.
Oh, you know what? You guys are great. No, you're great. Oh, cheers, lads. Why, hello there, you little pup. Come on, don't be shy, come here. Come on, let me give you a good old
Once again, tensions began to rise within Gilneas, but for much more horrifying reasons. Murders labeled as the Starlight Slasher killings left Gilnean people in horror. And at first, people assumed these murders were committed by the Northgate Rebellion, but there too was whispers that the murders were performed by a mysterious cult that willingly submitted themselves to the Worgen curse.
Oh, shut up!
Gen refused to admit that the Worgen had reached the wall. It would only lead to utter chaos within the city. He wanted to hide the truth from his people. But there was no denying the curse had infected the city. Gen made the grave mistake of letting in injured Gilnean guards that fought the Worgen outside of the wall, and now this bizarre rumor of a cult was emerging. Things were getting out of hand, and if Gen wanted to fix the problems he got himself into, he'd have to handle it himself. It was a common occurrence. Greymane and his closest noble allies would organize hunting parties on every full moon, culling the Worgen population for sport and for vengeance.
Greymane, have a gander at this beast. I reckon you should join us in a group photo. No, this one's mine. Suit yourself. Come on, you beast. I helped bring you into this world, and I will take you out of it.
Are you into furries?
What? My lord, Grey Mate, are you alright? I need to patch myself up before they find me. Much better. There you are, my lord. They touch ya. I'm fine. Just bastard almost got me. But he didn't lay a scratch on me, that's for sure. Blimey, I'm glad you're safe, my lord. Would have to shoot you on sight if that bloody beast got a bite on you. Yeah, right. Now infected with the curse, Greymane frequently hides away in his observatory, rather than going on what he now deemed as pointless and dangerous hunts. Things were looking grim for Greymane until a surprising new ally appeared on the horizon. Night elves from a far distant land traveled to Gilneas to help them with the Worgen. The ancient curse was ultimately their doing thousands and thousands of years ago, so they deemed themselves responsible for this plight. One night elf in particular was named Belisra, and she helped fight back Greymane's affliction in secret. Not even the nobles, Gen's children, or his own wife knew about this partnership with Belisra. And I know what you're thinking, no, it was a strictly business relationship. She just shot the power of the moon at him. And that's not an innuendo, she literally did that. I cannot thank you elves enough. Perhaps, with your aid, Gilneas can be brought to salvation, and my people can be free once more.
Well,
whatever it takes, Lord Greymane. The Kaldorite. My lord, the city of Gilneas is under siege by the beasts. I'm talking bloody hundreds of them. I can't believe my eyes. You must come quick. No, my city! I need my people evacuated this instant! Hey, so I'm kind of having second thoughts about this whole helping humans thing. The beautiful tundra of Northrend. It's quite breathtaking when it isn't dominated by zombies, isn't it? Well, what if I told you that the undead are the least of your worries? Because under the ice lives a spine-chilling, secret society who lie in wait for their next prey.
Could you help? Please, help me. Please.
You were foolish to come.
Oh, come, gather around, adventurers, and let me tell you the tale of the Nerubians. Well, I guess you don't really have a choice now, do you? Anyways, welcome to Ajol Naru.
Azul Narub is an ancient city, built in an elaborate cave system that spans half the length of Northrend. It's rumored that if you wandered around these complex hallways for months, you still would not even be close to exploring it all. The Nerubians themselves are an incredibly intelligent and knowledge-seeking race, so their city is filled with rich libraries that contain literature, philosophy, and arcane lore. Now, the Nerubians weren't always like this, though. Long ago, they were a race known as the Aekir, a different insectoid race that was created by the literal organic matter that seeped from the old gods. They fought in a battle known as the Aekir and Troll War, and somehow the Aekir lost and were forced to flee. And one of these Aekir groups fled up to the very north. In the north, these Aekir discovered a different race called the Tolvir, and they subsequently killed or enslaved literally all of them and stole their architectural style and repurposed it for their own use. It's presumed that these Aekir lost contact with the old gods, and over the next thousands of years, they evolved into the Nerubians. One of the things that makes Nerubians so interesting is their incredibly diverse variety of forms. You got the normal default Nerubians, you got the Nerubian Spiderlings, the Nerubian Flyers, the Nerubian Visors. You even got the Arachnid, a scorpion-like race that was shown in Warcraft 3, but never was in World of Warcraft. There's also this model in the game files. It doesn't have any animations tied to it, and was cut from the game, but he's pretty cool. Oh, and we also got spiders. Are they Nerubians? But they're here. But the most important creatures are the monolithic spider lords, who act as the leaders for all of the other Nerubians. And the most important lord of all is King Anu-Barak, who rules over the entirety of Azul Narub.
My might cannot be matched.
Now, Anu-Barak really doesn't have any lore from when he was living, but we do have this voice line.
I'm the fifth Beetle.
I'm now considering this the official lore. Deep within his lair, the Spider King commands his forces to conquer the lands of Northrend. But in his free time, Anu-Barak loves to partake in listening to his favorite Warcraft books on Audible, the sponsor of today's video. Alright, look, I'm gonna keep this short. There's two things I love in life, and that's Warcraft and free stuff. And when you use code audibletrial.com/platinumwow, you get your first month free, plus you get one audiobook of your choosing. One of the cool things they've done with Warcraft audiobooks in the past couple of years is they have them voiced by actual characters in the game. So you can listen to Before the Storm, voiced by Anduin Wrynn, or Shadows Rising, voiced by Princess Talanji. But the one that I'd recommend to you is Exploring Azeroth Eastern Kingdoms. Now this one actually just came out on Audible, and is voiced by Matthias Shaw and Flynn Fairwood. If you don't know who those characters are, that's okay, because the reason why I love this one is because it talks about a lot of old lore locations around the Eastern Kingdoms, and really all of these Warcraft audiobooks are a great thing to have on in the background while you play the actual game, or wish you were playing the actual game. When you use code audibletrial.com/platinumwow, you can directly support me and the videos that get made on this channel, and you can get something free in the process. So go to audibletrial.com/platinumwow right now. That is audibletrial.com/platinumwow. Okay, the ad is now over. Now, I've been hyping up the Nerubians quite a bit, but the fact of the matter is, they don't have a lot of victories. You see, this one time the Nerubians had the bright idea that they wanted to take over the Titan facility of Ulduar because, why not? I bet there's a lot of cool stuff in it. What stood between them and the cool stuff was the hulking Viking Vrykul.
You are unworthy of this place.
The king of the Vrykul at this time was a man named Magnar, armed with the Black Worm armaments, the artifact weapons that warriors use in Legion.
I will send you back to Helheim!
The Nerubians got absolutely destroyed, but Magmar refused to let them flee so easily. The Vrykul king was granted the surname Icebreaker when he learned that the Nerubians lived in elaborate cave systems under the ice. He hacked and slashed his way through the ice, and then he just kept beating the crap out of the Nerubians until he got to the very gates of Azul Nerub. Please stop. He's already dead. He's already dead. After this harrowing event that dealt a massive blow to Nerubian morale, they didn't dare attack the Vrykul again for the next millennia. But this humiliation would pale in comparison to what came next. To make a long story short, the Orcish shaman Ner'zhul was turned into the first ever Lich King, and started to form a seemingly endless undead army across the tundra of Northrend. Ner'zhul was able to achieve this by using his extremely overpowered telepathic powers of domination and the Plague of Undeath. This sudden, exponentially growing threat did not go unnoticed by the Nerubians, and they decided to strike before it got worse. Thus started the War of the Spider, a 10-year war the Nerubians waged with the Scourge. At first, the war was going well for the Nerubians. They'd use quick and aggressive guerrilla tactics, using their complex cave systems to hit the Scourge fast and hard. Another advantage the Nerubians had is they were entirely immune to the Lich King's telepathic domination and the Plague of Undeath. But there was one thing they were not immune to. Being murdered. Despite their magical resistances, the Nerubians could be raised into undeath and serve their new undead master. The war grew more and more in the Scourge's favor with each Nerubian death. The war ended with the overwhelming Scourge forces invading the caverns of Azul Nerub, but the Nerubians were not going to fall without a fight.
We must hold the gate!
One of the tricks they had up their sleeve was unleashing the gargantuan spider named Hadronox, but even that wasn't enough to stop the endless wave of undead. Some Nerubians decided to dig deeper into the earth to try and escape, which was a horrible idea because they woke the minions of the old gods that were hibernating deep within the earth. Now they were fighting a war on two fronts, which led to the inevitable downfall of the city.
Not enough rage.
Anub'arak, along with the bulk of Nerubian society, was fully conquered by the Scourge and merely became unwilling pawns in the Lich King's game to take over all of Azeroth.
The strands of destiny weave only a web of death. The Scourge will devour all.
That being said, the Lich King was impressed by the Nerubians' tenacity and adopted their brutal architecture, which became commonplace for many of the Scourge outposts. But with Shadowlands out, this can be kind of confusing because the Zone of Maldraxxus has extremely striking similarities to the Scourge/Nerubian architecture. Maldraxxus being a realm of death we have never heard of until now. So is there any explanation in the lore for this? The lead narrative designer was actually interviewed and was questioned about why the Nerubian and the Maldraxxus architecture was so similar, and how this makes sense with the old lore, and he said, "Death had influence in Azeroth long before Ner'zhul became the Lich King. Perhaps one day we will learn about the Nerubians and their origins." Which leads us to assume that the Nerubians were somehow inspired by Maldraxxus' architecture, and nothing else in Maldraxxus. So what, did a Maldraxxus home goods shopping catalog just appear in Azul Nerub and that's it? You might be saying, but Platinum, there are spider people in Maldraxxus, so maybe there's some sort of lore connection there. And yeah, maybe there is, but this is also the same universe where we got Nerubian spider people, Elven spider people, and lava spider people, all in the lore which have no correlation whatsoever. So what is the explanation for this new lore which recontextualizes a bunch of stuff in the Warcraft universe? Who knows? Maybe Blizzard will tell us in a year or two when a new expansion comes out, but for now we're kind of left guessing. Anyways, back to the Nerubians losing the War of the Spider. The Scourge repurposed a lot of buildings in Azul Nerub, and one of these buildings is actually the floating necropolis of Naxxramas. Anub'arak and a bunch of Scourge guys just walked in and said, "Yeah, I think I can make this bitch fly." And then they just launched it straight into the air. How did they do this exactly? Well, it's magic. You don't have to explain it. The Nerubians were pretty much fully consumed by the Scourge and forced to do the Lich King's bidding. He also gave them a bunch of slightly different names so that they could stay on brand. The Traitor King Anub'arak would later die in his lair in a dungeon, but then the Lich King, who was now Arthas, resurrected him once again and said, "Look, I understand you just died the 5 random adventurers, but now I want you to dig a giant hole under this horse tournament and then fight 10 to 25 adventurers instead."
Ready yet?
Unsurprisingly, this did not work, and Anub'arak died for the 3rd time.
Need more rage.
One might assume that the entirety of the Nerubians were consumed by the Scourge, but in fact, there are a few factions of surviving insectoids clinging to life. One of these groups are the Azul Anak, a small group of Nerubians who continue to fight against the Scourge, but the most interesting group is the Vorukar. The leader of this group is a spider lord named Vorasarak, who escaped with his brood during the War of the Spider. The fleeing Nerubians tunneled as far as they could and were forced to eat their own young for sustenance during their pilgrimage. They must have dug pretty far because they found themselves on an island called the Skittering Hollow, one of the island expeditions during the Battle for Azeroth expansion. On the island, they fostered a large swath of Nerubian eggs, so perhaps one day they could repopulate their society. What's particularly interesting about Vorasarak is he is the only living Spider Lord we have ever seen in World of Warcraft. So perhaps one day we could see the Wait, no, what are you doing? No! Us, the player characters, murder the only living Spider Lord we have ever seen.
Isn't ready yet.
So, will we ever see the Nerubians return? Who knows? Like I said at the start of the video, Azul Nerub lore-wise is like half the size of Northrend. It was going to be a whole zone during the Wrath of the Lich King expansion, but it got downsized to 2 dungeons instead. So who knows, I guess we'll just have to sit around and wait.
Which shouldn't be hard for you, will it?
Anyways, let me go into the painfully in-depth lore of Nerubian mating rituals. You see, when a boy Nerubian and a girl Nerubian love each other very much...
audibletrial.com/platinumwow, audibletrial.com/platinumwow, audibletrial.com... orcs play a very big role in Warcraft lore. Because of this, there are a lot of clans from all walks of life that originate on Draenor and even Azeroth. You've probably heard of the clans like the Frostwolf or maybe the War Song, but there are other clans that you may have never heard of before. Which is a shame because some of the lore behind these clans are easily the most creative and captivating lore in all of Warcraft. So, let's go over every single clan in Warcraft history and discover their culture and what makes them unique. Let's start with the brutal lands of Gorgrond to talk about the Blackrock Orcs. The Blackrock clan was founded in the caves of Gorgrond and are named after the ore they harvest. The clan is known for their excellent craftsmanship of weapons and armor, and a monolithic forge was created to serve as their home. The clan would ultimately be one of the main driving forces for the Orcish clans to fall under Gul'dan's control. In the book Tides of War, Jaina says that their skin is gray from being inside the Blackrock Mountain. But that's on Azeroth. But in the Chronicle book, the Blackrock Orcs already have gray skin. And Varrock Sarfang, who was a member of the Blackrock clan, has green skin. But then other characters like Each still have gray skin. So, in southwestern Gorgrond resides the Dragonmaw clan, aka Nalor Shomash in Orcish, which means Cry of the Beast. They're known for taming Rylax, who are two-headed dragons that are native to Draenor. The greatest warriors of the Dragonmaw clan have insignias carved out of dragon teeth and dyed in black blood. Later on Azeroth, the Dragonmaw would be the ones responsible for obtaining the ancient artifact called the Demon Soul to enslave much of the Red Dragonflight. The Lightning Blade is a minor clan in northwestern Gorgrond. This clan has only been mentioned in Warcraft Adventures, a canceled Blizzard game, so it's probably not canon, but I'm gonna talk about it anyways. The process of becoming a member of the clan was to hold aloft their axe at the highest peak in Gorgrond and be struck by lightning not one, not two, but 3 times. For this reason, there probably wasn't many members of this clan. And speaking of batshit insane, the Laughing Skull is the wildcard clan driven by madness and bloodlust. They have had to constantly fight the Breakers, a race of stone giants driven to make all of Draenor a barren wasteland, and the Primals, a race of plant creatures wanting to turn Draenor into a lush jungle. The Laughing Skull was right in the middle of this never-ending conflict. And in order to survive, they matched savagery with savagery. The Laughing Skull welcomes death, learning not to fear it, but to laugh in the face of it during glorious combat. The Tanaan jungle is the most hostile region within all of Draenor. Despite this, Orcish clans still find a way to survive. The caves within the dense forest hum with a dark power that the orcs could tap into. Some orcs found glory within these caves, others, madness. The ones that fell into this dark power became the Bone Chewer clan, a clan named after their willingness to resort to cannibalism. This clan is also known for covering themselves in the bones and organs of their enemies in battle. The orcs that found a way to harness the power within the jungle became the Bleeding Hollow clan, a clan of superstitious and shamanistic orcs that clung to survival in the harsh jungle. The Bleeding Hollow once had a sickly leader who was the father of Kilrog Deadeye. Within the Vault of Eyes, a chamber filled with the skulls of the clan's former members, Kilrog performed a ritual, which involved carving out his own eye to see his own fate.
Sometimes the vision will show much more.
The vision saw Kilrog as the leader of the now powerful Bleeding Hollow clan, and envisioned a glorious death that involved him smiling in the face of his enemies. This vision did not include his father, so it was then Kilrog assassinated him, leading the clan to a glorious new beginning to claim the jungles for their own, rather than hiding in fear. On the other side of Draenor, we have the much more peaceful part of the Orcish clans. Well, as peaceful as orcs can get. The Frostwolves are the good guy clan. Their main focus is community and adapting to live in harmony with the world around them. The Frostwolves get their name from the animals they tame, and the ritual to tame a wolf is to go out into the wilderness and befriend a frost wolf alone. Those who fail, die, and those who succeed now have a lifelong companion. The frost wolves are unique in the fact that they try and control their bloodlust, not letting rage consume them and make themselves their greatest enemy. One of the frost wolves was named Kastrakor, the only orc known to fight in the Blood River War. This war is now an event shrouded in orcish history, and the only time the Darkscar clan have ever been mentioned in the lore. Kastrakor also wielded an axe called Seraphil during the war, a random BOE axe that is in Classic. The Whiteclaw clan was basically a carbon copy of the Frostwolf clan that dwelled in the eastern regions of Frostfire. At the end of Draenor's lifespan, there was a shortage of food which caused much infighting between the clans. The Whiteclaw was one of those clans that was easily bullied by the others and eventually faded into history. One of those bully clans was the Thunderlords. This clan was much more hostile compared to the others in Frostfire. They set out to dominate the lands rather than adapt to it. They were known for being big game hunters, hunting large creatures like the Grog. And the Thunderlords also set up their villages on the skeletons of Colossals. Colossals were once giant creatures that first shaped Draenor. Within the Grand, you can find some of the most fierce fighters Draenor has ever seen. The Burning Blade clan was most known for their Blade Masters. Blade Masters are basically orc samurai that have mastered the use of swords, axes, and polearms. They have the ability to slash their blades faster than the orcish eye can even see, and also have the ability to create mirror images of themselves. How do they have this ability? I don't know, maybe arcane magic or something? Who cares? It's just cool. After the Second War on Azeroth, the Burning Blades split into two groups. One group was the Blade Masters that continued to follow the Horde, and the other side of the clan remained loyal to the Legion and became the Searing Blade clan, a clan that mainly resides within Ragefire Capital. The Bladewind clan is a very minor clan that barely got any screen time. Gul'dan infected them with Redpox, a nasty disease that made boils swell on their skin and they vomited blood. This disease wiped out 70% of the clan, and Gul'dan said it was the Draenei's fault.
May the Naru bless you.
This led the clan to go on a killing spree and use Draenei prisoners in brutal sacrifices to appease the elements to cure them of their sickness. The Draenei really didn't like that, and they wiped out the clan shortly after. The Warsong are easily the powerhouse in the Grand. The Warsong intimidate their enemies with war cries, drum marches, and even an instrument called the Bull Roarer. What is a Bull Roarer? The Warsong clan also tame wolves much like the Frost Wolves. In order to become a wolf rider, a Warsong must get a heavy rock, take it to the lands of the enemy, kill a bunch of enemies,
Arkinan Poros.
put a trophy of those defeated enemies on the rock, then go subdue the largest member of a wolf pack, then ride him to the highest peak in the Grand, and if the orc truly tamed the wolf, he'd be fine, but if he didn't, he'd be bucked off the mountain by the wolf to his death. Within the Spires of Iraq are the edgiest group of orcs Draenor has to offer. The Shattered Hand clan was founded when Kargath Bladefist started a revolution to overthrow his ogre captors. Bladefist's life was already cut into pieces, so his last resort was to destroy his own hand to escape from his shackles. He adorned his nub with a makeshift blade and set out to annihilate his ogre leaders. All of the other orcish gladiators in the arena followed his lead, thus the Shattered Hand clan was formed. This ritual of cutting off your hand was now a defining symbolic feature of the clan. All members of the clan are required to smash their left hand with a rock until it's utterly destroyed, then cut it off, then cauterize it, and then attach a weapon to it. The purpose of the ritual was so members could learn to enjoy the pain given to them, and that the pain was a driving force to make one stronger. This sentiment is also shared in their rituals after a victory. When a battle is won, members of the clan will practice self-mutilation and cut themselves and cover themselves with piercings as a way to celebrate their victory. For this reason, it's difficult to tell if a seasoned member of the clan have scars from combat or from themselves. In Shadowmoon Valley, there is, well, the Shadowmoon clan. They are known for being deeply spiritual and one of the more peaceful clans on Draenor. Their power came from their knowledge of the stars above them, and they'd track down their movements to record patterns to see into the future. Mystics of the clan would carve runes into their skin with ceremonial bone needles to speak to their ancestors. They also dabbled in powers of the void, but overall they were kinda just a bunch of chill astrology nerds. That was until Ner'zhul, their leader, accepted Gul'dan as his apprentice, and he manipulated the Shadowmoon clan with the help of Kil'jaeden, and ultimately combined almost every clan to become in the Horde. I say almost because there were clans like the Redwalker clan who resisted joining the Horde and were destroyed. Now, despite this minor setback, the Horde was still a powerhouse and killed virtually all the Draenei and went to Azeroth. Now, I just skipped over like a bunch of lore there, but you get the general idea. This video is more about the culture behind the clans rather than the main overarching story. Now, before we go to Azeroth, I need to talk about the last clan on Draenor, and that's the Flower Picker clan. You see, the Flower Picker clan was an Easter egg in Warcraft 2, but in the Warlords of Draenor beta, there was some mysterious flowers in all the zones. If you interacted with the flowers, it would make the members of the Iron Horde run away in fear, and a mysterious orc would appear and stab them in the back. This little Easter egg was removed during the Warlords of Draenor beta, probably because it was goofy. Too goofy in an expansion where we time travel to an alternate universe and the main bad guy at the end is forgiven after committing mass genocide because he kind of helped us fight a demon at the end. But I'm getting off topic. Okay, so the orcs invade Azeroth, and this is where Warcraft 1 starts. In Warcraft 1, there are the Warlock and the Necrolite clans, but these are probably just the Shadow Council and the Shadowmoon clans before they got their official name given to them. The Blacktooth Grin clan was created as an offshoot of the Blackrock clan by War Chief Blackhand's sons, Rend and Maim. Here's a fun fact about these twins. They were artificially aged by warlocks. So does that mean that Rend and Maim have the mental capacity of little babies? Are they potty trained? Can they tie their shoes? Do they know their ABCs? The Blacktooth Grin clan were mainly used as scouts, and to join the clan, members would need to knock out one of their teeth. The Blacktooth would ultimately turn into the Dark Horde within Blackrock Mountain, but before that, they helped assist in chasing down the Stormreaver clan. The Stormreavers were a very small but powerful clan that was ran by Gul'dan in the Second War. During the war, the Horde planned on attacking Lordaeron, but the day before the attack, Gul'dan, the Stormreavers, and the Twilight Hammer clan, a clan founded in Draenor that was about using void magic but not founded by an orc, just pieced out and went to go find the tomb of Sargeras so Gul'dan could be even stronger. Their mode of transportation to get there was giant turtles that the Stormreaver clan rode atop of. Gul'dan, the Stormreavers, and a good chunk of the Twilight Hammer would ultimately die within the tomb. The Rage Roar was a clan that was created to have an enemy for the Alliance that fight in Cataclysm. This is the only clan ever created in World of Warcraft, and despite it presumably being just a throwaway clan, it is mentioned in the book Tides of War and is featured in BFA. Okay, so I saved my favorite clan for last. It blows my mind that no one has ever talked about this clan, because it's pretty freaking wild. This clan is only mentioned in lore from pieces of paper from a journal that is scattered around the rugged lands of Taolong Steppes. Yes, in Pandaria. How did an orcish clan get here? Who the hell knows, maybe they're part of the Stormreavers or something. But here's what they're about. So in this clan, there are like 9 war chiefs. And it's kind of like one hive mind of war chiefs, kind of like a democracy, I guess. And in these journal pages, they also talk about how their fighting style is like a swarm of killer bees. And really, it's safe to say, they're nothing to fuck with. That's right, it's the Rizza, the Jizza, old dirty bastard, Inspector Deck, Ugod, Ghostface Killer, the Method Man, Raekwon the Chef, the Master Killer. The Battle for Azeroth expansion can be described as many things, but for the average lore consumer, it can be explained as complicated. While Blizzard has improved their storytelling immensely over the past couple of expansions, Battle for Azeroth was filled with dozens of storylines that can be difficult to follow. It's like, okay, so there's a giant sword in the world, but there's also this powerful resource called Azurite, but there's also this synthetic old god created by the hand to use as an experiment, but it has oh wait, also we're fighting, he dies, oh no, and they also fight here, there's a log and King Roscon goes to use these relics to consume all of Azeroth. What the f is that thing? Oh, and then we go on a cruise boat and we fall into also Raden is here, and hey look, the giant sword is still in Azeroth. Oh hey look, and also Larry is dead. And all of a sudden, and now Sylvanas is free, and now Sylvanas is uber powerful and ripped a hole through space and time to the Shadowlands. How did we get here? Why is Sylvanas so powerful? And out of all of this lore, what is important for you to know to understand what is going on in Shadowlands? Well, to answer those questions, we are going to need to go back a couple of expansions. Sylvanas used to be alive, but during the siege of Kothalas, she did a kick-ass power slide right in front of Arthas and was turned into a banshee. Eventually, she'd become the leader of the Sylvanas used to be alive, but during the siege of Kothalas, she did a kick-ass power slide right in front of Arthas and was turned into a banshee. Eventually, she'd become the leader of the Forsaken, and it was her life's,
it's too far away.
Undead life's mission to kill the Lich King for what he did to her. Jump to the Wrath of the Lich King, Tyrion Forgery, and the player characters kill the Lich King. The problem is, there must always be a Lich King. If the Scourge are left without a leader, they'll just swarm across Azeroth in a frenzy. So Bolvar Fordragon chooses to sacrifice himself to be the new Lich King instead. Sylvanas was not able to see Arthas fall firsthand because I guess she was stuck in traffic, I guess. And the Banshee Queen ventured to the Frozen Throne after, just to make sure that Arthas was dead. He was gone, so I guess he was dead, and the victory was empty for Sylvanas. In her undead life, she was depressed, but driven by vengeance. Now, she was just depressed. So she threw herself off the Frozen Throne onto the spikes below.
Not enough rage. Not ready yet.
In death, Sylvanas only saw darkness. In the short story, The Edge of Night, it's described as, there were others in the darkness, things she could not recognize, because nothing so terrible could exist in the world of the living. Claws tore at her, but she had no mouth with which to scream. Eyes looked at her, but she could not look back. This was to be her eternity. The endless void, the dark, unknown realm of anguish. We can assume that this horrific reality Sylvanas was in was the Maw, a realm in the Shadowlands where irredeemable souls are damned to live in anguish for all eternity. Within the Maw, Sylvanas was offered a deal by 9 Valkyrs, one in which would take her place in the Maw so she could return back to the land of the living, which is depicted in this totally not over-sexualized art. Although this wasn't in the short story, we know that this is when Sylvanas got in contact with an ancient being called the Jailer, also known as Lord Avil, is it?
Evil, actually. Dr. Evil.
The details about Sylvanas and the ruler of the Maw's relationship is still unknown, but what we do know is they've made a pact with each other, and every soul that goes into the Maw makes the Jailer and Sylvanas much more powerful.
You complete me. I love you.
Now with a hidden motive to make herself more powerful, Sylvanas is brought back to our reality to live once more. The Cataclysm expansion happens, and nothing is important except for Garrosh calling Sylvanas a bitch. Nothing important happens in Mists of Pandaria. Warlords of Draenor happens, and truly, everything is pointless. Legion happens, and demons are raging across Azeroth. In the Battle for the Broken Shore, the Horde's war chief Vol'jin is killed by a random Felguard. In Vol'jin's final moments, a mysterious whisper invaded his mind, compelling him to make Sylvanas war chief in his last dying breath. Turns out, this mysterious whisper was Muzala, a Loa of death who serves the jailer. With Sylvanas as war chief, she has a ton of sway in the fate of Azeroth, but before her plans can be put into motion, we need to defeat the Legion. The rest of the expansion involves doing just that. Meanwhile, at some point during the end of Legion, the jailer broke how the Shadowlands works. Typically, souls are sent to an endless amount of pocket dimensions that suit them best, but now, every soul is being sent straight into the Maw, making the jailer and Sylvanas incredibly powerful. Also, the ruler of the Burning Legion, Sargeras, stabs a giant sword in Azeroth as he's being defeated. Now there's a new powerful resource called Azerite, which incentivizes the Horde and the Alliance to fight each other. Secretly, Sylvanas' hidden motive is to cause as much death in Azeroth to make her and the jailer more powerful. Sylvanas starts the Fourth War off with a bang and commits mass genocide and burns down Teldrassil, giving her and the jailer
1,000,000
souls.
The battle for Lordaeron happens, and Sylvanas is using chemical warfare on the Alliance and her own troops. I wonder why. The expansion continues and we get busy dealing with problems in Zandalar and Kul'Tiras. The battle for Dazar'alor happens and the Alliance brings the fight to the Zandalari. Sylvanas is nowhere to be seen and King Rastakhan dies. The Night Elves want revenge for Teldrassil, and the battle for Darkshore happens, and Tyrande is especially pissed. The High Priestess of Elune performs an ancient ritual that involves sacrificing an orc head into a moonwell and turns into a Night Warrior, an avatar of Elune's wrath, and now she is ready to kick ass. During the battle, Tyrande and Malfurion confront two Valkyrs and Nathanos. Oh, you guys don't know who Nathanos is. Well, Nathanos is basically Sylvanas' tier 3 sub-henchman who is literally just a dead guy with a bow. You would think that two demigods versus a dead guy with a bow would go something like this. But in reality, Nathanos puts up a fight and it ends with one of the Valkyrs dying, and he goes,
"Witch! You shall pay dearly for that. Let's move!"
And then he flies away. This is literally my least favorite event that's ever happened in Warcraft history. The Night Elves win the battle and reclaim Darkshore unceremoniously. Back on the continent of Kul'Tiras, there are some Naga that are trying to consume all of Azeroth in a giant storm, so we go kill them.
Aid your faithful servant, almighty Nazar!
At the end of the raid, a mysterious blade called Xal'atath appears. Horde players take it and give it to Sylvanas. Sylvanas uses the blade to strike a deal with Queen Azshara, who she got in contact with by calling her on the phone or teleporting there or something. Here's what you need to know. Queen Azshara, Sylvanas, and the Zoth are not working together. It's more like they're all schemers who think they themselves benefit most from this alliance. Plan is, the Horde and the Alliance fall into Nashatar. Queen Azshara will then coerce them into the Eternal Palace and use their Hearts of Azeroth to unleash N'Zoth from his prison. Then, she'll drive Xal'atath into the Old God, killing him and finally freeing herself from her master. Sylvanas benefits from this interaction by having all of the Horde and the Alliance champions dead. What Sylvanas and Azshara don't know is N'Zoth is the Old God of infinite truths and can foresee all possible futures. He has been manipulating this event behind the scenes and knows Azshara will fail and he will be unleashed.
This is the empire I have built. Past, present, future.
But that is just the plan. What really happens is Horde adventurers sail towards Nashatar because Nagas are bad and we need to kill them, and the Alliance follows closely behind because Nagas and Horde are bad, so we need to kill them. Both factions fall right into Azshara's trap, and she becomes Fish Moses and parts the sea. She achieves this by using the Tidestone of Golganeth, Tide Stone. That might ring a bell for you. Back in Legion, we used the Tide Stone in the Tomb of Sargeras. I guess we just forgot about this incredibly powerful artifact, and Queen Azshara just waltzed into the Tomb of Sargeras and took it. Look, I understand this lore isn't important for you to understand Shadowlands, but it's also just completely batshit insane, and I feel like I need to tell you about it. Anyways, the Horde and the Alliance are now stranded on Nazjatar's ocean floor and need to learn how to survive. Thankfully, the Alliance and Horde have fish people who somehow can breathe out of the water to help them. Also, Nathanos has Xal'atath and needs to deliver it to Queen Azshara behind the Horde's back, and this happens off-screen. Alright everyone, we need to remain united and work together as a team. Tharisra, find a safe haven so we can gather our troops. Blightcaller, Blightcaller, where are you going? I was just, I'm going for a walk, you know, need some fresh air. But we are in an extremely hostile environment. Those Naga will surely rip you to shreds. Look! Azurite! Where? Nathanos delivers the blade to Azshara and we go into her palace, and somehow she didn't expect the Horde and the Alliance to work together despite us working together again and again for the past 15 years. Azshara is defeated, but N'Zoth is released from his prison and pulls Azshara into the darkness. While all of this is going on, there's also a subplot about Sylvanas raising Derek Proudmoore, kidnapping Bane Bloodhoof, and wanting to burn down Thunderbluff. This plotline culminates in the Horde and the Alliance forces marching to the gates of Orgrimmar to stop Sylvanas. I'm not talking about any of this plot because it all gets resolved in BFA, and this video is already way too complex with the story elements I am explaining. What you need to know is Sarfang is an old orc and he wants to die an honorable death. He challenges Sylvanas to a duel. Sylvanas is frustrated because her plan is falling apart and she says, "The Horde is nothing. You were all nothing." Also, guess who wins the duel? After this outburst, Sylvanas is obviously not the war chief anymore, and she flies away like a cartoon villain. Sylvanas then hangs out in the Ghostlands, sulks, and explains her plan.
My bargain with Azshara will yet bear fruit. The armies of Azeroth will fight her master, and he will line their streets with corpses. In the end, he too will serve death.
So Sylvanas' plan was for N'Zoth to kill everyone on Azeroth, and then she will enslave N'Zoth.
Right.
This marks the end of the Fourth War, and the Horde and the Alliance are best friends again.
Beneath the gaze of a god.
N'Zoth's grand plan after being released is corrupting 2 old zones no one cares about, and with the help from stupid sexy Wrathion, we enter N'Zoth's home called Ny'alotha. In Ny'alotha, we help Queen Azshara, who is being tortured. Azshara says thanks by pulling Xal'atath out of her butt and giving it to Wrathion. Then she kinda just exits stage left and we don't hear from her again. Wrathion uses Xal'atath to open a hole in N'Zoth, and we defeat him by shooting a giant laser beam. He might not actually be dead, his essence might be in Xal'atath, but who knows? What we do know is Azeroth is now purified of all corruption, and somehow I just explained all of BFA without talking about Magni.
One step closer.
In the book Shadows Rising, a lot of stuff happened. All you need to know is the Horde and the Alliance are looking for Sylvanas. Sylvanas also ordered Nathanos to kill Bomswambi because he's been stopping troll souls from entering the Maw.
Cha! What you doing here, man? It's not your time to pass on. Yet.
And sending them to the troll afterlife, which is called the Other Side. Nathanos fails in killing Bobby Salami like the loser he is. Meanwhile, Sylvanas is conducting Phase 2 of her master plan.
But no king rules forever.
behave, mate. I'm a grown man. You sent me a message first, yeah? I live in Smethwick, Birmingham. If you want the fucking brawl, come down to Smethwick, Hospitality G. I'll come to the house and I'll break your fucking legs. You know what the fuck? Are you folks on?
And then Bolvar gets his ass kicked. With the Helm of Domination destroyed, the barrier between the Shadowlands is obliterated, allowing the Jailer and his minions direct influence in our plane of existence. Also, since there's no Lich King, the Scourge have gone in a frenzy, and Azeroth has a cherry on top. First, we need to deal with this Scourge infestation. Then, we need to delve headfirst into this unknown realm. With all of BFA's story, what is going on in Shadowlands? Well, there's an ancient being called the Arbiter. This entity judges all souls that enter the Shadowlands and directs them to their appropriate afterlife. If you live a selfless life where you sacrifice yourself for others, you go to Bastion. If you live the life of a mighty warrior who values strength, you go to Maldraxxus. If you live a sinful, wicked life, you go to Revendreth to repent for your sins. And if you live a life with a connection to nature, you go to Ardenweald to help in the process of rebirth. These are just 4 of the limitless dimensions within the Shadowlands. But the issue is, mysteriously, the Arbiter has ceased to function, causing all the souls to drain directly into the Maw. Within the Maw, there is a constant flowing slipstream of souls, filled with the cries of ghostly agony as they are damned to feed the insatiable hunger of the Jailer. Totally random side tangent here. Back in Hellfire Citadel, there was a boss called Gorefiend who gorged on so many Draenei souls that he became this obese monstrosity. I think Shadowlands would have been much better if the Jailer was just like sitting at the end of the slipstream and he was just like this giant, obese, Jabba the Hutt looking dude, and he was all like, "Get in my belly!" Since all the souls are going into the Maw, every other dimension in the Shadowlands is starved of anima. Anima is the life source every being has when they die. The more experiences you have in life, the more anima you produce. Experiences like your first kiss, your big promotion at your job, killing a shit ton of orcs, and smashing the like button on your favorite YouTuber's video. Also subscribe. All of these experiences fill your soul with anima, and for everything to function in Shadowlands, these dimensions need it. But with the Jailer gobbling it all up, all of the other zones are in a drought, and we as the player characters are there to help. And that is all the lore you need to know to start your adventure in the Shadowlands. I'll be making more detailed videos about the lore in the expansion after it is released. I hope you guys are excited as I am, and I'll see you later. Forge and Titan forging. Shadowlands feels like it's shaping up to be sort of like a WoW 2.0, and honestly, that gets me kind of excited and hopeful for the future.
Let's introduce Thanos to the game and create an Infinity Gauntlet, and let's redeem Sylvanas.
So for almost 2 years, Shadowlands has been out, and I've made exactly one video talking about the lore from this new expansion. Mind you, Shadowlands is also hands down the most controversial expansion lore-wise that has retroactively altered the entirety of the Warcraft universe to fit the main antagonist's narrative, and also his motivations and actions are barely explained to players until the very end. So you might be asking, why? Why, Platinum? Why have you just been ignoring all of this new stuff and making lore videos about stuff that hasn't been relevant for the last decade? Well, the reason is simple. I only like to make videos about things I like. I put a painful amount of time into the videos I make, and the reason why I do it is because I'm very passionate about them. And I just don't feel the same passion for a lot of the new lore in Shadowlands. Don't get me wrong, there's cool stuff in Shadowlands. Denathrius is cool. I think that retcon of the Dreadlords invading the cosmos and causing havoc is actually pretty cool too. I also really like the last boss of the Theater of Pain where she goes, "At long last, a worthy contender." It's just at the core of Shadowlands' conflict, its storytelling, and how it portrays its main characters is not only the expansion's biggest weakness, but really modern World of Warcraft's biggest weakness for the past 2 expansions. Let me explain. I cannot think of a media that has a slower moving narrative than World of Warcraft. I'm serious. WoW's narrative moves once every 6 months if we're lucky. I mean, sure, maybe books and TV shows take longer to come out, but their entire purpose is to tell a story. For World of Warcraft, the story is a backdrop to the actual gameplay. To make matters worse, WoW's narrative has had a running theme for the last couple of expansions to leave people with huge cliffhangers or just not telling the story to keep people hooked. While this might keep people engaged for a short amount of time, when cliffhangers and vague allusions to a character's motivations and actions are all we get in a medium where a story is updated every 6 months, it can get very frustrating, confusing, or entirely forgettable. In terms of being forgettable, look at Vol'jin. So, at the start of the Legion expansion, Vol'jin died. For some reason, he made Sylvanas War Chief, and there are much better candidates to be War Chief. This cinematic came out August 9th, 2016. We would not find out that the Loa of Death Muzala whispered in Vol'jin's ear and told him to make Sylvanas War Chief until Shadowlands launched, November 23rd, 2020. That's 4 years! I could have gotten a college degree in that same amount of time this plot point was revealed. When you leave cliffhangers for that long of a time, the impact of the final reveal is either nowhere near as impactful, or people just simply forget the plot in the first place. Especially in a medium where the story is not the primary aspect of its design, and a million other things have happened since then. These cliffhangers might work in other narrative mediums, but for World of Warcraft, it can be confusing or outright frustrating because of how slowly it progresses. Sylvanas is a perfect example of where this gets frustrating. We have been strung along for the entirety of her story since Legion. That's 4 years. Now, people are willing to reject and hate whatever story she had in Shadowlands because it continued to be vague allusions to clever hints for another 2 years. Sure, the Sylvanas book coming out might explain some stuff, but that's like explaining the plot to a movie after the credits roll. And to add to this 100-mile cliffhanger, the main villain of this expansion is a walking cliffhanger, who never told us his true motivation or really gave any characterization to him at all until the final moments of the expansion. And even then, it was still kind of vague, and ended with another cliffhanger. And where these cliffhangers get really ugly is that it encourages fan speculation. And let me tell you, fans come up with some insanely awesome theories, but the problem is, whatever happens in the story will never live up to the hype of fan theories. Now, I know, obviously you can't just stop people from making fun theories about your game, but when your story is told in such a slow-moving medium and you leave it with tons of cliffhangers, your fan base is just going to get disappointed that their grand theories are not what really happens again and again and again.
Can I
Don't
help
get me
you?
wrong, cliffhangers can work, but modern WoW, specifically Battle for Azeroth and Shadowlands, have both lacked a serious thing in its narrative: a clear direction and conclusion. For the rest of this video, I'm going to be referencing Legion a lot because I think it's the best storytelling that has ever been done in World of Warcraft. Let's start with its clear direction. What is Legion about? It's the Legion. The whole point of the expansion is to defeat the Legion, which is a really basic plot point, but I think that's to its benefit. Because it's such a clear plot point, they can spend a lot more of their finite amount of narrative resources on fleshing out characters rather than explaining its core narrative. We can travel to Suramar, we can learn about Illidan, we can get some Draenei backstory, all without the narrative needing to rely on janky, unsatisfying cliffhangers to move through its main story. Next, conclusion. The end of every patch in Legion had absolutely wonderful conclusions to a plotline while
I think the Jailer will cast World Crusher, which deals raid-wide damage, increases arcane damage taken for 15 seconds, but more importantly it deals damage to Azeroth and spawns blood of Azeroth. Now if a player steps into these bloods, a beam will arc between the pool, that player, and any player within 13 yards of, well, that player. Name of the game is chain this beam through the entire raid and into the middle of the room, which is, well, the heart of Azeroth. Each pool has 3 stacks, so can arc 3 beams. And each beam that reaches Azeroth will heal it for 5%, but players hit by the beam will also take a bit of arcane damage and gain 7% damage and healing for 30 seconds per stack, and it stacks up to 6 times. However, each stack also increases damage taken by the blood beam by 80%, so once you reach the 6th stack, it kinda slaps. But so will you, if you live it. 42% damage and healing increase for 30 seconds. Now, due to this, there's a fairly set way you want to soak these bloods in to make sure most, if not everyone in the raid reaches 6 stacks at a appropriate time, and making sure they reach Azeroth. Now, these bloods will always spawn in the same location, so you can pre-assign blood soakers or chainers, each a position in the chain link, if you will. And due to the Azerite blood debuff, as well as the World Crusher debuff, which increases arcane damage by 700%, you have to soak these bloods at specific timings. Now, for the first set, you'll soak 1 blood pool and chain it through the entire raid, and you'll need about 5 to 6 players making the actual chain from the blood to the middle, and the rest of the raid stacks on top of the boss. Second and third set, you'll be soaking 2 pools at the same time, so you'll need to split into a melee main group and 1 range group, and these group needs to be again between 5 to 6 players making the chain to be able to reach Azeroth. And if you're not in one of the blood chainer groups, just be in melee blood chain so everyone in the raid gets the buff. And the 4th set is 1 pool that you chain through the raid again with 5 to 6 players making the chain. So yeah, you want to pre-assign players for all of these chains, so each chain player has a set position in the chain train. And I'd advise using the same players to activate every set of blood soaks. Now there's currently 2 different strats for soaking these. One is the 3-3-3-6 soak, meaning you take 3 blood stacks, then 3, then 3, then 6. And the new one is 3-3-6-6, which gives you more damage due to a higher uptime on the 6 stacked buff, but it changes the soak timings a little bit. Now lastly, before we break down the fight, I'd like to recommend that you check out this document for the Jailer, written by Emerkai from Fable with the help of Chamina and Dance from Turtles. It has pretty much everything you need mapped out for this fight: positionings, timings, weak auras, the works. And all the raid plans I've used in this guide is from that document, so will help cut out a ton of prep work. Anyways, away we go. Cue the picture. Place a gateway as you can see here, and on pull you want to drag boss down a bit on top of the gateway, pre-spread a bit for torment, and when boss pulls you in with chains, use the gateway to get away, and then first group of blood chainers get in position and make a chain. And as soon as the boss is done with his pull in and raid is in position, you can start chaining the blood. Following this, melee group soaks first tank smash into bombs. For the bombs, it is extremely important that every bomb goes into a set hole, if you will, so they don't blow up the raid, but more importantly so you get the pillars in the correct locations. I recommend using a weak aura for this that I'll link in the descriptions below. After you've set it up, it will assign each bomb target a location.